I gotta go find my headphones. Good morning, everybody. What's up? Welcome back. Back to the live. Okay. Give me 1 second. Good morning. Rise and shine, man. You guys ready? Let's take a look here. Let me get the YouTube studio popped up. We missed, or I missed a chase last night, apparently. I was knocked out sleeping. And I had my phone on silent. I didn't mean to put it on silent. I don't know why it was on silent, but so I think maybe later we'll rewatch it on the second channel, maybe later this evening. Just it's like a 10-minute chase, I guess. Maybe we'll check it out later. Oh, they're showing that's the jury seats. I'm not sure why they have the cameras pointed there. One hour ago, Marisela Botello trial. Lisa Dykes could testify in her own defense. I hope she doesn't change her mind, because I want to hear what story she has to say. Let me check for you guys in the chat. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I actually slept pretty good. I was in the car with Maddie dropping her off to school, and I was like talking to her and stuff, and I was like, Maddie, I slept pretty good. Did you sleep good? And I turned around and she's knocked out sleeping in the backseat. Chaos Urbear, good morning. Say hi to the baby for me. Jojo, Alana, JC, Blue, Shirley, Sophie, Jay, Karen, Walkabout, Kitty, Linda, KK, Birdie, Karen, Luffy, Cheeks, Amethyst, Rose, Stephanie, Kimmy. Blah, 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 blah. It was a little cold this morning too. It was like in the 60s. She literally, she's trying to show up. Oh no, hold up. What's she trying to do? We gotta take a screenshot. Screenshot. Whoa, Lisa. So she literally wears the same top every day to court? I've heard a couple of people say that. She literally wears the same thing every day? Whoa, Lisa over here. She over here. Like, oh, shit. Let's do a little replay. Hold up. Look at her. She even like looked right at the camera. Hold on. Right there. That'd be a gangster thumbnail. I think I should update the thumbnail. Maybe just for today. If she testifies, I'm going to start working on a testify thumbnail. Lisa strutting. Anna, good morning. How you doing? Days Wheezy. Aurora. Oh, you were watching Floss? You saw that? She's been wearing the same outfit. Her defense is like, what's up with that? Why is Lisa wearing the same shirt every day? The whole week. Or actually, we're almost on the second week now, I guess. We are the second week, but it's day 6. You saw her face, right? We got to update the thumbnail. I'm gonna start working on something. Start cooking something in the kitchen for an updated thumbnail. According to a friend that I spoke to yesterday, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but there's supposed to be 2 more witnesses in the prosecution left. So if those witnesses don't take all day, I'm thinking it'll happen today. If she decides to testify, if she continues, she has to give her side of the story, man. And how often do we get to hear the other side of the story, right? A lot of times you don't get to hear the other side, right? How often do you get to see, like, for example, Alex Murdoch take the stand, right? That whole situation. How often do you see a trial where somebody else that was accused of murder testifies against another person that's being accused of murder, and then the person that testifies gets the murder charges dropped? It happens all the time, iCkEdMeL. Probably, I don't know. I never seen it though. Let's see. So I'll start working on a little thumbnail. I mean, the thumbnail could change though, because if she actually does take the stand, her at the stand might be a better picture. But I should update the thumbnail now though. We'll have a take the stand thumbnail, and then a during take the stand thumbnail. I think that's Marisela's mother and father right next to each other. Start cooking up something. I also have some Christmas emojis on the way. I think 3. I'm waiting for the guy to make them. Hopefully he should have it this week, I guess. Oh wait, is this here? I don't know. So yeah. We'll make it temporarily, even though we have a theme already going on. Cat C, thank you for the 8 months, and thank you for resubscribing. It's a sled. Morning, everyone. Oh, Charlie Addison should take the stand too. Well, I got an interesting trial that's potentially happening. If the timing aligns right today, I'm going to show you what trial I'm talking about during lunch. Okay, so the thumbnail, let me do this too. Fix that a little bit. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Lisa. So yeah, later we'll look at that other interesting psycho trial I think is supposed to be happening. The guy's been a troublemaker over the years. And shared a short story, a messed up story that I saw this YouTuber talk about. Jenna Balby, thank you so much for the 5. Says you should cover the Larry Mallet trial in San Diego. I think it's in 3 months. I'll add that to the list. I think there's a few things happening in 3 months, though. I wonder what's happening. We'll have to check because I think Harmony is happening too. I got to figure out. $47 billion. What is that million? 47 million. COVID vaccine class action settlement reached. Investor class. The Adelson case. Is that happening right now? Good morning. Good morning. Tell me if there's a difference. Okay, I have this setting, this normal setting on my thing. Now that. Does that sound the same? Is it different? 4K settings on, back on, 4K setting back on. Any difference? Now the 4K settings turned off. 4K setting turned off. Any audio difference that you notice or no? Eve. Same? Sounds exactly the same? Okay. Same? Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks. I was curious. Walkabout Bridge says sounds a tiny bit more robust. I guess you'd probably be able to only tell on headphones if there's any kind of difference, but it's very minute. At least it's comfy. All for love. I loved him. What are you willing to do for love? Are you willing to kill? Uh, Sound the same? Okay. Fine. I hope today's the day. I hope whatever witnesses the prosecution has, they're quick, not dragged out like the 2 from yesterday. That it's only 2 more. From this morning, this is an article from this morning, guys. Marisela Botello, Lisa Dykes could testify in her own defense. Your bass was lower on the louder settings. Which is the louder settings? With the 4K on or off? I guess that means off. The 4K off. The bass was lower. It's a crazy case. Nobody, but he's charged for killing his wife. They streamed it a while ago. I don't know if I have it in me this morning to yell it right. Tisha! Ooh, somebody said they don't think she's wearing a bra. Might be out there just strutting. Strut. 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 Uh, Working on this thumbnail. Mm. Oh. Yeah, I should do it white. Question mark. All right. All right. Thumbnail going. Rise and shine early, man. Thank you guys for coming. If you guys could hit the like button as well, I'd appreciate that. Early morning likes. Okay. Early morning. Again, if there's a playlist too. There's a recap video link in the description. So if you've never heard of the story, there's a 17-minute video in the description. It says recap video, everything you need to know. There's a link, and then there's also a playlist. Oh, I think I need to update the playlist. I have to add the deep dive playlist to that too. Marisela Botello. I don't know which playlist that is. The trial or the deep dive? Okay, that's the deep dive. Deep dive playlist. And then I need to add the trial playlist. And every day at the end of the trial, I've been putting timestamps. So if you're trying to catch up on the trial, or if you just want to see the key witnesses, you can do that too. You can skip around. Right, I just added it to the description. I don't believe Nina's going to testify. A lot of people keep asking about Nina. It's Elisa that we're wondering if she's going to testify. The defense said that she was going to. And yesterday and today, I noticed that she's put on makeup. So I think she plans to testify. She got all parted up. Miss JMD, good morning. How you doing? Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Hey, good morning, Harry Potter. Damn. Good morning, Debbie. She says 2:06 a.m. here in Australia. Wow. Moonfox Studios all the way from Alberta, Canada. Wow. Yeah, I forgot. There was one trial day that I kind of made fun of the lawyers. He was kicked back. They don't even stand up and walk around, barely. Usually I see them kind of standing up. Like, this time they just kind of kick back, feet up, cruise control. Well, we have time for that short story, I guess. Let's check this out. This guy gives me all kinds of ideas of stories I could cover.
Caretaker has a problem. He killed someone, so he takes care of his significant other, Junan. And he's been doing this for years. She's 82, she's bedridden, she needs caretaker. But one day, they really get into it. But this fight was bad. It's so bad, he calls 911 to ask the police to take her away.
Get her the hell out of here.
This is Ray William Johnson on YouTube.
Do you need an ambulance or just police?
She needs to get out of here. I don't care how.
Then he hands the phone to Junan.
Do you feel like you're in danger, ma'am?
Well, yeah.
Do you know if there's any weapons there in the home?
Yeah.
Now, eventually, police show up to their house and they talk to Caretaker and they try and mediate the fight. But then they notice Caretaker has a collection of...
Oliver! May have to finish later. Oliver! A judge over here got some nice little blue blouse, blue earrings.
pew-pews.
Firearms guy.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
You're loaded, ready to go.
I like folks that have guns. I have guns.
Appreciate that.
So then police let Junan know that social services is in the process of setting up housing for her at a long-term care facility. But that won't start until a later time. And for now, she has to stay there with Caretaker. Then police go to leave. I'm sure they got other calls to take. But Junan isn't ready for that.
Whenever you started.
We can't, man.
So the police leave, and 3 or 4 hours go by, and I guess the fighting continues. And Caretaker, he had been drinking all morning, and he gets one of his pew-pews from his collection, and he unalives Junan right there in her bed. He then flags down a neighbor who calls 911.
The neighbor man was screaming for help, told us to call the police. He says he's killed her.
So police show up to the house again, they arrest Caretaker. Then a local news station, KOAT, they do a story on this. And they show the world all this police body cam footage. And that story blows up, and people are pissed. And they're blaming the police, and they point out that Caretaker had threatened Junan right in front of them.
What did you say?
I said, you're fine until I kill you.
He's
He literally said it.
Police Department detective, we anticipate the defense is calling her as their first witness, and we would just like to ask the board to leave out any pretrial hearing matters, including the discovery matters that we had pretrial hearings in the 282nd court in front of Judge Gibbons concerning late discovery that was turned over to the state. And the reason for that, Your Honors, we don't believe it's relevant to this trial. Since that time, that discovery issue has been rectified, and the defense has had plenty of time since February of 2023 to review any discovery that may have been turned over late by Detective Ramirez.
Judge, my response to that is I'm not getting into any specifics about the pretrial hearing, but I am planning to talk about the fact that there was discovery that was not turned over to the defense. And the reason that's relevant because it goes to the quality of this investigation, number one. But number two, had we gotten that discovery at an earlier time, we could have done some things to further investigate and further prepare our defense. And because we didn't get that discovery in a timely manner because of this detective, we believe that it's hindered our defense, specifically in trying to locate certain witnesses. This witness that was a patron at the Reno, the Brown brothers. There are a lot of people that we didn't get that information until it was so late that we couldn't move on it. Or it hindered our ability to, I believe, locate these people. So because of that, it's definitely relevant.
And Your Honor, if I just may respond to that, if that is the issue is discussing, those documents were already turned over with the first turning over of the discovery, the incident reports concerning, I believe we're talking about Mr. Orlando Brown that was spoken to outside of a Mustang Inn.
All right. You'll have the opportunity to cross-examine the witness regarding everything the detective did during the course of her investigation, and this being your witness, you can question her about everything she did during the course of her investigation, including after the case was filed and what evidence she did or did not turn over, and she can answer those questions if she knows. But is there anything specific other than just generally during the course of my understanding some questioning in a prior pretrial hearing, the detective, it came to light that she had not turned over some evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, she can be cross-examined about any prior testimony and questioned about that. So, I assume you have a transcript of that?
We do have a transcript of that, I believe, with Judge Beltran is ownership and possession right now of all those transcripts, and obviously the defense is.
Then your motion, and if you want to have a hearing on those issues, we can. However, it seems like that would be rather lengthy.
Yeah.
You want to, your motion to limit is with regard to any evidence the detective turned over later.
It was just more that we had rectified that situation, and so we don't believe that is necessarily relevant to these proceedings.
Overruled.
Thanks, Judge.
Is there anything else we need to take up?
That's it from the state.
Anything further to say?
No, ma'am.
Now that the state has rested, is there anything?
State has rested.
I don't know if it's time for us to make a motion for a directed verdict at this time based on the fact that we don't believe that the state has provided significant evidence to prove each and every element in this indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't believe that there is, because Ms. Beltran is an accomplice witness, we don't believe that there is sufficient evidence to, we don't believe that there's sufficient evidence to corroborate his testimony in this case. And because there's not sufficient evidence to corroborate his testimony in regards to specifically the murder case and the tampering case, Your Honor, we would ask that a motion for directed verdict be granted.
Denied.
Not guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, with regard to your motion in the tampering case, that is denied. However, in the murder case, it is alleged in the indictment that Lisa Jo Dykes, on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in the county of Dallas, et cetera, caused the death of Marisela Botello Valdez, after called deceased by stabbing deceased with a knife, a sharp object, a deadly weapon. The indictment goes on to say, and by a manner unknown to the grand jury, using a deadly weapon unknowable to the grand jury. What says the state?
Those would both be in the conjunctive that there would be the state that would prove either one of those manner and means that are alleged in the indictment. We have sufficient evidence that's been before the court, for the jury, as to each and every one of the elements, specifically about manner and means, as to the argument about accomplice testimony, the law.
No, we're not moving on to that yet. The court has not heard any testimony that there was a deadly weapon unknowable to the grand jury, or that the death occurred in a manner unknown to the grand jury.
We can abandon those aspects of the indictment.
All right. So you are abandoning the language, and by a manner unknown to the grand jury, using a deadly weapon unknowable to the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I am striking that language from the indictment in both papers.
I thought you were about to grant this too, bro. I was like, what?
So the indictment and the evidence before the court regarding that the defendant did knowingly or intentionally cause the death of Marisela Botello Valdez, an individual deceased by stabbing deceased with a knife or sharp object, a deadly weapon, and further did unlawfully then and there intend to cause serious bodily injury to the complainant, etc., did then and there commit an act criminally dangerous to human life to it by stabbing deceased with a knife and sharp object, a deadly weapon.
And just that's my point. Is that if you listen to Beltran, he says he never saw her stabbed, and unfortunately for the state, even the information from the autopsy does not speak to the manner, other than saying it was homicide. It doesn't say that she was stabbed. There's no evidence that she was stabbed. Their own witness says he didn't see her stabbed. It's what his testimony was. He just saw blood. And specifically, no one has articulated that whatever object he is alleging Ms. Dykes had was in fact a deadly weapon.
There was testimony that a knife is a deadly weapon.
Okay.
And regarding whether or not court recalls Mr. Beltran stating he saw that the defendant stabbed.
I think Beltran said two things.
Down into her chest. But that is something for the jury to decide.
Yes, ma'am.
Therefore, your motion for directed verdict not guilty is
seemed kind
Anything
of
else?
almost close though. It almost seemed kind of close. So the state does rest. They're done already. See.
Yeah.
No, we didn't hear nothing really about this member. Lord. So the other thing too is that Detective Ramirez is the one that I thought was kind of leading the case. And Ramirez, I was surprised that the prosecution didn't call Ramirez, and I am surprised now that the defense is going to call her, because supposedly all this evidence was lost or turned over late, and so if the defense has these other people testify first, I don't know that we're going to get Lisa today. Depending on how long it's going to take, we'll see. It depends. It really depends. I don't know. And I just want to hear Lisa's story. Be right back. Lisa! Lisa! Don't do it. Just say no to drugs. Lisa! Happy holidays and you're making no money and you're broke. Ain't got no money. What you gonna do when it all crashes?
Anything else in the state? Nothing for the state. Make sure, Harris, do you have any witnesses to call?
Yes, call Detective Ramirez.
Is she available? She's in the. It's time. Thank you.
All right. All right. Well, let's see what today brings, man. Hopefully it doesn't drag like yesterday. Drag to hell. I don't have a limiter on this. Let me see. No. Testing. No. Testing. That's louder. Shorter. Hell in a handbasket. That's what I'm wondering, Moon Fox. What is Lisa gonna say? What's gonna be the story? Chuck did it? Chuck. You found raisins in your meatballs? What? Oh no. Oh.
All right.
All right. What is cooking for breakfast today? Probably eggs again. I was gonna do some egg, nothing special. I love eggs. I can eat it every day. I'll probably just do some eggs. Mm.
Maybe feed it. Ma'am, if you would please raise your right hand.
Oh,
Do you
they're not
solemnly
done.
swear or affirm that the testimony you have given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Is that
the truth
Ramirez?
to help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Who's that?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, defense.
Ma'am, why did you state your name for the record?
Ramirez.
Christine Ramirez
Woo! There we go.
And Ms. Ramirez, how are you employed?
with the City of Dallas Police Department.
How long have you been employed as a police officer with the city of Dallas?
It'll be 27 or 28 years in March.
28 years.
Yes.
All right, and in that 28 years, one of the positions you held was lead detective on, I guess, this murder case. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I specifically want to talk to you about this case and your investigation of the case and the manner and means in which you obtained the probable cause affidavit to arrest Ms. Dykes, Nina Marano, and Charles Beltran. You did obtain arrest warrants in those cases, correct?
Yes, we did.
And also search warrants to search their phones, correct?
Yes, we did.
And that's based on information that you gathered during the investigation of Ms. Botello's murder. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go back to the beginning. When you were assigned this case, what unit were you in at that time?
Excuse me?
When you initially were assigned the case, what unit were you in?
Special Investigations Unit.
What did you do in the special investigation unit?
Investigate officer-involved shootings. Special investigations dealing with cold cases.
So was this considered a cold case? It wasn't an officer-involved shooting.
No, it's special investigations case.
And that's how you
Endangered person when suspected foul play is actually.
Because when you first got the case, there was no evidence that Marisela was dead, correct? When you first were assigned the case.
Correct.
And it's still a missing persons case.
Endangered person, missing person.
Right, because there's a difference, right?
Yes.
And explain that to the members of the jury.
Missing person is someone who has not been seen or located during a certain period of time, and then after family are concerned where they have not seen the family or suspicion of foul play is actually occurred, then they will actually classify that as endangered person, missing person.
In this case, what was the suspicion of foul play?
Due to the information that I received from the previous detective,
And what was that?
that there was records were indicated that the complainant was not in her hometown, Seattle. She was here visiting in Dallas. A Lyft report showed that she was at an establishment in Deep Ellum, and that phone records showed that she was no longer there, but had proceeded elsewhere to a 7-Eleven store, and then from that point to a home in Mesquite. And then from that location, there was no other phone records that I can recall from Ms. Botello, the complainant.
Okay. But the person, it was known at that time that the person that she was with at the 7-Eleven was Charles Beltran, correct?
At the time when he was a person of interest.
Right. I mean, he's just a person of interest, but you're looking, because you want to talk to the person that we see her on the 7-Eleven with, right?
Yes. And there was a vehicle also involved.
I thought the jury. I thought they did the all
that's
aboard thing.
clear.
All aboard. I thought that's when the jury's there. No.
Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 1. This is the like a screenshot from the surveillance camera at 7-Eleven, right?
Correct.
Where we would have saw Marisela and a person that was later found to be Charles Beltran.
Correct.
Oh, damn, Ramirez.
Now, at some point, you continue your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And y'all end up at that house in Mesquite.
Well, the previous, if you're talking about the beginning or when I actually took place, when I actually started the investigation.
Okay, yeah. What do you mean the previous?
Well, the previous detective that was actually.
And who was that?
Dalby.
Oh. And what did Dalby do?
My understanding is that they were out there in Mesquite.
They're in Mesquite.
But I can't give you exact details because I wasn't there, other than what I was told. Or information given.
Tell us what happened once you took over the investigation, what you did.
During that time, we reviewed everything that was given from that detective, and then whatever identification type of links that would actually give us to a specific car, a phone number, contact, social media, whatever information we can get to find out who this Beltran person was.
Because when you're referring to the car on the 7-Eleven surveillance videos, we knew that it was a black Audi, right?
We knew it was a black vehicle until later registration popped up where it showed to be an Audi with a license plate.
And the black Audi registered to Mr. Beltran and Ms. Dykes?
Yes.
Based on that, y'all were able to get the Kensington address?
Yes.
Then you got a search warrant for that location, right?
Yes.
Were you present during the search warrant?
Yes.
At some point, after y'all searched that location, what happens?
They, when the crime scene investigator, I asked him to actually, what do you call it? I remember the blue star, it's a chemical reaction. So I wanted that to be sprayed among the whole house, and from that point, that's where we found that there was some type of possibly blood that was in one of the rooms, and they actually tore it up. Not tore it up, like removed it like they did to actually have it for testing.
Okay, so let's go back. So what does the blue star do?
It's a chemical reaction to blood. Like I said, I'm not an expert on it, so I can't really testify really onto that. But I know my understanding is get the protein from blood to actually determine if that there was actually human blood in the.
And so even if you try to wipe it up
from the top, yeah.
The blue star is going to detect that blood.
It'll change color because they actually did the testing prior to, and then when it changed color, it turned to a purple. I was mistaken.
And you had them do the whole house?
Yes, as far as most of the house. Once we there are some stains in the house that we noticed, so for sure we made sure that those were actually spot checked.
And I guess I'm going to get right to the point in reference to the arrest warrant that you swore to. There's a lot of information in there, like, for example, talking about the blood. You indicated in the arrest warrant that Marisela's blood was found and that there was a female and a male blood that was found that you believe belonged to Charles Beltran, Lisa Dykes, and Nina Marano, right?
If I'm not mistaken, it's correct.
That's what you told the judge you believe, right?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, was it?
Like I said, it's a probable cause, so it probably happened. So it's not a confirmed statement, it's a probable cause statement.
My question to you is,
go Heath.
You make the statement. Well, my question to you is, the blood that was found in the bedroom did belong to Marisela, right?
Yes, after we got the DNA, correct.
But it did not belong to Lisa Dykes, Nina Marano, nor Charles Beltran, right?
At that point, we did not know because we didn't have their DNA to actually test it on.
Do you know that?
Based on what? Pardon?
Do you know now?
That's what I want to know.
The fact that the DNA on whatever blood that was found in Mr. Beltran's room did not belong to Charles Beltran?
Correct.
Did not belong to Lisa Marano? Lisa Dykes?
Correct.
Did not belong to Nina Marano?
Correct.
So you were wrong.
Like I said, it was probable cause at the time.
Whose blood is that?
Right now, of course, the DNA, of course, is going to show who actually DNA actually belongs to that blood.
Ma'am, I'm not saying you didn't believe it. I'm just saying you were wrong. That blood didn't belong to those people, did it?
Correct.
So you were wrong.
Correct.
There was a hair sample inside the album. Remember that?
Yes.
And you believe that hair sample belonged to Marisela, did you?
Based on matching, yes. Matching the description of a dark hair.
I don't think they got a
But
match.
it didn't, did it?
No.
You were wrong.
Correct.
You were wrong, correct?
Based on evidence, correct.
That's why the prosecution didn't bring her.
You also indicated that in the Audi, that there was concrete. What did you say about the concrete? That it was similar to the concrete that was out in the Wilmer area?
There was concrete found in the vehicle. Based on the phone records that we got initially, showed that the vehicle or the suspect vehicle was actually at a concrete place. So we actually went to the location to actually see where the target cell phone records, I'm not real good with records, but showed that it was at a concrete firm. So we actually went out there and saw that there was concrete, and based on that, that's why we, based on the information we had, that the Audi had actual cement on there. I think the rear tire, if I'm not mistaken. I have to check on record.
But that's the Audi, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that you believe that car would have gone out to that location on October the 5th, right?
Well, we know that we know which car it was, but we know that vehicle was Beltran's and Lisa Dykes.
Well, in your investigation, isn't it true that Mr. Beltran, when he left the Mesquite location on October the 5th, he left in the Audi, didn't he?
I don't know what vehicle we actually left them. Unless
So
it's the
you're the lead detective in this case, and you're telling members of the jury that you don't know which vehicle he left Mesquite in that morning.
Well, I know the vehicle was a black vehicle that was taken to a oil change place, and it had Beltran's name on it.
Because Mr. Beltran on the 5th took that vehicle to the oil change place, right?
Supposedly, yes, sir.
Because on October the 5th, Charles Beltran is driving the black Audi, isn't he?
According to that, yes, sir.
Ma'am, in reference to
Jonathan, the preacher from Friday. I think the point with the blood is trying to make is that there's two other, I think, unknown and male blood there that I don't know. Who does that belong to? And we know the victim's blood is there, but the probable cause thing, I understand that too, that they said it's probably them because I guess they live there, but.
Okay, I wanted to also ask you specifically in regards to your investigation as the lead detective in the case, I mean, you can tell us the good, the bad, and the ugly about this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you are the lead detective, right?
Correct.
And it's your responsibility to make sure that any evidence that is collected in regards to the investigation in this case is maintained, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, but you didn't do that in this case, did you?
What are you referring to?
Oh, you
I'm
know.
referring to all the evidence that was destroyed in this
Yes.
case. They never got to the defense. That's what I'm referring to.
Nothing was destroyed. I did not destroy anything.
I'm not saying you destroyed it, but you know you didn't save it properly, did you? There was evidence that was not saved properly in this
That was not under my watch.
Okay, well, you're the lead detective,
Correct.
right? When these officers store that evidence, you're supposed to make sure it gets stored properly, right?
They are responsible to citing the correct case number, whatever the case may be, would be an investigation or arrest or whatever it is. They are responsible for saving that. And then from that information, then I look into it to make sure we have it. And in that particular case, I did not have it. I asked Detective Dalby, and he did not have those videos that you're referring to.
Ma'am, isn't it true that during the time you were investigating this case, going from state to state, trying to locate witnesses, trying to figure out what happened to Mrs. Botello, you also had some personal issues you were dealing with, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
That directly impacted this case, correct?
What are you referring to, sir?
This what I'm saying is you testified before you dropped the ball on this case.
Yes.
Oh.
So there was evidence that the defense could have used that could have aided in our defense, and we didn't get it.
Everything was corrected before this trial started.
Where's the body cam video of Miss Floyd's interview with Mr. Haynes?
Who?
Is it the Officer Hayes? You remember Officer Hayes talking to a security guard that claimed that he would have saw Miss Botello out near the Mustang Inn on or about October the 12th?
Let's see. No, because that wasn't Miss Botello. It was a tip that we got, but it wasn't her.
How did you confirm it wasn't her?
Because we couldn't find her. I mean, it wasn't, I can't remember what it was.
Did you talk to Mr. Mitchell? Did you talk to Floyd Mitchell, the security guard out there?
I did not.
Because you didn't have the information?
I know we received the tip through social media. We had so many tips coming in at many times, and if I'm mistaken, I know the other detective actually would get tips as well, and you would follow up on them. But I just don't know. If I'm mistaken with another case, I'm sorry.
What do you mean you had too many tips?
Well, people would call the time. People that on social media, they would just call and give their their information, and some of the information we just followed up to see if there's anything. But
some of it you followed up on, some of it you didn't. Is that what you're telling me, jury?
well, no, it's some of the information was leadable to actually follow up. Some was just information that they would say that they would make assumptions, and that's how the cases would be, or the tips would be.
But I'm specifically talking about.
Do you have the report or something I can refer to so I can see what it is so I don't misspeak?
Oh boy. Oh, no wonder the prosecution didn't call her. Low. So I didn't know that there was previous testimony where she had said she had screwed up the case. I don't know if it was I don't know what the exact details or whatever, or even if the security guard, like I don't know what information did the security guard have, or is he just trying to create doubt and that's it, or is there actually some like real stuff that could have changed the course of his defense that was not brought in?
You know the report I'm referring to, right? With Officer Hayes.
I just remember he said something about Mustang Inn. I know they were looking for someone there at that location, but I'm not sure if that's the one you're referring to.
Yeah, this is a defense witness. I don't know why they never said, "Hey, we rest our case," like in front of everybody. I mean, they said it earlier, but I don't think the jury was there. I thought they normally tell the jury, "All right."
And as far as Officer Hayes is concerned, he talked to people that indicated to him that they saw Marisela.
Your Honor, I'm gonna at this point jump the lead.
Just clearly, this is house witness. They're being protected. I like her perception as a house witness.
Hostile witness. Let's go.
I will allow you to question this witness as a hostile witness.
Let's go. Why am I? I don't know. Why am I? I don't know. I'm just happy not a boring day, potentially. You know. Oh shit! What happens now when he determines I'm a hostile witness? Oh shit! Oh.
And ma'am, you do remember us discussing Officer Hayes in his report. Or do you?
I have to refer what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Drag her in here. Bring her in to testify. No, Anna, no, don't say that pre-workout. Ah, man, yeah, this is I don't know. I don't think that it's going to change the tie for Lisa, but I can see why the prosecution didn't call this lady. Now, Heath, maybe today you're redeeming yourself a little bit, Heath, maybe.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hostile. What happens when they turn him to a hostile witness?
Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 8.
I love it.
And ask you to just take your time and review that document.
Change the classification. No, Lisa hasn't gone on yet. But I think we're likely going to see it today now that the defense has already started. What's it go? Moskowitz, good morning. You're out there somewhere.
Yes.
Okay. And so as the lead detective in this case, did you ever personally talk to Officer Hayes?
No. Based on that report, it states that Botello was there 2 weeks prior, and there's no record to indicate that she was there.
Well, I mean, the two guys that he talked to two guys. He talked to William Brown and Octavius Brown, right? And they indicated that they thought they saw her a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yes.
All right, but this is October the 13th.
Yes.
All right.
But again, they saw someone 2 weeks ago who was not Botello because she was not in Dallas during that time frame, sir.
Ma'am, they said a couple of weeks. They didn't specifically say 14 days. They just said approximately a couple of weeks.
But that report is on October the 5th.
Oh.
No. Not process.
The report on the 5th.
Yeah, but I'm saying he talked to them on the 13th, October the 13th.
No, yes, he talked to them, but here it says that.
Ramirez fighting back. Pachava? No way. I haven't had that in a while. It's too expensive. Pachava,
Yeah, that's
man.
the officer stating that because she came on the 5th.
Right. So what you're saying is the officer saying because she came on the 5th, they're saying he talked to them on the 13th. You know, he's basically saying, well, that's not 14 days, so no way they could have seen her.
No, let me see. Where is it?
I agree, Jack's the light. He just lost it. He lost the momentum. It's gone.
Yeah, because they said that she likes to hang out over there at the Mustang Inn.
Right, that's what Brown was saying, right?
Yes.
All right, but the bottom line is, what I'm saying is they didn't say 14 days ago, they just said a couple weeks. They were just me, right?
Correct.
But regardless, did you ever talk to Octavius Brown or William Brown about what they seen as the lead detective in this missing persons case?
I'm trying to remember if I actually, myself or the other detective who was working with me, called or made attempts. I don't remember.
Okay. What about after detective or after Officer Hayes talked to the Browns, they led him to the city, right? According to the report.
They what?
They led him to they led him over to the city inn, right?
Mustang Inn. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Because he started the city inn with those guys, right?
Oh, Lord. Come on, man. You lost it now, bro.
No, these guys are at the Mustang Inn, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, for whatever reason, and I'll talk to Officer Hayes about it, he ends up at the Mustang Inn.
Yes.
Where he talks to yet another witness, who's actually a security guard over there, right?
Yes, sir.
And that person says that he saw her. He shows them a picture, and that person says, yeah, I saw her on the 12th, right?
According to this, yes, sir.
All right. And what I want to know is, did you talk to that security guard about?
I personally did not.
And you will agree with me that the conversation between Officer Hayes and the security guard and the Browns have all been reported on a body cam.
Yes.
But we don't have that body cam, do we?
No.
And that's because for whatever reason it wasn't saved, right?
What case number do you have for that? On that report?
This one could probably take a while. This witness, lead detective. Good morning, everybody. If you can hit the like button, appreciate that. Starting off a little messy this morning.
When a video
it.
is recorded or actually downloaded, and for them to actually save it, it has to be the correct either incident number or the case number. Here it shows the case number, and then again, it just depends on the officer. And if it's not typed correctly, then when I retrieve it or try to retrieve it, I may or may not get it.
Okay, but what I'm getting at, Detective Ramirez.
Yes, sir.
Is Officer Hayes would have shown not only the Browns, but to the security guard a photo of Marisela, correct?
If they showed him, yes.
That's what his report says.
Yes.
And him showing that photo of Marisela would have been recorded on a body cam had it been saved properly, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the members of the jury could determine for themselves whether or not Mr. Mitchell and the Browns appeared to really recognize this girl.
Yes, sir.
But we don't have that evidence, do we?
No, sir.
And regardless of whose fault it is, we don't have that evidence, do we?
No, sir.
And you're saying you never talked to Mr. Mitchell because I guess it wasn't properly stored. Or you just disregarded it because it didn't fit your theory of the case. Did you understand my question?
Yes, I was trying to
So
process.
I guess what I'm getting at is all these tips that came in, if it didn't fit your theory of the case, you didn't follow up on it, did you?
No, well, the information I received was not, what do you call it, did not link to what he's referring to.
But you didn't check. You didn't talk to Mitchell. You didn't talk to the Browns. You're the lead detective on the murder case, and you didn't talk to these witnesses. Correct?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Oh, I like that. That knock the F out.
As far as the
Nice
video
supplements.
at the Reno location where you
Rich
have
Piana.
another patron
Amazing.
that claimed that they thought they might have seen Marisela. What, if anything, did you do? Now, I understand the FBI was involved. What, if anything, did you do to follow up on that to try to figure out who this patron was?
Which place are you referring to?
The Reno bar that was downtown,
Yes, baby.
or in the Deep Ellum area, where, remember them looking at a video that they said they couldn't tell whether it was her or not? Just if you remember, do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Ma'am?
I'm trying to remember.
I'm gonna order that. That's it looks really interesting.
I showed you the FBI, I guess, do you know who Taylor Page is?
Yes.
Southern Gal, thank you for the super chat. Yes. Shit, somebody said they saw me at Publix. I might have been at Publix Sunday. Oh shit, Publix Sunday night. I might have been there. I don't remember. Uh-oh. I saw you at Publix. Well, oh, was I wearing like my Christmas PJs? Yeah, because my mother came over Sunday. She was with the baby, and I ran to Publix to get eggs and something else. Oh shit! Somebody recognized me. I saw you.
Do you remember what Mr. Page emailed you about the Reno bar?
No, can I see the email?
Okay. Does this appear to be the email he sent you?
Yeah, you should have said hi. I would have said hi to you.
Okay. I'm asking you reference the highlighted portion here.
Mm-hmm.
JD Wells, my mother said the same thing. She's like, "You're going out like that?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I don't care. Because I was just going to buy some eggs. My mother side-eyed me. Yeah, he's working as detective.
Yes.
Okay. And all I'm asking is, I understand that they concluded that they couldn't tell whether it was her or not, but what I want to know is, did you follow up on it?
Well, we could not have any videos because it was already after the fact. When I got the case was in December, and when this happened, it was in October. So a lot of the videos that we got was from either family members that came from Seattle to actually retrieve videos of what they had.
So even this actual video that they're referencing, we don't have, right?
No,
Ma'am?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. 'Cause, I mean, you haven't seen it, right?
No, I have not.
And
I know.
because you haven't seen it, you weren't able to turn it over to the state for them to turn it over to us, right?
Right.
Oh, damn. I saw her face. I think she'll...
I want to also ask you, I want to talk to you about Charles Beltran. Can we talk about Charles Beltran?
Sure.
Where did you meet Charles Beltran?
Where did I meet him?
Yeah, you went to Utah, right?
Yes, sir.
He was in jail, right?
Yes, sir.
And you interviewed him there, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's talk about that. And specifically, when you went to interview Mr. Beltran, he was at that time, y'all put out a capital murder warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
You picked up on a capital murder warrant.
Yes.
And is it safe to say that initially all three people were charged with capital murder because y'all suspected that Mrs. Botello may have not gone with them willingly, correct?
Correct.
That's why y'all did capital.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but when you initially talked to Mr. Beltran, he was willing to talk to you, right?
Yes.
He
Yes.
waived his Miranda rights.
Yes, he did.
Talked to you and Detective Ortiz.
Correct.
All right. And what did he tell you at first?
He didn't know anything.
He told you that
He had left her. He had left her at a garage or gas station or something like that.
But you were asking him specific questions, correct?
Yes.
You remember him telling you that that they had went to his car?
Yes.
They smoked?
Yes.
But as far as any sex in his car, he told you they didn't have sex in the car.
Correct. Correct.
Because you specifically asked him that, right?
Yes.
But you know from other witnesses in this case, he indicated to them that they had sex in the car, right?
Correct.
That she willingly had sex with him in the car. And then they went to the Mesquite.
That's what other witnesses said.
Well, that
They went to the 7-Eleven and then to Mesquite.
like that said that he told him that they had sex in the car, then he dropped her off. Right?
Yes.
But we know that was a lie because we have him going to Mesquite.
Correct.
Her phone going to Mesquite.
Yes.
All right. But as far as you were concerned, he told you they never had sex in the car.
Correct.
But he did admit to you that they were drinking.
They took 2 shots at the house and smoked weed in the car.
I want to talk about the first version he gave you. You recall him saying they went to the house. Then they were at his car. They went to the house. They drank a little and had sex. She passed out. I let her sleep and I went in the studio. And he fell asleep on the futon.
Yes, that's what he said.
And when he's telling you this, he's not stumbling. He's trying to be as convincing as possible, right?
Yes, he was talking to me. He was being cooperative.
And telling you that he passed out. He said he went to sleep on the futon, right?
Yes, he did say that.
He ended up passing out because he was fucked up. Remember him telling you that?
I don't remember F word, but he was crashed out. He crashed out.
Now, I asked you to listen to your video.
Yes, but I can't remember.
You don't remember him saying
I did remember he said he did pass out on the futon.
because he was fucked up.
Okay.
But you don't remember that part.
I don't remember the F word. I don't remember if he said that or not, but I know he crashed out on the
Well, you
futon.
remember he said he woke up and everybody was gone.
Yes, he did say that.
Nina and Lisa were gone. Marisela was gone. He thought she took an Uber, right?
Correct.
And when he's telling you that he's not stuttering, he's being as convincing as possible, isn't
He's talking.
he? He's trying to convince you that that's what happened, right?
Right.
That he doesn't know anything.
Correct.
And he said he wanted to call to check on her, but he didn't have her number, right?
Correct.
And then he also said he kept calling Nina and Lisa, but they wouldn't answer.
Correct.
So he went back to Dykes' place down in Deep Ellum.
I think he met him in Deep Ellum.
Dykes?
Yes. Well, he did go to, yeah, correct.
Well, in fact, he did. You believe that he was with Dykes that whole next day, right?
The day when it happened? It was that night.
On October the 5th.
Right.
He didn't
That evening.
other than in the early morning hours,
Yes.
when he was obviously with Marisela. He's saying after he left Mesquite, he went back to Deep Ellum and hung out with that. I'm talking about in the first version.
Okay, I'm thinking about the third one. Okay. No, yes, he said he was with his friend.
In the first version.
Yes.
Didn't say anything about going to Carmen's apartment.
Right, he did not.
Because had he told you he went to Carmen's apartment after being in contact with Marisela, you guys would have went to Carmen's apartment, right?
What's Carmen's last name?
Carmen was his girlfriend. That's what he told you.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
You never even met with Carmen, did you?
Alvarez, is that her? I'm trying to.
Carmen is a girl that's supposed to be from Australia. It's girlfriend.
Hey,
Yeah, she was out of town. She was no longer in Dallas.
She probably left Dallas, right?
Yes.
But more importantly, at some point in one of these versions, I think it may have been the final version, after he's putting everything on Lisa, he tells you he goes to Carmen's apartment, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
And you guys don't talk to Carmen, do you?
No.
Y'all don't find out where her apartment is, do you?
No, we tried to get help with the FBI to locate her.
Okay, but
We
as
never
far
did.
as her apartment is what I'm talking about, you got Mr. Beltran having contact with a missing person, admitting that he went to this apartment, and we do nothing to check to see if there's any indication that Marisela also was at that apartment, do you?
No, sir.
They don't blue star that apartment, do they?
No.
But we know he went to that apartment on that day, if you were to believe him, right?
According to him.
And you never talked to Carmen because she disappeared, right?
Correct.
Oh shit! What the?
All right, let's talk about what else he told you. I think you asked him. You asked him if Marisela was intoxicated. He told you she wasn't.
Right.
Said she was cool.
Yes.
And lied about everything. Yeah.
So the only thing that happened in the car is that they just chopped it up in the car, right?
Yes.
They said that they just talked and smoked weed.
Yes.
And then you try to pin him down in regards to what time he would have left. I mean, I guess Deep Ellum area, going back to Mesquite, he really wasn't sure, was he?
Correct.
And do you remember specifically asking him about where Nina and Lisa were when he got to the house?
He said they were in the bed in the room.
He said they were in a bed asleep, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And in his first version, he said they never came out of the room. Remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. They, meaning Lisa and Nina, never came out of their room.
In one of the stories, he did say that.
He told you he woke up, his bed was clean, his room was clean. He thought that Marisela just took an Uber, right?
Yes.
Oh, you remember him talking about that studio and how him and the guys would always sleep in the studio?
Yes.
So the fact that he had more than just, one or two women over there, he made it clear to you that he had friends come over at times.
Yes.
And they'd be in the studio recording.
Yes.
He told y'all that he didn't wake up till about what time? Do you remember? In that first story.
I don't remember.
And he said he didn't wake up till he didn't get up.
He was
till
at noon. Yes. No, I remember. Yes.
And
He did say that.
Y'all knew that was a lie because you already had the oil change information, right?
Yes.
But he said due to the trip, he was sleeping, he didn't get up to noon, right?
Correct.
And then he went about his day. Remember that?
Yes.
And because you already had information that he was with Madeline, you asked him, were you with a friend? Well, you asked him, did you go see another friend? Or you asked him, did you go see a friend? And he told you no, he was with that, right? In that first version.
Yeah, he had different versions, so I may have asked him.
And as far as Lisa was concerned, remember asking them if you were intimate with Lisa?
Yes.
And he told you no, right?
Yes.
That all Lisa was saw his potential, right?
Yes.
In fact, he kind of got ugly with it when you kind of pressed him on being intimate with Lisa. He was like, have you now look at Lisa? Like, I would never sleep with an older woman like that, right?
Yes, he said that.
Oh, shit. No, no, nah.
At some point, you told her that Marisela was dead. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you know he knew more, right?
Yes.
And at that point, after he finished that first version, he made it clear to him this is the only time he's going to get a chance to talk to y'all, right?
Yes.
And those are basically interrogation techniques that y'all use. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Letting them know, look, you better talk to us now. If you don't talk to us now, you're not going to be able to help yourself later.
Correct.
Right? So y'all kind of went through that, right?
Yes.
You remember telling them that you need to go ahead and talk to you because if something else comes out, he's going to look bad. Remember that?
Yes.
And this is all before he goes into any version where Lisa is supposed to stab Marisela.
Correct.
Up to this point, he hadn't said anything about Lisa stabbing Marisela.
No.
You remember Ortiz specifically asked him, hey, you're a felon, right?
Yes.
And then that's when he tells him, well, this is capital murder. You can get life without parole, right? Remember that?
Yes.
All the death penalty.
Correct.
Do you remember asking him about were there times when you brought the girls over and Lisa would get mad?
Yes.
And that's before he started talking about Lisa being jealous, right?
I just remember he said he was jealous.
Ma'am?
I remember him saying that she would get jealous or get mad.
After you said, has there been times when you brought girls over and Lisa would get mad?
Correct.
Then he started talking about Lisa being jealous, right?
Yes.
So he's trying to say.
And at this point, you specifically asked him, did anyone get hurt?
Yes.
Was there any blood there?
Yes.
And he says no, right?
Yes.
He emphatically says no.
Correct.
You even asked him if there was a fight, and he said no.
Correct.
But he did tell you that so many people come through there, right?
Yes.
But he doesn't know.
Correct.
Ask him, have he been hurt?
Correct.
that night? And he said no.
He
right?
said no.
And then you specifically asked him about if there's anything that happened in that room where blood would have penetrated the car.
Yes, I asked him.
And he said no.
Correct.
And then at one point, you finally asked him, or you told him that Marisela's blood was in that room. You asked him what his explanation was, right?
Yes.
And what was his response?
I think it said, didn't remember.
Ma'am?
I don't remember. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't remember verbatim.
But you also told him that you found his blood in the room.
Yes.
With Marisela's blood, right?
Yes, I told him that.
That wasn't true, was it?
Correct.
And then you start kind of going into, well, if it was a mistake, if you were doped up and you don't remember, just tell me, right?
Correct.
And he still was emphatic that nothing happened, right?
Correct. Correct.
And that's when you said, don't let these girls put this on you. You remember telling him that?
I remember we told him that, referring to the Lisa and Ms. Marano.
Right. Don't let them put it on you. That would be unfair, right?
Correct.
And you even told him, I need to know what happened. Because you're going down and they're going to be laughing at you.
Yes, I said that.
And you asked him about the last time they spoke, whether you remember that?
Yes.
And he said it could have been 2 or 3 weeks.
Yes.
And y'all also kept telling them, look, we know, when we ask you these questions, we already know the answers.
Correct.
And before he gives you the version with Lisa's stabbing Marisela, you tell him it's in his best interest to tell you what happened. This is his only chance. Right?
Yes.
And before he gives the version of Lisa and Nina coming into the room attacking Marisela, you tell him that those attorneys are going to point the finger at you.
Correct.
Don't you?
Correct.
So you need him to believe that they're going to point the finger at him if he doesn't point the finger at them.
Well, no, just for him to actually say what happened, bound him in a corner and try to get information from him. That was the whole purpose.
Okay. But at some point, you tell him the attorneys are going to point the finger at you.
Yes.
They're going to save themselves.
Correct.
And remember, Ortiz, tell him, I know you're scared. I can see you.
The heart, the vein.
Yeah, I know you're scared, right?
Yes.
And what y'all asked him, what did they do? And that's when he goes into this version of Lisa.
Going towards him and Marisela with the knife.
Well,
no.
That's not the first version.
No.
The next version was they came into the room, they were arguing with him because he had the girl over there and they were doing drugs.
Correct.
They argued and they left. Then him and Marisela went to sleep. Next thing he knows, that's when Lisa came in.
Yes.
And he woke up with Lisa straddled over Marisela. Do you remember that part?
I remember one of the versions he said that Ms. Dykes was actually straddled over Marisela.
All right. And do you remember him talking about her having her hand on his neck?
One hand on the neck, and then I think the left one, and then the right one with the
knife?
With the knife.
All right. And he's telling you that she's stabbing him, right?
Yes. In the motion. Forceful. I can't remember what word he used, but...
Well, I mean, he's actually motioning now.
Yes, he is.
Stabbing.
Yes.
Stabbing Marisela, correct?
Correct.
And he says in that version that he pushes them off, right?
Push her off the bed.
Does he tell you he pushed both of them off or just Lisa?
I think it was just Lisa at that moment.
In that version?
Yes, if I'm mistaken, it was her.
And he runs out of the room.
I think, doesn't Nina come in?
Well, he says Nina comes in,
and then from there he
Nina
takes
pushes
off.
him.
And he takes off, but it gets his clothes on. He didn't have his clothes on. He put clothes on and take off.
But he specifically told you that Nina comes in and helps attack Marisela, right?
I don't recall hearing that, or that he actually said that Nina attacked.
Well, he said they attacked.
Okay.
They referring to Lisa.
Will be two. Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
And I mean, the fact that he says that Nina came in the room and they attacked Marisela, again.
It should be both.
I'm sorry, what did you?
I said it should be both.
Yeah. And that's aiding in your investigation to charge Nina Marano with murder, right?
Correct.
The fact that after he claims Lisa stabbed her, she comes in and helps him attack her, right?
Correct.
Because that's what Beltran told you.
That's what he said.
And remember him saying something about him running out of there and just leave?
Yes.
I think he said something about Marisela was saying baby.
He said
him baby.
That's what he said initially. She was calling him baby. And then afterward he said he doesn't know who said that.
Right. But either way, he ran out of there and left.
Yes.
And in this version, he tells you that he left and he calls his homeboy, Brian.
Yes.
And tells Brian what happened. Right?
He said the girls were tripping or something like that.
Right. But he tells you he calls Brian.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
According to him, yes.
Well, no, I'm saying he never called Brian because you would have talked to Brian.
Correct.
You would have asked Brian, hey, man, what did he say? Right?
Correct.
But he says he left, right?
Yes.
In any of these versions that he gave you regarding this attack, this stabbing, did he ever say anything about pinning Lisa Dykes against the wall?
No.
Did he ever say anything about Lisa? Y'all take care of this. That he told her that he was pinned up against the wall, and he told her, hey, y'all need to take care of this, and he left.
No, I do not recall. On that interview I had with him, no, he did not say that.
You know he never told y'all that, did he?
No, that's what I'm saying, no.
And as far as, you remember also telling him, asking him, referring to Ms. Beltran, why didn't you just call the police? You didn't do anything.
Yes, I did ask him that.
And he said he didn't think anybody would believe him, right?
Yes, he said he was scared.
Because of the way he looked, his record, no one's going to believe he had nothing to do with it, right?
Correct.
Oh, the Santa Muerte, he admitted that was his stuff at the house, right?
Yes.
And I'm talking about the altar that was in the room. You know what I'm
Yes, yes, that's his.
Oh, do you also remember, even after him giving his last version and you're just really just going over his activities after, like when he went to New Orleans, remember that?
Mm-hmm.
He told you he went to New Orleans with Lisa. Remember that?
But it was another friend. It wasn't Lisa Dykes.
No, I know it wasn't another friend. I'm asking you when he told.
That's what he said. It was Lisa.
He said it was Lisa. So he still lying to you, right?
Yes.
Because you know it was.
Yes.
But he's saying Lisa.
Correct.
Lisa took him to New Orleans.
That's what he said.
Before he gave you the version of Miss Dykes stabbing Marisela, do you remember asking him, are you a monster?
Yes.
He said, they're going to make it seem like you are a monster. Remember telling him that?
Yes.
And that's before he gives you the version regarding Miss Dykes, right?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, you filed a case against Lisa Dykes, Nina Marano, and Charles Beltran, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were the lead detective, right?
Correct.
But not anymore, right?
No.
You were demoted, correct?
I was transferred.
So you weren't demoted?
I'm still in my same rank, not as a detective though.
Okay. You're just not a detective.
Correct.
And that's largely because of
The videos.
things that happened on this case.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
All the videos and things that went missing.
That was not the reason. Is for because I actually forgot to actually send over the videos, and when I caught it, I made corrections right away. I was just on at the stake.
Well, but that wasn't the only evidence you didn't turn over. You still had stuff in your trunk, didn't you?
The trunk.
Didn't you bring over boxes? What?
Well, that was from headquarters.
Oh, okay. You had to go back over to headquarters.
Yes, that's where we got everything.
Okay. But that was all stuff that you just didn't turn over. Until the judge made you turn it over, right?
Which? Can you remind me?
I'm talking about the stuff that you just left in your closet.
What closet?
Where were the bones? You remember
the
bones?
box. Yes.
Yeah, the box with the bones.
Bones?
Where were they?
At headquarters.
In your closet?
Well, within a file.
In a file?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, they have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
But again, that involved this case.
Yes.
Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Ramirez, how are you this morning?
I'm okay.
Okay. And I just want to start with kind of what you left off with, okay?
Yes.
You and I had met several times over the course of, when I received this case and was assigned this case in, I think, May of 2022. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what he's talking about essentially is that you had, there's a DME system online where there are photographs, videos, things of that nature, and a portal on your end, and you have to tag it a certain way, hit a button, and that's simplifying it for those things to transfer to our end. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we had discovered right before trial that several photographs, and to be very clear, the vast majority of the photographs that we were talking about that were transferred late were all photographs of property from the arrest of Nina Marano and Lisa Dykes. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it was all their property.
Yes.
And they knew all of what they had. Is that right?
Correct.
So that was a vast majority of the things that were turned over late.
Yes.
Now, this box that we're discussing, in, I believe it was January of 2022, February of 2022, February 2nd, you actually talked to some individuals who were out at the site. The community is highly involved in this case, and they have like a little memorial out there that people go to and attend to. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's where her body was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was about a year and a half, or maybe a year and several months after her remains were found at that site that these people were out there. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They picked up bras, panties that were out there, and then 2 bones. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the length of time, and just, it wasn't tested, it wasn't put in the property room, and it didn't appear that those items would be necessarily related in this case, because it had been over a year since her remains had been found.
Correct.
And you were out there for at least one of the searches. There was a couple of searches at that site after the initial find. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And dozens of people, this far apart, 3-4 feet apart from each other, walking back and forth through there to find as many items as they could. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's safe to say that if there was a pair of bra and panties out there at that time, certainly those would have been picked up.
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that the testing after that was done where those items did not come back to anybody related to this case.
Correct.
Now, let's go back and talk about, kind of the sequence of events as far as prior to talking to Charles Beltran, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall going to Florida in March to try to locate Lisa and Nina and Charles Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
And you guys had some tips, or not necessarily tips, but you had some cell phone records and some addresses and things like that that led you to believe they might be in Miami. Is that right?
Yes.
And you guys followed up on that?
Yes.
And you got the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to help you. Is that
Yes,
right?
we did.
And just before that, I believe it was March 22nd of 2021, you actually had the 3 warrants signed by a judge here in Dallas. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had a probable cause affidavit, and that particular judge reviewed over it, and he felt like you had probable cause for the arrest of all 3. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Okay, so that was before you ever talked to anybody.
Correct.
That was even before her remains were found. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, you guys were actually in Florida when you got word that a person that was trying to trap feral cats out in Wilmer, just off the road, just off of, I believe, is it Post Oak Road?
Yes.
Just off of that road, they found a skull.
Yes.
And based on that, they were able to do dental identification records, and it was confirmed that was Marisela. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that point, you all found a good address in Miami for Nina Marano. Is that right?
Correct.
And FDLE actually sent someone to sit on her house and
Surveillance.
survey her house and just watch and see the comings and goings of, who all was coming in and out. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the course of that, the individual that was sitting on that house ended up making arrest of Nina Marano.
Correct.
Okay. And he wasn't able to arrest Lisa, though, because she ran right then. She left that apartment right then and took off to Orlando. Is that right?
Correct.
And you went up to Orlando. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Lisa was arrested in Orlando. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that was on March 26th that she was arrested. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And Nina Marano was arrested the day prior.
Correct.
Now, at that point, they were waiting to see if Charles Beltran would be at the hotel room with Lisa. Is that your understanding?
My understanding, yes.
Okay, but he wasn't there, was he?
No.
Okay, so the U.S. Marshals start looking for him. They get some leads that at some point he is in Utah.
Correct.
And a team is sent out there to Utah, and they find him and arrest him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so at the point that you talked to Charles Beltran, Nina and Lisa have already been arrested, correct?
Yes.
The warrant had already been issued.
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't get probable cause based on anything that Charles Beltran told you.
No.
It had already been done.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about your interview with Mr. Beltran, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
It was over 2 hours long, is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say for the first 45 minutes he pretends like he didn't know anything.
Correct.
You weren't convinced of that, were you?
Correct.
Now, you are convinced because you've done this full investigation. You started with this case on December 8th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Marisela Botello had been missing since October 5th. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you knew that Marisela Botello was a responsible individual. You knew that she had a job. You knew that she had a stable family. She had friends. She had all the reasons to go back to Seattle on October 5th as her flight had been scheduled. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you knew based on talking to these people that her not posting on social media and all those things, just that was not normal for her at all.
Correct.
And you know that the Youth Crimes Division that does these missing persons, they get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of missing persons reports on young people in their early 20s that just decided not to show back up home.
True. Correct.
And most of the time, those missing persons end up just showing back up.
Yes.
Maybe they went out and wanted to go do drugs for several days, go prostitute at hotels and things like that. That's kind of what that normally looks like. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
The reason you all got involved is because her bank records showed no activity at all.
Correct.
Her phone records showed no activity at all.
Correct.
No contact with family.
Correct.
It's like she dropped off the face of the earth.
Yes.
It's like she had been murdered.
Correct.
So that's why eventually Special Investigations Unit got involved. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you know all these things before you ever talked to Charles Beltran. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You also knew that the FBI had gotten involved early on, about October 12th, in trying to locate Marisela. Is that right?
Correct.
You knew that they had talked to Lisa Dykes, and Lisa Dykes lied to him. You knew that.
Correct.
Okay, you knew that Charles went on the run with Madeline Alvarez first.
Yes.
You knew that Lisa and Nina met him up in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
You knew that they traveled up to Buffalo and got him a passport.
Correct.
You knew that Lisa and Nina had paid off his child support so that he could get that passport.
Correct.
You knew that he had gone all the way to Mexico with Lisa and Nina, and that they had been there for 3 to 4 weeks. Is that
correct?
You knew that Lisa and Nina had been traveling freely back and forth. Is that right?
Correct.
You knew that Nina had suddenly, out of nowhere, decided to sell her house in Pennsylvania.
Correct.
In fact, she made a call around October 12th. This was the same time that the first missing persons of Marisela Botello reports come out in the news.
Correct.
I mean, is that just a coincidence, or is that something that makes you think that these ladies are involved?
Make me feel that they were involved.
So you know all this information before you even talk to Charles Beltran, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And generally in interrogations, when you're talking to an individual, one of the techniques is just to let them know, you can talk, you can tell me whatever, you let them tell that story, right?
Yes.
You're taught that.
Yes, tell them, just have them say whatever they want to say, and then from there poke at their story.
Right. And so that you don't expect any person that you talk to right off the bat start telling you everything that happened.
Correct.
It's when they're confronted with evidence that you know that you have in the case that they start telling you, oh, okay, I need to tell you the truth because she knows what she's talking about.
Correct.
And that's the technique that you used in this case. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're talking about the first 45 minutes of his interview. He acting like he just dropped her off somewhere, or he didn't know, or he just didn't know what happened to her.
Correct.
That didn't surprise you at all, did it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I believe your partner mentioned the capital murder, and one of those punishments could possibly be the death penalty, but that's not something you guys even decide, right?
No.
Okay.
We don't.
Yeah, that's
We don't.
Dallas Police are-
We don't do that.
And I mean, you're aware that that rarely happens here in Dallas County for our office to see the death penalty.
Correct.
Now, he didn't really bat an eye at that, did he?
No.
That didn't seem to bother him at all, did it?
No.
It was when you started talking about his daughters that he decided and he changed and he started telling you bits of the truth. Is that right?
Correct.
And you fully expect when you interview someone that you're not going to get all the truth at once.
Correct.
You're going to get bits. You're going to get pieces. I mean, that's just human nature, right?
Correct.
I mean, that's how most people, when they are confronted with evidence that their story ain't jiving, that's how they operate.
They do.
I mean, my teenager does it all the time. It's the same with Charles Beltran.
Correct.
So, in this situation, you talk about his daughters, and then he starts telling you that he knows more about what happened in that room. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to make a distinction.
Ms. Pittman, if you could mark your spot, it is time for our.
Yes,
We will be at recess for 5.
All right.
All about. I really want to see Lisa testify. Now, at first, I thought the defense was doing good. I mean, they brought up the mistakes and stuff, which is good for them. But he was hard to follow, like you guys were saying in the chat. I think it was a little bit hard to follow. Anyway, prosecution came in kind of cleaned up nice, it seems like. I think the only chance that Lisa has is doing a Hail Mary and testifying and contradicting Charles's story. I think that's the only chance she has. Just my opinion. I mean, she has to come and give her story. So anyway, now I don't know what other. Hopefully, I don't know what other witnesses they have lined up. I hope it's just Lisa next. Bring on Lisa. Captain Safety says Lisa won't testify until the very end. Usually that's how they do it, I think, right? They're usually the last witness to testify. I wonder what other witnesses they plan on bringing. Her side of the story. It was Chuck that stabbed Marisela or something. But the defense says she's going to give her own side of the story. I want to hear what she's going to say. It's a little break. It's like a 5-10 minute break. I don't think Nina's going to test. I don't think I've heard anything about Nina testifying. We need to hear Lisa's story. Ramirez. Yeah, Ramirez made some mistakes. And I guess they transfer her out. Or the defense was saying demoted. Rebuttal witnesses also iCkEdMeL. I don't believe there's any weapon in evidence. Not that I've heard of. Mel, you believe Lisa's testimony? She has 5 or so aliases. Will I believe? I don't know. I have to hear it. I have no idea. I'm told Nina cannot testify. That's what I heard. Let me do this real quick too. Lisa, I'm a little afraid we might not get her again today, depending on how many witnesses they have on their list. Let's see here. KK girl, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. Gracias. If you guys could hit the like button too, please. We get the likes up. Thank you. Get the likes up. Just sometimes. JD Wells says the marriage wasn't legal, so Nina can be forced to testify. I don't know. Like I've heard so much back and forth on the marriage thing. So you're gonna have to come up with a good story, Lisa. I don't know. That's the biscuits. The bottom, that's the biscuits. With my butter share. The butter and the honey on the biscuits. I don't know if it was legal or not. It seemed like they were married. From testimony that we've heard throughout the trial, they said they were married. Becky Hill. Becky. Maybe the Murdochs have a chance now with all the ish going on with Becky. Butter biscuits. Dallas crime statistics. Check it out.
The number of murders in the city of Dallas is up more than 10% this year. That's compared to the same time last year. Auto theft up more than 40%. But city leaders are touting how overall violent crime, including aggravated assaults, is down by double digits. Fox Sports' Peyton Yeager has an update on the crime reduction plan. Peyton.
Heather, and Dallas police say this year they really targeted aggravated assaults because Dallas Police Chief Eddie Garcia believes that if the numbers for aggravated assaults, they go down, then that will influence other violent crimes like murders.
Because we certainly still have a lot of crime, more than any of us want, and some really terrible headlines, right? But it is going down.
Monday afternoon, Dallas police and city leaders continue to tout Dallas is on track to record its third year of crime reduction heading into 2024. DPD offered a November summary at Monday's Public Safety Committee meeting, revealing overall violent crime is down more than 12%. The department says the main contributing factors, fewer aggravated assaults and robberies so far this year. Even as other violent crimes go down, it's tough to ignore the continued increase in murders. As of Monday, there have been 230 murders in the city of Dallas so far this year. This time last year, the number was 206.
Obviously, we will have our challenges as we've had.
Everybody's killing. Have you seen the new Nancy Grace video about missing girl Andy Wagner? I haven't seen it. And happy life. Yeah, I saw your son's hair. Definitely has got me beat. Got his hair grown out. So you got the braids too in some of the pictures. But a bit, and yeah, it kind of looks like you didn't play. Merry Christmas. Texas never recognized same-sex marriage. Maybe that's why then. Butter biscuits. Taste them butter biscuits. I can't play the song as it's copyright. Butter biscuits. Let's see, Inside Edition. What's going on around the world, man? Oh, God. Damn.
They are the haunting last images of a 24-year-old woman just starting out in life. She appears to be stumbling. Is she hurt? Could she be
This was 6 days ago. I heard a little bit about this story.
intoxicated? The time is 11:45 p.m. Friends and family of Jacqueline Elmquist began searching for her, posting this missing person poster with this description: height 5'3", weight 120 pounds. It said she was last seen getting into a yellow cab at Catch Steakhouse in Manhattan, where she had attended a company party. The next afternoon, Jacqueline Elmquist was found dead at the bottom of a garbage chute at a high-rise apartment building on West 28th Street. It turns out she had wandered into this building in the fancy Chelsea neighborhood of Manhattan, but she doesn't live there, nor does she know anyone in the building. Here's what's so perplexing. How did Jacqueline end up in the incinerator room of the 13-story luxury doorman building? She had to open the chute, somehow climb inside, and then presumably fell to her death. How is that even possible? Was she so drunk she didn't know what she was doing? Police say there is no evidence of foul play.
I mean, it's obvious to you, to the public, to anybody reading this story. It feels like it's carbon copy.
Remarkably, Talia Prohodko's sister Laura died the same way 5 years ago. Police said Laura was intoxicated and fell 27 stories inside the trash chute of her building. But the family says they are 100% certain that she was murdered.
Here we are 5 years later. We don't have any answers.
She believes her sister's case and that of Jacqueline Elmquist both need to be fully investigated as potential homicides.
Makes me think of Heidi. Was it Heidi? Is it Heidi Plank? That's weird. I don't know who would do that. Drunk or under the influence and go into a chute. So those garbage chutes, I guess they just drop straight down. I always wonder what it's like in the buildings. Like, are they just like straight drops all the way down? I guess. So if somebody falls in there, I guess they die from impact. It said an incinerator, right? So does that mean? I mean, she was really messed up. Let's see the video.
It turns out she had wandered into this building in the fancy Chelsea neighborhood of Manhattan, but she doesn't.
Damn. I don't even, how would you even crawl inside that thing? That's the thing, too.
This afternoon.
Lithium battery sparked house fire in Tennessee. Why are some companies not having holiday parties?
Your
Cancel?
office holiday party can quickly get out of control. Employees let loose and shenanigans ensue. Now companies are taking steps to avoid scenes like this.
Some holiday parties are looking a little different this year. Experts say many companies are opting for activity-based parties, things like mini golf or axe throwing, which is said to encourage fun without the bad behavior.
It's a bullseye for this company holiday party. Employees at the wealth management.
If you'll get turned up. Howdy, boo-boo.
Reality television personality Anna Cardwell has died.
I was your firstborn. I was your firstborn. It'll be all right. I should feel more special.
Cardwell was best known as Chickadee, older sister of Alana, on the reality show Here Comes Honey Boo Boo and the spin-off show about her mother, Mama June. After experiencing stomach aches, Cardwell received a diagnosis of stage 4 adrenal carcinoma in January of 2023. Doctors found cancer in her liver, kidneys, and lungs. She used social media to update fans on her health journey.
I have been doing pretty good. I just went through radiation not too long ago.
Cardwell's mother, June Shannon, best known as Mama June, asked for prayers for her family.
Yeah. Biden indicted on 9 tax charges. I mean, Biden's son, Hunter Biden. Woman allegedly tries to burn down MLK Jr.'s birth home.
It is a close call for a piece of American history. That's a woman dousing the birth home of civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. with gasoline. Thankfully, some good Samaritans saved the day.
It's shocking video. A woman dressed in all black dousing the historic birthplace of Martin Luther King Jr. with gasoline.
What are you doing? No, that's gas.
She got a smile on her face, too.
Gasoline.
She pours gas on the windows and the front porch of the registered national landmark. This is where the iconic civil rights leader lived the first 12 years of his life.
To me, it felt miraculous that we happened to be there at that time.
Bryce Gandy and Zach Kemp, tourists from Utah, were visiting the house when they saw the extraordinary scene unfold.
What are you doing? She walked past me and picked up a lighter in the grass, which I hadn't seen, and I blocked her from going back to the house.
The arson suspect was pinned to the ground by these good Samaritans, who turned out to be off-duty cops from the NYPD who were visiting Atlanta.
Still breathe. They're on their way.
Cops arrive and put the woman in cuffs.
Hey, ma'am, you all right?
Atlanta News First reporter Doug Reardon is covering the story.
We don't know the motive. If they hadn't stopped her at this home, it's very historic.
What about like a false race thing going on? Did they know who it was? Oof. That would have been a mess. Streets would have got burnt down.
And I'm sorry to
We're back.
your flow, but I gotta give Miss first. No problem.
Please.
We're ready for the jury.
Move on with this witness. Get somebody else.
There you go. Like adding other signal.
Oh.
Yes, because that just covered you.
Let's get the show on the road. I'm tired of hearing the same repetitive stories. Let's get on Lisa.
All right.
Over. If I said, yeah, Lisa. I don't know if I said Nina. Yeah, Lisa. Oh. We know Chuck lied. Okay, we get it.
Detective Ramirez, is this a copy of the probable cause affidavit that you presented to Judge Carter Thompson on March 22nd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you have reviewed that before?
Yes.
Okay, and I just want to look at the second page. The defense had asked you about Charles Beltran and Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano, their blood being mixed in with Marisela Botello's blood there at the scene in his bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that location was right next to Beltran's bed, just right under the window in his bedroom. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's where that big blood stain was, where all of that blue star reacted, and that was the biggest indication that something had happened to Marisela in that room. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and there's an important distinction. It did say that blood was found to match the complainant Marisela Botello, but it also says unknown male and female DNA profiles were found in the carpet by Swifts.
Correct.
Okay. That's not to say at that time you had any certainty that those DNA profiles were from blood.
Correct.
Okay, it could be from touch DNA, it could be from some other source besides blood. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's why you listed it that way in your probable cause affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you learned that Mr. Beltran had other women over there, right?
Yes.
I mean, Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano both lived there, so presumably they go in his room. Is that correct?
Yes.
He also had male individuals coming over. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but the primary source of the blood DNA wasn't just on the carpet. It was seeped down into the carpet pad. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and you knew all this information when you were talking to Mr. Beltran. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you told him that the DNA was in there, you just wanted him to know that you had some information so that maybe he would tell you more. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And he even said, I mean, it's certainly possible that if there's a stabbing going on, that he may get nicked, that Miss Dykes may cut herself, and that may be the source of some of these DNA profiles. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But at that time, in January 29th of 2021, when you received that first DNA report, you didn't have the buccal swabs for Charles Beltran. You didn't have the buccal swab for Lisa Dykes, and you didn't have the buccal swab for Nina Marano. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's because they weren't even in Dallas, were they?
Correct.
They were all over. It's certainly something you wanted.
Yes.
Okay, so you certainly wanted to talk to Miss Dykes, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You certainly wanted to talk to any of these individuals, correct?
Correct.
But if you can't find them, you can't talk to them.
Correct.
Now, you went up to New York. I want to talk a little bit about the Black Audi, and that was kind of a focus of your investigation, trying to find that Black Audi because you knew that, based on the video evidence, that Charles Beltran had been in that Black Audi with Marisela Botello. Is that correct?
Correct.
At that time, you didn't know anything about a white Tucson.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
And so your focus is on that. And the reason, other than the 7-Eleven video, that your focus is on that is because you also learned through the FBI investigation that Lisa Dykes was talking to several co-workers about trying to get rid of a car.
Correct.
And it was the Black Audi, right?
Correct.
So the focus was on that at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you actually went to New York, and you went to the dealership where Lisa Dykes entered the dealership and Nina Marano entered the dealership and sold off that Black Audi. Is that correct?
They did sell it.
And that's after they had that black Audi shipped from Dallas all the way up to New York.
Correct.
Okay, and they didn't even sell it in the town they were living in.
No.
They sold it in another town, Middletown, New York. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
You had the New York State Police get involved and process that vehicle, didn't you?
Correct.
And when they processed that vehicle, you asked them to do Blue Star or the equivalent in New York. Is that right?
Yes.
Your understanding is the same type of chemical.
Mm-hmm.
And there wasn't any indication that there was any blood in that trunk, was there?
Correct.
Okay. And there was indication that there were some hairs that were found that he collected in the back of that trunk. Is that right?
Correct.
And at the time of the probable cause affidavit, one of those hairs was a long, straight black hair. Is that right?
Correct.
That didn't seem to match any of the three individuals that you were trying to contact.
Correct.
Now, you also, while you were in New York and Pennsylvania, you're trying to talk to them, aren't you?
Correct.
You went to Nina Marano's home.
Yes.
Okay, and at that time, I believe she was going by Nina Beltran. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you learn that at some point in this, Nina Marano and Lisa Dykes, first of all, had changed their last name to Beltran?
Correct.
And then shortly after Marisela went missing, they actually changed their names on their identifications and passports.
Correct.
Now, when you went and talked to these people, you talked to some of her neighbors, right?
Yes.
And their neighbors reported that, Nina was a friendly person.
Yes.
Before Lisa.
Correct.
Things changed when Lisa got in the picture, didn't they?
Yes.
And prior to Lisa Dykes being in the picture, Nina Marano was just kind of a family person. She had her husband Bill there. They had a long-term marriage. And suddenly he passed away.
Yes.
You learned that. You learned that Nina had not told any of her friends in that neighborhood that he had passed away.
Correct.
Until months later.
Correct.
At that time, she was seeing Miss Dykes, wasn't she?
Correct.
Did you learn from the neighbors that when Nina Marano returned back to Pennsylvania in around December of 2020, that suddenly all the shades are down, there's sheets over the windows, it's dark, and Miss Marano's not friendly anymore?
Correct.
That was completely out of character for her, wasn't it?
Yes.
You did you interviewed Jamie Scarpa, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And she told you some information regarding the sale of the house.
Yes.
She hadn't really met Miss Dykes, had she?
No.
I mean, just one time.
Just met her once.
She'd never met Charles Beltran, did she?
No.
But she was just trying to give you information to help your investigation.
Yes.
You left a business card with Miss Scarpa, didn't you?
Yes.
And just advised her, let Nina know we just want to talk to her. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever hear from Miss Marano?
No.
Did you ever hear from Miss Dykes?
No.
And you didn't hear from Mr. Beltran either, did you?
No.
In fact, after you left that business card, you learned that they sold the house, and prior to even selling the house, they weren't living there anymore.
Correct.
Did you learn that right after you gave them that business card is when they quit staying in Pennsylvania?
Correct.
And so you're trying to look for them again?
Again. Mm-hmm.
Now, in the interim of going to New York and trying to locate him and things of that nature, that blood swab, those swabbings from the carpet are being tested with Swifts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in January you get those results, and it's determined what you already believe to be true, and that blood belonged to Marisela Botello.
Yes.
And based on that, you all start searching various areas or highlighting various areas in Wilmer to possibly search.
Yes.
Okay, and you did that based on the phone records of Nina Marano and Lisa Dykes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn that Lisa Dykes used to live out there at 274 Turning Tree?
Yes.
And that's a little tiny housing development just right off of I-45. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and I think you exit Beltline Road,
Yes.
and then you can ride off I-45, you take a left on Beltline, and it's just right there to the left.
Correct.
And you learn that she lived there for a number of years.
Yes.
Okay. Nina never lived with her there, did she?
No.
Okay, and Charles never lived there with her.
No.
You based the, how big is Wilmer?
Not that big.
Okay, not that big?
No, I would say, I'm not sure what the population is, but it's a very small town. I mean, a suburb of Dallas.
Okay, and area-wise, is there quite a bit of area out there to search?
Yes.
Lots of different kind of open areas.
There's a lot of trailers as far as hauling gravel or whatever from the highway. There's a lot of cement places and a lot of, I guess, land.
Okay,
Pretty much.
Cement plants,
Mhm.
you know, kind of some industrial type of locations. But there's also a lot of farmland,
Yes.
a lot of wooded areas.
Yes.
And a lot of that is not far at all from that Turning Point Drive. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, you guys did a search March 6th of 2021, and you based that again on knowing that Lisa and Nina's phones were out there in Wilmer that night, October 5th, after Marisela went missing, correct?
Correct.
Now, Beltran's phones weren't there, were they?
No.
It showed his phone to be actually down in Deep Ellum, right?
Yes. Yes.
And that's what he told them, that he
Right.
was down in Deep Ellum that night. Now, the March 6th search, that was in an address on 1701 Fulgham Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And eventually her body was found off of Post Oak Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
The reason you concentrated on the concrete plant was because the black Audi appeared to have some cement on the underneath side of it. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so based on that information that you have, you're doing everything you can.
Correct.
In fact, it makes more sense to search a concrete plant at that point than just going through the acres and acres and acres of farmland out there.
Correct.
And we're talking hundreds of acres of farmland,
Mhm.
wooded areas.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, like finding a needle in a haystack.
Correct.
Now, first witness, Your Honor. Amen.
The nice guy. Thank you for the membership.
Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked States Exhibit 394 and 395. Does that look like a map of the Fulgham Road area and that area in Wilmer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a fair and accurate representation of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then 395, is that a photograph of the area that you all searched March 6th, 2021?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, State offers States 394 and 395 for all purposes. Entering defense counsel.
Objection, Judge.
All right, State Exhibits 394 and 395 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Now, this up here, that's Fulgham Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the area that you all searched?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm just going to zoom into it a little bit. And it appears, I mean, there's a lot of pavement and concrete and things like that right there in that initial area.
Yes, ma'am.
How was it, or how accessible was that area via car?
Pretty much easy. I mean, they had gates, but they were open and people can actually drive through.
Okay, so there's gates that are open
Mhm.
and you can drive through. And then how far from this concreted area was it before you got to some of the wooded areas with, I think maybe there was some water and bodies of water out there?
In the plant, yes.
Okay. About how far of a walk is it from the area that you can park your car on concrete to the area where maybe you might think to locate a body?
It was a long distance. I mean, I would say, I don't know, a quarter of a mile, I guess. Maybe.
Quarter of a mile?
Yes, I would say. I mean, and it was a long, big property. So some of it was concrete because they were filling it in, and then the rest in the back was more water. and it was in the process of being covered because there was the owner that owned that plant that had the construction site debris coming into the property to kind of top it off, and then you had a cement company, I think it was a cement company next to them that was actually being leased there. So there was two areas there.
And compared to where the body was located over here at Post Oak Road, or actually just the bones were located over here off of Post Oak Road, that's about a 2.5 mile drive, about 5 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there at Post Oak Road, I mean, both sides of the road, there's kind of open farmland on both sides.
Yes.
And then the location where a body was found, there was actually, when you're facing from the road to the right is kind of open farmland area, correct?
Yes.
And then to the left, it's a kind of a wooded area.
Yes.
And that wooded area, I guess the culvert, there's a lot of brush and things that are grown up that kind of block the view of that wooded area.
Yes.
Okay. And it's just a short walk through that brush, and it's easy to get through that brush. We're
Yes.
not talking about briars and thorns. I mean, you can just walk through it easily.
Yes.
And it was just over that many of the remains were found. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you can't see that area from the road.
No.
Because of all the brush and all of that.
Correct.
As far as being able to walk in that area, was it that difficult to get to?
No.
Your understanding, so this is I-45 right here. Dallas is back this way, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're traveling from Dallas or Mesquite area, you take I-45 this way, you exit Beltran Road. Thank you, Zach. You exit Beltran Road right here, and you take a left onto Beltran Road, and there is a little housing development right here on East Beltran Road. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where 274 Turning True Road is, correct?
Yes.
And it is literally 2 turns. Go down Beltline, take a left, and you stop right there, and this is where that body was found.
Yes.
It states 395. Is this the area that you were talking about that you initially searched in at Fulgham Road?
Yes.
Okay, and so where this entrance, where would you park your vehicle?
We were, can I point? It's for the star, a little bit where the star is at. It's where we actually parked.
Okay.
I mean, there's opening area there, but we actually went to the middle and then worked our way around.
Okay, is this where you park the vehicles?
Yes.
Okay, and that drive through there, is it all paved like a parking lot, or what was that drive?
It's kind of rough. It's gravel and cement area, so it's drivable, but it's not like paved.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's pressed down, I guess you would say. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then it's a pretty significant walk back into this area?
Yeah, some of the areas were actually water, like I said, had water. So they were actually making ways to actually put the trucks in to actually dump debris from the 35 construction to cover that area.
Okay. And I guess my point is, if 2 women are dumping a 5-foot-tall, 100-pound Hispanic woman, it would be a lot easier to do it right there off of Post Oak Road, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's totally feasible.
Yes.
I mean, Marisela wasn't heavy, was she?
No, ma'am.
I mean, she was tiny.
Yes.
And 2 women of bigger stature wouldn't have an issue taking that small body wrapped in a trash bag and taped with duct tape and just taking it just off the road and dumping it behind that brush.
Correct.
Now, you spoke to a number of people in your investigation, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you didn't get this case until December 8th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And many of the tips that Mr. Harris asked you about, those were all received and investigated, and the officers had been sent out on those tips prior to you ever getting on the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're just reading their incident reports as to what happened, right?
Yes.
And that one that he mentioned about Orlando Brown, that wasn't the only person that said they saw someone similar to Marisela Botello.
Correct.
In fact, there was another tip where officers were sent out to a bus stop. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe the patron said that, I mean, it looked like her, it might be her, it's the same build, it's the same as a, Hispanic female, the same size, maybe it's her, I don't know, correct?
Correct.
And you all were able to get information that the person who they saw actually purchased a bus ticket and wasn't Marisela Botello at all.
Correct.
So it's not like that these tips are panning out at all,
Right.
but people are following up on it.
Yes.
Now, the Mustang Inn and the City Inn, are you familiar with those two places?
Kind of. I know it's I think in Oak Cliff, if I'm mistaken.
Okay, and you know that those two places are like motels, and
Yes.
it's known drug houses and a lot of prostitution and things like that go on there.
Yes.
Was there any indication from Marisela's family members or friends or anyone that you talked to that would be a place that she would go?
That would not be a place for her to go.
I mean, she's never been to Dallas.
No,
Would she even know how to get to these places?
she wouldn't.
And so you're trying, and people are trying to help, right?
Yes.
I mean, they're not trying to mislead you. They're trying to help.
Right.
Do you know what picture they used to show Mr. Brown and the security guard, Floyd Mitchell, to say if this is Marisela Botello or not?
I didn't remember.
Okay, and you weren't a part of that, so you weren't there, you wouldn't know,
Correct.
right? Mr. Hayes can answer that question for us.
Yes.
But what you do know, when you get on the case in December 8th of 2020, you're desperately trying to find Lisa Dykes, you're desperately trying to find Nina Marano and Charles Beltran. Were you aware that Nina and Lisa Marano got new passports with their new last name on December 10th of 2020?
Yes.
So it doesn't appear that they're trying to be found.
Correct.
You talk to people in Dallas, Charles Beltran's friends, Charles Beltran's, some of his girlfriends, correct?
Right.
You talked to Miss Alvarez, Madeline Alvarez, right?
Yes.
She was very reluctant, wasn't she?
Yes. Mhm.
In fact, he had told him that, we knew you went to New Orleans, who'd you go with? And he said, he kind of fumbled through and said Lisa. Did you believe the girl's name was Lisa?
No, ma'am. Mhm.
I mean, you knew it was Madeline Alvarez at that time.
Yes.
And, I mean, it's obvious that Madeline Alvarez didn't want her name involved in this at all.
Correct.
For whatever reason.
Correct.
She never indicated, though, that she was afraid personally of Mr. Beltran. Was she?
If she said she was afraid?
Yeah, did she ever say she was afraid of Mr. Beltran doing something to her?
No.
Okay, so that wasn't her fear, was it?
Right.
A lot of people don't want to get involved.
Correct.
Did you review some of the text messages from the phone that Lisa Dykes was using when she was arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was clear in that, again, that she felt like a sitting duck.
Yes. Mhm.
And she needed somebody to watch her back.
Correct.
She even indicated in a conversation that she needed... Do you know who Kyle Williams is?
Yes, her son.
Okay. Were you ever able to talk to Kyle Williams?
I tried to, never responded.
Okay, so Mr. Williams never responded to you.
No.
And you were aware that his girlfriend was Val Salinas, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware in those messages that she's asking Kyle and Val, does Val speak Spanish?
Correct.
I'll let you know why I need to know that when I see you.
Correct.
Asking them to use their cards to reserve rooms.
Correct.
And they are driving from Dallas to her to help her.
Correct.
Were you aware, did you learn in your investigation that Kyle Williams actually went to the home in Kensington after Lisa and Nina suddenly left and helped move furniture out?
Correct.
And you don't know where that furniture went?
No, ma'am.
Oh. Was he doing a cleanup? Uh-oh. Kyle. Where'd that furniture go?
In those text messages, did she ever indicate that she was concerned or worried about Nina Marano's well-being in jail after she got arrested, if you recall?
I don't recall.
But she was worried about getting her money, right?
Correct.
Now,
Kyle.
after they were, Lisa and Nina were arrested in
You watching?
Florida, they were transported back here to Dallas. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they were booked in here to the Dallas County Jail. Were you aware that they bonded out?
Yes.
And did Charles Beltran ever bond out?
No.
He actually was transported back from Utah and back here to Dallas as well, correct?
Correct.
And that process takes a while, so do you have any idea how long it was before he got back here?
Was it probably a month, I think, maybe.
And that's about standard.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as getting people back and extradited from other states.
Yes.
And it took about the same for Lisa and Nina, is that correct?
Correct.
Chuck called them junkies too. Kyle and Valerie. The other day.
You didn't. So you knew that the Lisa and Nina had bonded out of jail and they were on house arrest.
Correct.
Means they're not supposed to leave the house without, except for, necessary reasons, medical, things of that nature.
Correct.
And what you couldn't predict, though, was that they were going to tamper with their leg monitoring device and flee to Cambodia.
Correct.
At the time that they were on bond, you can't talk to them, right?
No.
You can't go search their house, can you?
No.
You can't go get their devices and see what they're doing, can you?
Correct.
But after they fled to Cambodia on Christmas Day of 2021, just a few months after being arrested for this, you contacted the FBI and got some help.
Yes.
I mean, Dallas Police Department doesn't have the long arm of the law all the way into Cambodia to grab those people and bring them back, right?
Correct.
So the FBI got involved.
Yes.
You also know that the first parts, once the DA gets the case, and I believe both these cases, Ms. Dykes' cases were indicted in June of 2022.
Yes.
I'm sorry, June of 2021.
21.
You're aware that those first few months, there's really not a lot going on in court as far as hearings and things of that nature.
Correct.
I mean, you were never called up to court,
No, ma'am.
right? That process is just for the attorneys to kind of exchange information and discovery. And that initial discovery that you gave, you had given the DA's office all the incident reports of the follow-up tips that we just discussed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the defense had that information back in 2021, as far as you know.
Yes.
Okay. This was not the photographs of Lisa and Nina's property and those types of some of the audio recordings of Marisela's friends and those types of things that were turned over later, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But nothing's going on during that time.
Correct.
In fact, if you come up to the courthouse frequently to testify on different matters and check in with DAs and things like that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And a lot of times, I mean, you see, literally defense attorneys will walk in, hand a DA a pass slip, they'll sign it, say, we'll talk later, and that's their exchange for that day.
Pretty much, yes.
Now, at some point, are you communicating with the FBI while they are, trying to locate Lisa and Nina?
Yes. Trying to get as much information as we can.
Okay. And you learned that at some point they were located in a small coastal town in Cambodia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
and that they were arrested there in that small Cambodian town.
Yes, yes.
And you learned that they were arrested with several laptops, flash drives, SIM cards, cell phones, all those things.
Yes.
You carry 2 cell phones, one for work and one personal?
Yes.
Not 5?
No.
And when they were arrested, though, all those items were seized, correct?
Yes.
At some point, the FBI transferred those items back to you, and that was in probably June or July of 2022?
Around there. Yes.
Okay. And you requested fusion at some point, received search warrants, or I don't think you did, but somebody in Dallas Police Department got those search warrants signed, and all those devices went to the fusion unit or the financial crimes to be analyzed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you learned at some point that Lisa and Nina had a copy of Chuck's interview on their flash drive.
Yes.
And you know enough about court proceedings and the discovery rules that they're not supposed to have that, are they?
Correct.
But they had it in their possession on their flash drive.
Yes.
And it was just months after they bonded out, left Chuck in jail, that they fled to Cambodia.
Correct.
You are past the witness.
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
How do you redirect after all that? She basically almost covered the whole story. That cow stuff was interesting though, because I had heard about that. That supposedly, allegedly Mama sent them there to take the furniture and clean the place out. And now the furniture is missing.
Just so the members of the jury are clear, the first search that y'all did because of the cell phones pinging in that area, they didn't find anything, did they?
What do you mean?
The first search that y'all did out in that location, out in the Williams, in the Wilmer area.
Okay, so you're asking
the first
if we didn't find anything?
Yeah.
You referring to the body?
No, I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
What I'm asking is, the first search that was conducted in that area, because the phones were pinging, remember?
Okay, yes.
Y'all didn't find anything connecting to Marisela, right?
No.
And?
It was only after y'all used the canine dogs on the first search,
I believe so. I know we used them twice, at least twice.
You had canine dogs.
It was only after I think the person that was setting the trap called y'all about the bones.
Yes.
Oops. Oh my god. Should spend so many questions here.
And just so again we're clear, we know that in reference to the area where Marisela was subsequently found, they set up a memorial.
Yes.
And then even after y'all found the first set of bones, you had people that came back bringing y'all more bones, right?
It was a year after. About a year.
Yeah, more bones were
But
found.
y'all thought they were just animal bones, right?
Correct.
But then when we got them tested, we found out that they were actually human bones, right?
I believe so.
And not just human bones, but Marisela bones, right? Do you remember that?
What was that?
The bones that you bought, that were in the box that people bought to you, we did DNA testing on that, right?
Okay.
You didn't know?
No. I know I requested it, yeah, but I'm not sure what the results were.
Is that because you were off the case at that time?
Yes.
Oh, she's off the case.
But as far as that initial search, when they searched that whole area, they didn't find anything. Right?
The first search, are you referring to the plant area or where she was actually found?
They searched that area even when she was found, right? The
Yes.
first time.
But if you think first, these are two different times, so I want to make sure they're on the same page.
Okay, well tell me again what you know about the searches.
But
You
what
had
are
the
you?
first search, right?
Yes, but you saying first search, what are you referring to?
Referring to when the FBI, all those guys went out there looking for evidence connected to this murder case.
Okay, so you're talking about the Post Oak location.
So the Post Oak location is different from where they actually found Marisela?
Post Oak is where they found her. I don't know if you're referring to the one on Pilgrim Road, so that's why I was asking which one.
So the initial,
because they helped,
right, so the initial one didn't include Post Oak, is that what you're saying?
Okay, there's two different searches. Okay, one at the plant where the phone's pinged. As far as the information, we searched there, and then after someone called and said that there was remains found, then we went there afterwards.
But you keep saying where the phone's pinged. That's just, that tower not only pings at that location, it pings at other locations in that area, right?
But what I was asking is to see which one were you referring to when you said search.
Okay, well that's
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand, but let's talk about you again telling members of the jury that they phones pinged at that area. That area is only one of many locations that those phones pinged off in that one area.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Is that like,
All right, let it go. Just let it go now, man. It's enough already for today with this person.
That's all.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor. May this witness be finally excused?
No objection, Judge.
I knew this witness would take a while
Thank you.
because this was the main
Ladies
detective.
and gentlemen of the jury, it is now 12:15. We will go ahead and break for lunch. You are expected back in the jury room no later than 1:15 p.m. Please remember your instructions, and we will see you at 1:15.
All rise.
Bye-bye.
We are at recess until then.
This thing is, as far as like waiting for Lisa to take the stand, has been dragging. Okay, so they're on lunch break now. Official return 2:15 Eastern. I knew this witness was going to take a while because this was like the main detective that apparently had some screw ups or mistakes. And this is the defense's witness, which I guess they just wanted to try to poke as many holes as they can. And it seemed to kind of work out in the benefit of the prosecution, though, I still think. Even though, yeah, clearly she made some mistakes, for sure. She was taken off the case. I don't know. I don't know if maybe that's enough. I wonder what the jury is thinking. I wonder if that's enough to maybe throw a wrench into the beyond a reasonable doubt that Lisa murdered Marisela. I think she did personally, but I don't know what the jury thinks. And are we even gonna get to see Lisa testify today, man? I'm ready to hear her story because I'm already done kind of hearing the same story over and over and over and over and over. I know they have to do this, with the witnesses and stuff, but we've gone through the same story so many times. I'm just ready to, okay, what's her story? What is her story? What are you gonna do if Lisa changes her mind at the end? I'm gonna scream. I'll probably scream, Perry. I'll scream. And then I'll say she's done for. There's no, I don't think she has a chance. She has to take the stand, I think, and give a plausible story. She's gonna have to throw Chuck under the bus. She's gonna have to throw her lover under the bus. Homemade pizza, nice. Homemade pizza's pretty good. I don't know if Lisa's testifying today because they're taking so long. Yesterday there's two witnesses that took forever. And in this one, which I guess is expected, the main detective took a very long time too. 3 hours. Almost 3 hours today we've been here. I was afraid it was almost going to take the entire day. If they don't have any other witnesses, then Lisa's testifying after lunch. But I don't know. Is there a defense list? Let me ask Lena. Is there a defense list for witnesses? Damn, man. I've been waiting for this since like Friday, you know? $11.11, make a wish. Or it's 1:11 actually. Ain't it? But does that count? If it's 1:11. Isn't it 11:11 for a wish, or can you cheat at 1:11 and do 11:11? Make a wish, and it'll come true. Oh, you got 3 hour difference, Cal. That Adelson lady that tripped out yesterday. What's her name? Adelson. Oh. She had a hearing or something, right? My God. Do we have to watch all this? Or can we just skip?
Versus Donna Adelson, 2023 CF 3226. Counsel of record as to each party may make their appearance.
So what are they saying? Was Mama involved in the murder for hire plot?
Appearances.
Georgia Kappelman and Sarah Catherine Dugan for the state.
Mama's love.
Marisol Descalzo on behalf of Donna Adelson, who's present in court and seated to my left.
Donna?
Mr. Pimentel, Mr. Toomey, go ahead.
Greg Toomey, Your Honor, for both the Sheriff's Office and yesterday, medical provider to check. Sheriff's Office, General Counsel, James Finney.
All right. For everyone that is observing on Zoom, please do not interfere with the hearing. Of course, you may observe as to everything that takes place.
But she's so frail. How could Mama be behind the organization of a murder for hire?
Mr. Scalzo, I've reviewed your emergency motion to enjoin the jail. Is there any further argument or testimony that you wish to take in support of your motion?
Your Honor, I'll just add to supplement to my motion, which was filed last week, that we are now on day 22 of direct observation. Mrs. Adelson continues unable to participate in her defense. She's not permitted any papers. I cannot mail her anything. I did have a call with her on Friday, but only because Mrs. Kappelman facilitated it for me. And on that call, it was not a private call. Ms. Adelson was forced to put me on speakerphone with guards listening. There is just no way that Mrs. Adelson can prepare for her defense in this manner.
All right. There is one question that I had specifically as to this issue. And I noticed within your pleading that you had quotes from your client and also some observations of what has been taking place with the correctional staff. Are you alleging that you have no ability to access your client or that there is limited contact with your client?
No, Your Honor, I'm not saying that there is no ability. The direct observations that are contained within my motion were not observed by myself, but Daniel Rashbaum, Charlie Adelson's attorney, had a visit with Charlie Adelson, and he was able to swap it out for Miss Donna Adelson the week of, I think, November 27th or 28th. So he was able to have that conversation with her in person. I've had a conversation with her, like I said, over the phone. I have been told that I can do a 60-minute increment visit with her in person. There is no video visitation ability. So I would say that my ability to meet with her is limited. It's not non-existent. However, my ability to share, for example, discovery, paperwork, the motion I filed with Ms. Adelson is non-existent because she's not permitted to have paper.
Very well. We'll take up the other aspect of this in a moment, actually, which deals with the level of confinement and what is going on with it. Ms. Kappelman, does the state have any argument to make concerning this matter?
The state would defer to Mr. Toomey, who's here to speak on those matters that I think you're addressing right now.
Very well. Mr. Pimentel, Mr. Toomey.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon.
As far as this particular issue goes, there is no impediment to her speaking with her lawyer, seeing her lawyer, over and above using a tablet. The tablet has a headset that can be used as a ligature. Otherwise, she's free to enter the jail. Chief Mack is here. He's assured me that they can have a visit. I don't understand the problem that is perceived, but there is no impediment to an attorney-client visitation. Am I correct?
The first question, we'll have Chief Mack give some testimony so that way we have a clear record. But the level of confinement and also the current restrictions that are in place, are these because there were at some point statements alluding to self-harm during the jail phone calls?
And at booking here. When she was booked into the jail here, she made a statement that she wanted to die.
Oh.
Now, before she was arrested in Miami, she also had a phone call with her son, who's obviously in jail here. 25-minute phone call. I personally listened to it. She very clearly spoke about a plan to kill herself using sleeping pills.
One moment. Ms. Adelson, please keep your comments to yourself. Let your lawyer argue on your behalf.
Spoke of a plan to kill herself if she could not escape the country before arrest. That was known to the folks in this jail when she got here. That's why she's on watch. The mental health professionals see her every day. They are not satisfied that she's safe. And it's up to them to decide it.
I'll give you an opportunity to respond, Mr. Scalzo. Mr. Toomey, one more thing before we move on into taking Chief Mack's testimony. Is there a specific procedure that the jail has for dealing with inmates with a threat of self-harm?
Yes. We tie their hands, lock them in the box.
Chief Mack, let me swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
If you can explain to me what the procedure is, Chief Mack, and from there, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Pimentel, I'll allow you to direct Chief Mack on any other matters you believe to be pertinent. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Anytime anyone makes a statement or we get evidence of someone wanting to actually harm themselves, they're placed on direct observation. On direct observation and receive a smock as well as a suicide blanket. And they're placed in an isolated room. It's just direct observation is what it really is. So we have a staff member outside the door that actually watches them around the clock. Make sure they don't cause any harm to themselves.
When are the individuals who are under this status reevaluated for going back to general population?
That's done daily with iCkEdMeL personnel.
Mr. Toomey, if you have any further examination for Chief Mack, I'll allow you to do so at this time.
Chief, is there a way for someone that's on suicide watch to have a direct visit with their lawyer?
Yes, we will pull the individual from the particular area that they're housed in and put them in a office with just the attorney. And
Are there any remote capabilities for someone who is in the suicide or close watch observation wing?
Remote capabilities?
As far as phone calls, Zoom, tablets, things of that nature.
That person will be escorted to an office where we can actually see through the door, a glass window, and the officer will stand on the outside and just watch them from the outside.
And this is related to any concerns you have about self-harm?
Yes, that's because of we just keep constant view, keep them in vision to make sure that they don't do anything or pick up anything they can take back to the room and harm themselves later.
Mrs. Scalzo, do you have an examination for Chief Mack?
I do, Your Honor. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Would you like me to proceed from here?
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief Mackey, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Mack.
Chief Mack. Chief Mack. Have you listened to this 25-minute call that Ms. Adelson had before she was arrested?
Not in its entirety. I actually heard the portion where she was speaking of wanting to do a pact with her husband. I'm assuming that's who individual was.
Chief Mack, do you participate in the decision on whether Ms. Adelson needs to remain on direct observation?
No, ma'am, that's a medical.
Okay, is the medical person that makes that decision a psychiatrist or another person?
That's Dr. Sapp.
So is Dr. Sapp a psychiatrist?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Dr. Sapp has examined Ms. Adelson?
She advised me that she spoke with her on different occasions or been around the area while another clinician was talking with her.
Well, how is Dr. Zapp?
Sapp.
Zapp. How is Dr. Zapp? Zapp with a C, I'm sorry?
If you could spell it, Chief Mack.
S-A-P-P. Zapp.
Zapp. So how is Dr. Zapp supposed to determine whether Mrs. Adelson can be removed from direct observation if she doesn't evaluate her?
From what I was advised, she has evaluated her and also other members of her staff.
Chief Mack, would it surprise you if Dr. Zapp has not evaluated Mrs. Adelson at all?
I couldn't say that I wouldn't think that she would tell me something that wasn't true.
Do you have a report from Dr. Zapp establishing? I'm sorry.
I wouldn't take because of HIPAA laws. I don't necessarily get involved with medical paperwork of that nature.
Chief Mack, did you come to court today knowing that you were going to testify about whether or not Mrs. Adelson was on direct observation or not?
I knew I was supposed to be here, but the extent, I can't say I was privy to, told that I was going to actually testify, but I was prepared if I did.
Okay. And Chief Mack, knowing that you had to come here today possibly to testify, did you inquire how many times Dr. Zapp had met with Mrs. Adelson?
I did not, because they actually see everyone that's on direct daily, and it's more than just Miss Adelson.
Chief Mack, are you aware that Dr. Zapp has never evaluated or met with Mrs. Adelson?
I can only go what I've been told by Ms. Sapp.
Chief Mack, are you aware that Dr. Pugh is the only psychiatrist that has seen Mrs. Adelson, and that was on November 27th?
I didn't get that information as to who saw her. All I needed to know, or all I need to be privileged to, is that she needed to be on direct observation.
Chief Mack, do you have a list of all the times that Mrs. Adelson has been evaluated to determine whether she can be removed from direct observation?
Like I previously said, the only time I know they see them daily. And with that, I don't get any paperwork because I'm not a medical professional. I'm just making sure that her safety is taken care of.
Of course, Chief Mack, but just to be clear, I'm not asking whether you've seen any paperwork. I'm asking in preparation for coming here today, were you advised how many times she had visits?
No.
Did you ask how many times she had been visited?
Not just knowing that she's being seen daily. I don't ask who actually saw her or what the conversation was pertaining to.
Chief Mack, if she is being visited daily, would there be a report of those visits?
Yes, it should be notes that they take.
To the daily.
Right.
Okay. And Chief Mack, if what you're saying is what you were told is correct, there should be a report from Dr. Zapp and from whatever clinician is meeting her daily, right? About the evaluation.
Yes, I would assume it is.
And Chief Mack, did you know that Mrs. Adelson was actually arrested in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that she spent some time in jail in Miami?
Yes.
And did you know that she was there for about 5 days before she was transported to Leon County?
It should be something like that, yes.
And were you aware that she was at a county jail, very similar to the Leon County jail?
Well, I've never been to Miami's facility, so I can't tell you exactly what they do or what their policies are.
Okay. Chief Mack, were you aware that Mrs. Adelson was also on direct observation in Miami-Dade County for a period of time while she was there?
No, I didn't actually see any paperwork of it.
And Chief Mack, did anybody tell you, any of your clinicians tell you that actually Mrs. Adelson was evaluated by the same psychiatrist over a period of 72 hours in Miami, and she was released to general population?
I heard something of it, but I don't necessarily, I go by our contract provider when we're doing anything in the mental health.
Who told you that she might have been evaluated in Miami and released to general population?
It was just something that was said. I think she may have spoken to an officer and said it.
Chief Mack, if she would have spoken to a clinician about that, you wouldn't know about that, right? Because that's HIPAA?
I wouldn't have known about it because I didn't speak to my clinicians. I just speak with them about Ms. Adelson in general.
What general conversations are you having about Mrs. Adelson with your clinicians, Chief Mack?
It's just how they evaluated her and where she is in her evaluation.
Okay.
If she's going to be released on a step-down program or anything of that nature.
Okay, can you tell us generally what you have been told? What was her evaluation like? When will she be stepped down? What's happening?
That's something that they will tell me when that occurs, in the way of when she feels as though that Ms. Adelson is at that stage in the process. She will inform me of the step-down process.
Who is she?
That's either of the iCkEdMeL personnel. Normally, it's Dr. Sapp, Dr. Pugh, or Ms. Smith.
I've been like interrogated and shit by this lady.
Okay. So it's Ms. Richardson, Dr. Pugh, and Dr. Zapp. Those are the three people you're communicating with about Mrs. Adelson's treatment or step-down process?
Periodically, I have a captain that actually is over medical, but I go through medical frequently.
Okay. Chief Mack, what did you do to prepare for today's hearing?
I actually just looked at some of the notes, even read the allegations concerning what Ms. Adelson was actually, I think it was more your allegations of what occurred in the facility.
What notes did you review before you came here, Chief Mack?
Other than looking at event logs, pretty much that was the extent of it.
What are event logs?
Event logs are what the officers sit actually on direct observation and documents what's happening while she's on direct observation.
Has there been anything that stood out to you in those event logs that the officers are leaving behind?
Mr. Scalzo, before this continues on, I want this to remain focused on the subject matter of the motion itself. This is not a deposition. If you have further examination, I'll allow you to finish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief Mack, are you aware that the only person that has been communicating or evaluating Mrs. Adelson since the one time on November 27th that Dr. Pugh saw her is Miss Richardson?
Richardson. I'm not aware of who all. I know Miss Pugh seen her once, twice. I'm not sure, but it's just I'm getting information from my HSA and Dr. Sapp.
So to go back, you're saying Dr. Zapp has personally told you that Dr. Zapp has visited Mrs. Adelson?
She told me she was in the area with Miss Adelson. I don't know, because I wasn't present, as to what occurred during that meeting.
So what does it mean she's in the area? That she was around?
Yes, ma'am. That's what she advised me, that she was around.
Did you interpret that to mean that she evaluated Mrs. Adelson or that she was around Mrs.
I
Adelson?
interpreted it as she being present in the area.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Mr. Toomey, can I redirect?
Perhaps two. Chief Mack, Ms. Richardson, is she a mental health counselor?
Yes, sir.
All right. If there were notes regarding the interaction between mental health and the defendant in this case, where would those notes be?
I'm going to be in a medical file.
You recognize this document as her medical file. It's moving around a bit. It's been a day.
Yes, I would say that was a medical file.
All right. Do you know if anybody's asked for these besides me?
No, sir.
That's all, Judge.
Chief Mack, you may take your seat. Mr. Toomey, the place I did want to start with there being a procedure in place is to assure that this is not random or arbitrary. Is there a procedure with regard to inmates with self-harm concerns or direct observation?
There is. It's standard in each and every jail. It is that until a mental health counselor or another mental health provider, like a psychiatrist or psychologist, is assured that that person does not possess or present a risk of self-harm, then they stay on that status. And they figure out where that status is by charting daily. A mental health counselor sees her.
Have you been able to provide a copy of either the policy or the patient file to Ms. Adelson's attorney?
I haven't been asked. I can tell you, before this motion was written, no one has asked for these medical records because I am the final arbiter in this state for this client. I decide whether the records are going out.
I make the calls.
Very well. Moving on to the second issue that this raises, Mr. Sclazo, there is a very specific separation of powers issue that this poses for the court. The sheriff runs the jail. I run my courtroom. The DCAs have been fairly clear when it comes to the court essentially directing medical care, what goes on in the facility. It's basically a no-no without an actual violation of the Constitution. What is my authority to actually step in the situation and give you what you're asking for?
Your Honor, I believe that there has been a violation of the Constitution here. There is, Ms. Adelson and I have not been permitted to talk behind this glass wall that they're speaking of. The first time we spoke was Friday. She was on speakerphone, I was on speakerphone, and she was sitting with a guard seated next to her. And the only way that that call was facilitated was because Ms. Georgia Kappelman was nice enough to call the jail and arrange it. I have called the jail repeatedly over the past 22 days, begging to be permitted to either speak to Mrs. Adelson or for Mrs. Adelson to speak to me, and no one responds. As to Mr. Toomey's response that nobody has called him, nobody has asked him for records, I tried calling the general counsel's office repeatedly in the past week to try to resolve this issue. I understand what's being said today in court, and like I said in my motion, I understand that there's separation of powers, and I understand that the court is limited in what they can do in directing the jail. But I think that one thing that Your Honor can do is, you have heard that the jail, and Mr. Toomey said, he's the arbiter in this state. All jails run the same. The jail in Miami-Dade County cleared Mrs. Adelson, a psychiatrist, a mental health professional that works for the state, that works for the Department of Corrections, has said that she is not required to be on direct observation. She comes here, and all of a sudden that changes. So I feel that there's some sort of disconnect, and I think that there needs to be a third party evaluating her to make the determination. And I think that that's not an unreasonable ask. That's something that the jail can accept, and I think the state is not opposed to that. So that's what I'm asking the court, to allow me to bring in my own mental health professional to evaluate Mrs. Adelson and make a determination whether or not she is a suicide risk, or for the jail to accept the determination or speak to the jailers in Miami-Dade County that observed her and made a completely different determination about her mental state.
Mr. Toomey and Mr. Pimentel, what administrative remedies are actually available to inmates absent the court stepping in?
Well, that is a key question when it comes to injunctions. That's
yes.
There are two means. First, but there's
so what's the part that she makes a little, not really so much of an outburst, because I have to step it up and get away soon. I'm going to leave the stream running, but I don't want to leave it running playing this. So where the lady yell, ah, ah, ah. How far is that in there?
Direct observation.
When they tell her no?
Your Honor, she wouldn't be able to do it while in the direct observation cell, but we would make accommodations through security to make that occur.
Very well. According to the...
Who knows about Ma in the chat? You guys know about Ma? There in the corner. I think a lot of people don't know who Ma is. I have some pictures of her in the corner. Mama's love. I've seen some people in the chat. No. Mama's love. Want to be cool with the kids. Hang out with the kids. Come on over. Hang out. I got a basement. Mama's love. Never turn on Mama. Mama's got secrets. Oh, Mama. Oh, I just want the kids to hang out and have a good time. Oh, no, come on, kids. Oh, we all just gonna have a good time. Hang out at Ma's place, have a party. I love that movie. That shit was crazy. It was crazy. If you haven't seen it, it's on Netflix. I can't play the trailer because I run a chance that they'll copy claim or whatever. But this movie was wild, bro. Mama's love. If you're ever bored on a weekend, just go to Netflix, type in Ma. I think it turned out being a little bit, at the end, it got a little too much. Like, a little bit like, all right, this is kind of like over the top. But it was still crazy, though. Ma. Oh, that was all it was at the beginning? When she said, oh, that was it? Oh, man, people were making it seem like she had like some sort of crazy outburst. She's like, ah! Like she stood up and like yelled or something. Man, they're making waves over that shit. All this shit we've seen in court and trials and all that. Outburst. Oh, okay, that's it. Shit, I would have stopped 30 minutes ago. Mama's love. Yeah, if you're bored one weekend, man, go check out Ma. Oh, Mama, I just want to be down with the kids. But there's people like that too, though, I think, in real life. Like adults that want to be cool with the kids and shit, and want to be the parents, the cool parent. Want to hang out and party with the kids, drink with the kids and shit. Yeah. Don't make me drink alone. That was a really good movie. She did a really good job in that movie. I was like, damn, this woman's creepy. She comes off as sweet first, though. Real sweet. Sweet. Yeah, hi. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, I guess. I'll help you guys. Oh, no, yeah. Oh, I got a place y'all can hang out. Yeah, no, it's cool. Nobody has to know. Just come hang out. Yeah. Mama's love. Please check out the latest in the Young Thug RICO trial. Happened Sunday. Somebody got stabbed during a trial or something? What? Or they were talking about a stabbing. Mama's love. Leave the World Behind. That's a new movie. Don't tread on mama. Don't tread on mama. New movie, huh? Leave the World Behind. Julia Roberts, Ethan Hawke, Kevin Bacon. A family vacation on Long Island is interrupted by two strangers bearing news of a blackout. As the threat grows, both families must decide how best to survive the potential crisis, all while grappling with their own place. I wonder if I've seen that. Or this is new though. Maybe I haven't seen it. Let me see. Have I seen this? Maybe I haven't. I like Into the World type of movies. Post-apocalyptic. I don't think I've seen it. They don't make good movies anymore, man. It's hard to find a good movie. That's an awful name for a movie. Leave the World Behind. I love you. Yeah, I just got like more information about Ramirez really dropping the ball with this case. Like even honestly, even when the defense was talking about like did they follow up on tips and stuff like that, I had heard that somebody had called and given a lot of information to Ramirez. And well, let's see. Get very detailed information. And never got a call back. It was the FBI that called. Wow. Mama's Love. Blessed Mom from Texas. Thank you so much for the membership. Gracias. All right, I guess I'm going to go pick up the baby. I hope we get something good, man, from the break. I can't do another like drawn out day of nothingness. I mean, yesterday the beginning was good and then it dragged out. Back to the Future 4. They're still making Back to the Future? How many times can you go back? All right. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna step away and then go head out. Pick up the baby. Today's what? Today's Tuesday? Yeah, I feel like I've gone through an entire week or something. It's only Tuesday. Only Tuesday. Wow. All right. I'm gonna make sure the volume's up. Just to be safe, I'll have it up like that. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. I have not seen Severance though. Severance. should take mine off the screen in case I have to block stuff in case I don't make it back in time. Mama's love. I'm always watching. Always got my eye on you. Ma's love.
Mr. Tatler, we're ready. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Harris, call your next witness. Your Honor, defense calls Officer William Hayes. Thank you, Ms. Baston. Officer Hayes, come on up. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing now?
If you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Holy moly, who is that?
Thank you, Your Honor. Would
Wait,
you
who's
please
testifying?
state your name and your occupation?
Thank you, Lena. Thank
Name
you for the
is
super
William
chat.
Hayes, Officer William Hayes, badge number 11526, police officer with the Dallas Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer with Dallas PD?
Going on a little bit over 5 years.
On
Interesting that he's been
October
called that.
13th, 2020, what was your position with Dallas PD at that time?
I was working in Channel 7 as a regular patrol officer.
And do you remember receiving a call for service at 1117 Betterton Circle in Dallas, Dallas County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that call concerning?
That was a health and wellness call.
And what did you do, Officer Hayes?
So we immediately, proceed to the location. So as we're going to the location, that's when we start getting the background information on the actual health and wellness call.
What background information were you receiving?
We were receiving information on Ms. Botello and about how she was missing, and basically checking up on this area. The area which we were checking happened to be a known drug house in the area. So we kind of proceeded with caution, and that's when we, started to, receive other information about the residents being watched.
Did you make it to 1117 Betterton Circle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make contact with anyone there?
Yes.
Who did you make contact with?
Two brothers. One was Octavius Brown, another one was William Brown.
And did you have an opportunity to talk to either of the Brown brothers?
Yes.
Okay. And in that discussion with the Brown brothers, what did y'all talk about?
So the first discussion that I had was with, I believe, it was either William or Octavius. I can't really recall right now, but that discussion was about Ms. Botello. I showed him the picture. So let me give you a rewind. So as we go to the house, he's kind of talking to me through the door. So he steps out. So I show him the picture. I'm like, have you seen this young woman? We're searching for this young woman right now. And that's when he made reference to saying that he saw this young lady 2 weeks ago over at the Shell gas station. And that's when I said, no, that's impossible, because, she hasn't been here for that long at the moment. And that's when his brother intervened, and he started to tell us about about her being over at the Mustang Inn. So had a little short discussion about that. And as we're leaving the residence, I looked to my right, because there's a big lot over next door to the house. So there were 3 individuals that were in that lot. There was a Shelly Smith, a Melinda Smith, and I believe a Mr. Escobedo. So I asked him the same question. I said, hey, have you seen this young lady? And they were like, we possibly saw her, we saw her. And I'm like, have you seen her or have you not seen her? And that's when they're like, yeah, we saw her. And I said, okay. And they told me she likes to hang out at the Mustang Inn as well. So from there, that's when we proceeded to the Mustang Inn. As we're at the Mustang Inn, I encountered Miss Smith and Mr. Escobedo again, and I asked them the follow-up question one more time. Have you seen this young lady? And they're like, well, I think she likes to hang out at the City Inn, which is not too far from the Mustang Inn. So I said, okay, we'll proceed over there. Once we got to the City Inn, I noticed that they had a security officer over there.
Did you make contact with that security
Yes.
guard? Okay.
Yes.
And who was that security guard?
Security officer's name was a Mr. Floyd Mitchell.
Okay, and let me stop you for a moment, Officer Hayes. Back in October of 2020, were you issued a body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have the body camera on you on this date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was the body camera activated when you made contact with these various witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you met with a Floyd Mitchell, who was the security officer at the City Inn.
Correct.
Okay. And when you talked to Mr. Mitchell, did you activate your body camera?
Yes.
Okay. So when you talked to Mr. Mitchell, what did you ask him?
Pretty much the same questions that I asked everyone else. Have you seen this young woman? She's been missing, and do you have any information?
Did you have a picture or anything to show Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you show Mr. Mitchell this picture?
Yes.
What did Mr. Mitchell do and say when you showed him the picture?
He said he recognized her and he saw her. Said that he saw her the night previously.
So that would have been October 12th?
Somewhere around there. Yep.
Okay. And what did you do next?
That's when I asked Mr. Mitchell, was it possible if we could, search the motel. The motel in the City Inn is set up in tiers. So it's not just like you go in here and it's like a one floor type of thing. It's set up in tiers. So we proceeded to, search the knock on the hotel motel door, to see and ask residents if they saw this young woman, which no one did. So when we get down to the it's like a little, like a vestibule type of entry area. I asked Mr. Mitchell, can we possibly speak to the manager? Manager had no recollection of this young woman being there. So I'm like, okay. And then from there, we got a little bit more information from Mr. Mitchell saying that, she left that location and went down to the Valero gas station, which isn't too far from the City Inn.
Did you, before we get to Valero, when Mr. Mitchell told you he saw her, did he appear to be credible in his belief that he saw her there the night before?
Yes.
And what do you base that upon?
I just base it off of, how he was giving me information. One, he was very clear, very adamant that he saw her. Also, as a security guard, he sees a lot of people going in and out. So when I showed him the picture, I was pretty sure that, he possibly saw her.
Okay. So then you went to the Valero based off of what Mr. Mitchell told you?
Correct.
Okay. And what happened when you got to the Valero gas station? And is this the Valero gas station located at 300 South Marcellus Avenue?
Correct.
Okay.
So we go inside the Valero, talk to a couple of the workers at the Valero, asked them, have they seen this woman? They said no. So after we got that information, we walked outside. There was a couple of homeless people that like to hang out over there. So naturally I went over there and asked them because, they see pretty much everything and they had no recollection of seeing her at that location as well.
Okay. But you showed everyone a picture of her? Okay. You'll have to say yes or no.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And basically it sounds to me, Officer Hayes, is that you were following up, doing your job, following up with each lead that you had in trying to find Marisela Botello.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the body cam video that you had on and that you activated during these encounters with the witnesses, including Mr. Mitchell, what's the process once your shift is over? What do you do with that body cam video?
So immediately after our shift is over, if we're not using it for reference for reports, we dock our body cam right in. There's a docking area at every one of the stations. So as soon as you are done with your shift, you're in the tour, you go ahead and you dock your body camera.
And what does it mean when you dock your body camera?
Dock your body camera means that you load it up in a specific area so that information is processed through the Axon.
Okay. And the detective assigned to this case would have received your body cam videos?
Correct.
We passed the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Hayes, how long have you been a police officer again? I'm sorry.
A little over 5 years.
Okay, and at this time you were just on patrol, and you said in, is it Beat 7?
Channel 7. That's,
Channel 7.
Yes.
Okay, what area is that?
That's South Oak Cliff.
Okay, and now you work down in Deep Ellum, is that right?
Correct.
What do you do down in Deep Ellum?
I'm part of the Deep Ellum Task Force.
Okay, and as part of the Deep Ellum Task Force, are you guys just, I guess, having more police presence down in that location?
Correct.
And you work 6 p.m. to, what's your shift?
So my shift is Thursday through Saturday, 6 p.m. through 4 a.m. On Sunday, we come in at 4 p.m. and we are off at 2 a.m.
Okay, and Deep Ellum, I mean, it's known for a lot of bars and restaurants and things of that nature.
Correct.
And in fact, they're kind of, I guess, making an attempt, and Dallas is making an attempt, because that's a very, very popular hangout location to, one, increase security, and also, I guess, have new businesses and bars and things like that.
Correct.
Okay, make it a more enjoyable experience for everybody, a safer experience, all of those things. Okay. Now, at this time, you were working down in South Oak Cliff, is that right?
Correct.
And when you got a call for a welfare check, that wasn't from an individual. Like the Brown brothers didn't call you out there for a welfare check.
No, ma'am.
In fact, several officers were sent out, responding officers, patrol officers like yourself, to just check various locations that maybe a young person might go to if they just didn't want to go home.
Correct.
Okay. And this is one of those areas that you just went and checked.
Correct.
At the direction of a sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you stated that the original location that you checked, that's a known drug house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that made you kind of proceed with a little bit of caution.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Willie Brown and Orlando Brown, they, one of the brothers, and you're not sure which one, came out and talked to you for a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall them saying that this person was, that they saw, was hanging out and had asked for $2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you knew that, again, you knew this was to be a drug house, a place known for people coming up and purchasing drugs from that location, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you showed the picture, and were they 100% certain or just kind of certain that they saw her?
They were certain.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Stage 3, is this the photograph that you showed him?
Yes.
Okay. And in that photograph, this individual, Marisela Botello, she's wearing like a purple dress, right?
Correct.
And it looks like a common dress you might see a young lady of that size and stature wearing down in Deep Ellum, right?
Correct.
Okay. And to be fair, the area that you are searching in these hotels, the City Inn, the Mustang Inn, I mean, they're known for prostitution and drugs and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Did you have any background information about Marisela other than the fact that she was supposed to go back to Seattle?
No background information. All the information that we received was on our way to that call.
Okay, so it's just a photograph and that she was supposed to be back in Seattle on the 5th and she didn't show up?
Correct.
Okay, so you didn't know that she had a family waiting for her back at home?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know that she had a stable home life?
No.
You didn't know that she more than likely had to go to work as an assistant manager of the Charlotte Roos in Seattle on Tuesday?
No.
You didn't know that she had several family or friends in Seattle that were very concerned about the fact that her social media and her phone contact had completely stopped?
Correct. No.
You didn't know that she had a bank account full of money?
No.
A person with a bank account full of money doesn't need to borrow $2, do they?
Sure don't. No.
This area, the City Inn and the Mustang Inn, like you said, I mean, is known for prostitution and drugs and things of that nature.
Correct.
The person that I just described to you, that background information, does that sound like a person that is going to be hanging out in that area?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? You may. I'm showing you has been marked States Exhibit 396 and 397. Are those photographs of both the City Inn and the Mustang Inn?
This is the City Inn right here. Right here looks like an updated version of the Mustang Inn, but yes.
Okay. And States 396, that's the one that's the City Inn, and the 397 is the Mustang Inn, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said an updated version. Does that look like it has had a paint job since you went out there?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, State moves to admit States 396 and 397 for all purposes. Entering to defense counsel.
No objection.
All right, States Exhibits 396 and 397 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
States 396, this is the City Inn, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's just located, is it just right off of 67? Or
No, 35.
35, right before 35 and 67 split?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. And this is the Mustang Inn, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that near that same location?
Up the street, yes, ma'am.
Up the street? Okay. So we're not talking about a nice hotel, you know, a Hilton or a Marriott or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
And for a person that's never been to Dallas, it seems like that would be a very unusual place to go spend your time.
Correct.
The people that you talk to, I mean, they're trying to help, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Have you been out on calls like this where you're just trying to locate somebody?
Yes, ma'am.
And I mean, it's common for people to give tips that just don't pan out, right?
Correct.
And you never talk to these people about, hey, this girl's name is, you know, did you, let me back up. You never asked these people, did you talk to her? Did you ask her about her background? Did you ask her where she was from? You didn't have that conversation with these individuals.
No, ma'am.
And of the people that may have seen her, the Brown brothers that live in the drug house said, yeah, we think we saw her. And then Floyd Mitchell, who works security, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that there's a large population of 5 foot tall, early 20s, Hispanic female, about 100 pounds. I mean, that demographic is quite common.
Correct.
And a vast majority of those have long dark hair.
Correct.
And it's quite possible that these individuals just trying to help didn't see Marisela Botello, but saw someone very like her.
Correct.
That's the witness.
You may. But that didn't keep you from doing your job, which was to follow up on these leads, because you didn't know about Marisela's background, correct? You didn't know that a week earlier she left the Deep Ellum area with some man she did not know to go do drugs.
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you this about people using drugs and then also people being forced into possible human trafficking. It's not unusual for people from all different backgrounds for that to happen to.
Correct.
Okay. And when these things happen, they're not going to be at the Omni Hotel, usually, correct?
Correct.
You're going to find them in the more seedier parts of town.
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't know anything that led up to Marisela's disappearance. All you knew was that this was a wellness check,
mm-hmm.
health and
wellness. Mm-hmm.
Health and wellness check, and you were following up doing your job.
Correct.
And you did your job properly.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, come on. Let's go,
Yes,
Lisa.
Your Honor. No objection from the state.
Bring Lisa. Let's go.
Thank you, sir.
All this bullshit about
Thank you, ma'am.
Potential sightings weeks after she was deceased. Who? But they're trying to say, you know, like, because these guys said that they had seen the woman, but a lot of times with those sightings, they're false sightings. Somebody that looks like somebody. Looks like somebody. What they got coming up? Ready for Lisa, man. Come on. All this shit for days now waiting for Lisa. Hopefully this is a quick one too.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
You may proceed. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Mitchell, will you please state your name?
Floyd Mitchell.
Okay. And Mr. Mitchell, back in October of 2020, what did you do for a living?
Security.
Where did you work security at?
The front gate.
Where?
At City Inn.
Okay. And where is City Inn located?
It's 35 in Eden.
Okay. And is that in Dallas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what type of motel is City Inn?
Yeah, it's a tough motel.
It's a what?
It's kind of a drug motel.
It's a drug motel.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, Mr. Mitchell, on October 13th, 2020, do you remember talking to a Dallas police officer about a missing person?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do you remember about that?
I just told him I had seen him around that day.
Around which day?
12, something like that, I think it was.
Around October 12th, 2020?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Did the police officer show you a picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the picture, may I approach? You know.
So they actually brought one of the people that said they had seen her.
Mr. Mitchell, is this the picture that you remember the police officer showing you?
Yeah.
On the 13th?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you if you had seen this young lady, what did you tell the officer?
I had seen her at that date when she came through the building.
And were you for sure? Were you adamant that you had seen her?
Yeah, I seen her, but I seen her that day, but that's the only time I ever seen her.
That's the only time you ever saw her?
Yeah.
Okay, and what hours did you work back then, Mr. Mitchell?
10 in the evening to 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Did you tell the officer anything else about this young lady?
No.
Okay. You don't remember telling the officer that you saw her walking towards Valero gas station?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Okay. And I understand this was about 3 years,
I know.
quite a while ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So you do remember telling the officer you saw her going to Valero gas station?
Uh-huh.
But this was the first and the last time you ever saw her?
Yeah.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. Thank you for being here. I just had a few questions about your interaction with this person that you saw, okay? And a little bit about your time at the City Inn, okay?
Okay.
You described this as a drug hotel, is that correct? Or a drug motel?
Yeah.
And you have a lot of traffic in and out of there, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, you have a lot of different individuals that come in on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
Over the course of just, say, a month in October, I mean, you may have hundreds of different individuals that you're seeing walking around the City Inn, coming in, checking in, things like that. It's also known for prostitution, things like that.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's a large population of young Hispanic females that come through there. Is that right?
Yeah.
You know, small in stature, pretty girls.
No, they average.
Average?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, you know, on this particular case, or in this particular situation, this officer, you know, came and asked you about the girl in that picture, right?
Yes.
And had you seen a young Hispanic girl in a purple dress that day?
The day, maybe not. Cause see, once they come through, when I'm at the gate, if they not living there, we ask them, you know, what they trying. We won't let them in the gate unless they walking with somebody.
Okay. Was this person walking with somebody?
That day, when we came through, we tried, like I said, turning around because she wasn't with nobody.
Okay. And did you talk to her?
We just said, you don't. Do you have a room here? That's what we know. Asked. They said no. We tell them they can't come on at 10 o'clock. They can't come on the property.
Okay. And was this late when this person was there?
Yeah.
Okay. But you didn't ask her name or where she's from or anything like that?
No.
And as far as what your conversation with the officer, did he give you any information about the girl that he was looking for?
He just said they were looking for her.
Okay. Yeah. He didn't tell you that she was had been in Seattle or came from Seattle?
I can't remember. He did not, but he said they were looking for her.
Okay. And then you pointed him over to the Valero. And were you aware that none of the people at the Valero remember seeing that girl that
Because most of them, when they come to there, that's most of where they go.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Can you read the record?
Nothing else from him, Your Honor.
May this witness be found excused?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, please watch your step getting down from the witness stand.
Okay.
You are free to leave. Go about your business, sir.
Okay.
You ain't gonna sue us. Watch your step. Watch your step on the way down. Stace, I'm really sorry about your loss. I thought you said you lost a friend or family member.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we need to send you back to the jury room, but we should have you back in court here in 5 minutes.
All right.
So
Don't wander off.
this has got to be the Lisa thing. This has got to. I hope this is it. Because why are they sending him back right now? Right? Like, why are they preparing for Lisa? Lena, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 50. Said Mel, psyched for your coverage and all of your support through this journey. Peace and joy. Lena, that's Bill's daughter. For the people that have watched the Bill story, that's Bill's daughter. She's been watching the whole thing and going through all this mess the last couple of years with everybody else. So, yeah, this has got to be it now. This has got to be it.
Right. Deputy Ms. Dykes needs to go ahead and take the witness.
Let's go!
Oh, all right,
Let's-
we can do that now.
What?
We are outside the presence and hearing of the jury. Mr. Harris.
May I call my comment, Judge?
Yes. All right, Ms. Dykes, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Lisa Dykes.
And Ms. Dykes, you understand that this is a portion of the trial. Now the state having rested, we're putting on the defense. You've heard all the evidence that the state has presented. You've seen some of the witnesses that we've called. You understand you have an absolute right to testify, absolute right not to testify.
Lisa,
have you made a decision whether or not you're going to testify?
I have.
And can you tell the court?
I'm free to testify.
And is that a decision you made freely and voluntarily?
It is.
I mean, me or Ms. Batson was not forcing you to testify, right?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, you've known from the jump that from day one you wanted to testify.
Absolutely.
All right, and you're telling this judge that you're waiving your Fifth Amendment right, and you want to testify.
I do.
So, Judge.
All right, Ms. Dykes, you do understand that if you were to choose not to testify, the jury would be instructed in writing that they could not consider it for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against you, meaning that they couldn't hold it against you if you chose not to testify or consider it as evidence against you. You understand that as well?
I do.
That I would give them that written instruction?
I do.
All right. Then Deputy Ms. Dykes will take the witness stand. brief. Don't come back, no phone, no phone.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Holy crap, dude. This is it. Making sure I post this out.
Judge, I didn't see him back there, but he may have went to the restroom.
There it is, boys.
Mr. Sadler? All right, we're ready for the jury.
Get it, baby. Let's get it. Get it. My friend thinks she's gonna confess. I don't think she's gonna confess. You guys think she can confess? Think she's gonna confess?
We're ready.
All rise. Hold what? Man, can't believe this. It's been years in the coming, man.
You may be seated. Call your next witness.
Judge, ladies and gentlemen, you'll recall Ms. Lisa Dykes.
All right, Ms. Dykes, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may
Smile.
proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Harris, you can move the TV onto the floor if it would be easier for you.
She's smiling too.
No, Judge, I'm just gonna swing over this way.
All right.
What's the poll on, guys?
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
My name is Lisa Dykes.
And can I approach Judge?
You may.
How could she hurt somebody?
Soft voice, so I want you to make sure you keep your voice up and speak into the microphone, okay?
Yes, sir.
This is ballsy. Let's go.
The jury can hear everything you have to say. Can you do that for me?
Of course.
We've heard a lot of what Charles Beltran, Chuck 50 had to say, and now it's your opportunity, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. But before we go into the things that Chuck testified to, I want to talk about you first. Can you tell the members of the jury how old are you?
I am 60 years old.
I was hesitating because you're not supposed to ask a woman how old they are, right?
No, that's perfectly okay. I'm 60 years old.
All right. Ms. Dykes, let's talk about, we heard a lot about you being I guess, paralegal. Tell the members of the jury, where were you born?
I was born in Somerset, Kentucky.
Okay. And at some point, we're not going to go over your whole history, all the husbands, how many husbands you had?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
I've had 3 husbands, and then of course I'm married to Nina.
Okay, all right. Many of them relationships you kind of want to forget about?
I would like to forget about all 3 of the relationships with the men that I've been married to, quite frankly.
Okay. Let's fast forward and let's just get to the point. You were working at the time in, let's talk about 2020. Let's start there.
Okay.
But before we do that, I did want to briefly talk about your children as well.
Yes, sir.
How many kids do you have?
I have 3.
3? And what are your children name?
Chelsea, who's 40.
And the state talked about her earlier, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay, who else?
Aaron, who is 39, and Kyle, who is 34.
All right. As far as them being present here, do you have concerns for their safety?
Absolutely. I would not want them and don't want them exposed to having the same issues that Marisela experienced. Chuck is a violent man, and I don't want anything to happen to them.
Okay. And in fact, we'll talk about that, but I also want the members of the jury to understand that before you met Charles Beltran, you had a life, right?
Absolutely. I have a good life. I had a good life.
And everyone is trying, or it seems like the witnesses that have testified are making it seem like you were dependent on Nina.
No, that's actually not true. I've been a litigation paralegal for 34 years. So I always had a glass ceiling in my income. Nina actually made about the same amount of money that I did, and she's an attorney. So I was making quite a good salary at what I do. Okay. Like I do the litigation work, so it pays well.
Okay, as far as Nina, what type of attorney was she?
Nina was actually working for the city of New York, so she was working for a governmental agency, which doesn't pay as well as private sector anyway. So she was working for the city of New York, doing housing work. So she did in a different area of law than me too. So it's not the same. It's not similar.
Okay, and just while we're on the subject, Nina, they said that she was married to William or Bill.
Yes.
He subsequently passed.
He did.
When Bill passed, where were they living?
They weren't living in Pennsylvania, as you've heard before. Nina and Bill had a house that was in Staten Island. That house was way over-financed and upside down. Basically, it's the best way to describe that house. The house that was in Pennsylvania was a house that Nina bought and paid for, and she paid $60,000 for the house.
Okay, now
so
when you say the house that was in Pennsylvania, that wasn't a house that her and Bill lived in, right?
No, they paid very little money for this house. It was a 4-bedroom house, 4-bedroom, 3-bath. But the house was in poor condition, so they would only go there. Nina would go sometimes by herself on the weekend, but she didn't live there. They did not reside there.
Okay, and the other interesting thing, that house was in the same neighborhood that her parents were in.
It was abutting, so it was exactly like the lots almost met. From the upstairs bedroom window, Nina's bedroom window, you could see Nina's mom and dad's house. So it was right there.
Okay, and I just want to briefly touch base on that. As far as Nina and her parents, she didn't have a good relationship with her parents, right?
They had been alienated from the time Nina was like 15 or 16. They spoke, but it was very seldom, and they were not close. And this was something that gave Nina a lot of concern. She was emotionally, like, very much wanting to have that family back. So one of the reasons that she bought this house was so that she would be able to see them and possibly reconnect.
All right, did y'all invest a lot of money in that house?
Yes. Nina had decided to put the house on the market in like April or maybe even March before she and I got married. So she couldn't afford to borrow the money because she was upside down at the house in Staten Island. She was trying to sell it so that we could get out from underneath that mortgage because it was large. So she couldn't afford to fund the money or to borrow the money to fix this house to put it on the market. So whenever we got married, one of the first things that I did was fly up there and we borrowed the money so that we could fix the house, put it on the market and sell it.
Okay, and I'm going over all that because this notion that you were with her just for her money, is that true?
No, absolutely not. Like, we both brought money to the table. God blessed us both in being able to make a good living. And it was something that the marriage made us more solid financially. But I didn't need Nina to pay bills. Nina didn't need me to pay bills. We're together primarily because we actually love each other. I've known Nina for 16 years today. I knew Nina for 13 years before we got married. So we had been best friends that whole time.
All right. And I want to get to the point, but I also want to make sure the jury understands, as far as Nina's relationship with Bill, it wasn't a good relationship, was it?
It was a horrible relationship. He was abusive.
What?
He did all kinds of things like stalking her in the area where she was staying. When they split and separated, Nina stayed in Pennsylvania. But Bill was like you had heard testimony before, he was parking on the street behind the house. So he was watching her in that house in Pennsylvania.
All right. And the only reason I'm making reference to, because you got two women who basically had bad history with me.
Very. Very.
And at some point, y'all befriend each other, fall in love.
Well, we love each other. We love each other like sisters. Like, this is a unique relationship. I think we might think about marriage, Nina and I do, maybe differently than the average person. Not every marriage is based on sex or, that physical connection. Nina and I are supportive of each other in every way other than that. Like, we love each other like a sister. We love each other, like, truly. Like, anything that Nina's going through, I want to help her with that. Anything I'm going through, Nina wants to help me with that.
Okay, let me stop you there because I want to make sure we continue to move on. But, I mean, that's very important.
Yes.
But this, y'all made a decision to, after y'all got married, to go by Lisa and Nina Beltran. Can you explain to the members of the jury how that decision came about?
Yes. My last name is slang, basically. A dyke is slang for a gay woman. And it would be just a horrible name for us to take as a last name for us. Pennsylvania allows you to change your name to any name that you choose to whenever you get married. So when we looked at the names that we wanted to take as a last name, Dykes is right out of the picture. So Marano is not really a name that we wanted to take because of her relationship with Bill. So we looked at other names of people that were around us or names that were of interest, and Beltran was an interesting name. It means raven in Spanish, and it has a history, and it was a better name. We asked Chuck if he had a problem with us taking it. It was not in any kind of connection to him,
really?
But it was just a name that appealed to both of us, so we took that name.
So you didn't take that name because y'all were obsessed with Charles Beltran?
Absolutely not.
And it's that. It just happens to be the same last name. Come on.
I wanted to talk to you about you abruptly leaving your employer. Was it abrupt?
I had problems with my employer, yes, from certain standpoint issues of bonusing.
Okay, when you say bonusing, basically you as a paralegal are doing all the work, because this was car wreck cowboy stuff, right?
Yes.
These are car wrecks.
Yes.
You were working these cases.
Absolutely.
But he's making all the money.
Absolutely.
Now, were there other cases that you were working on with him as well?
Yes. In particular, we started to have an issue with a case that I had brought in, and I brought it in from my contact. It was a case that was wrongful death. And in personal injury, wrongful death cases settle for a considerable sum of money. Like, one of the bonusing structures that we had when we brought these cases in was a percentage of the settlement, right? This particular case settled for $3 million, a little over that.
Okay, let me stop you there, just so the members of the jury know. Who did you get that case from?
A friend of mine, a contact from mine, and she testified here. Her name was Catherine DeLeon.
The hairdresser?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Absolutely.
And she didn't get as much money as she thought she should get out of it.
She surely did not.
All right, but anyway, the bottom line is you were having issues with you making all the money, or you making all the money, but the attorney getting all the money.
Yes, and not paying the percentage of bonus that I should receive.
All right. And during this time period, this early October, late September, did you have plastic surgery?
I did.
All right. We have medical records to support that, don't we?
Yes, you do.
All right. As a result of the plastic surgery, were you on medication for the pain?
Yes, I definitely was.
And did that affect your employment?
It did.
In what way?
I couldn't be there, which was essential. I was at that point in time doing the negotiations for the firm. So if I couldn't make my nut, which that's a strange term, but if I couldn't meet the quota of settlements that we had, like the money for payroll was going to come out of saved money back. So I needed to be there with the surgery. I could not be there like I needed to be. And I also, like, my focus wasn't as good as it should be whenever you're taking pain meds like hydrocodone, which I was taking at the time.
Okay, and did that have a lot to do with you eventually leaving?
It did.
All right. As far as your this surgery, tell them to the jury what type of surgery you had to do.
There were 2 procedures that I had done, and it was a wedding gift for Nina, so I'll tell you that. Like, I had lost a considerable amount of weight, so I had extra skin, is the easiest way to explain it, and no tightness, like in my thighs in particular. So I had a procedure done on both legs called a thigh-plasty. And in that procedure, a triangle of flesh is actually cut out in the center part of the leg and then stitched back together to make your leg tighter and smoother, right? And I also had a lower facelift done because I had extra skin here. So I had both procedures done at once.
Okay, were these procedures extremely painful?
They were. My thigh-plasty ended up being a failed procedure. It didn't do what it was supposed to do. Whenever he took the skin and tissue out, he took out too much. So when he closed it back, that first day it was okay while I was still in the facility. And it was a plastic surgery center that had an in-house, like, hospital kind of setting. So you stayed that day and then you were released home the next day. The very first day I went home, all of the sutures started popping out. First in the left leg and then in the right. And it was immediate. So it was first like 3 or 4 and then it was 5 and then all of them. So I called the doctor. He told me to come back. I had to actually get an Uber to go back because Chuck was supposed to have been available to help take care of me some because Nina was in trial work. So I didn't want her to lose the trial work in New York it should have been an easier procedure than what it was, but the complications happened.
All right, and as far as the complications that you're referring to, do we in fact have some photos of that?
You do.
Here's my photo.
What y'all think so far? All right, she threw Chuck under the bus a little bit, but we still got to hear about the night of. She threw Bill under the bus, saying he abusive and a stalker. She's saying that it wasn't for financial reasons, the marriage.
Exhibit number 10.
That all the other witnesses lied and made it up.
Records that we put on file with the court.
She got a sweet southern voice.
Yep.
Lisa.
And will they assist you in testifying to the members of the jury of the extent of the injury that you had during that time period?
Yes.
Okay. And the Uber ride back to the doctor's office that you're referring to happened when?
The very first day post the surgery. So it was the first day I was home.
So that would have been what day?
I think these surgeries were performed too.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I think the surgeries were performed like on September 10th, I think. So it had been September the 11th.
Okay, so September the 11th. Can you show me, well, Judge, I would offer what's marked as defense 10.
You guys could hit the like button, please. Thank you. Wow. Finally the day has come. I can't wait for them to, I want to hear what she says the night of. Maybe she's going to say nothing happened.
Not a no, Judge. Defense exhibit number 10 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Judge. Now, I promise you I wouldn't publish these, right?
Yeah, I apologize in advance. They're not pretty.
But if anyone has any questions about the extent of the injuries you had to your thighs, these photos depict that, do they not?
Absolutely.
And even in October, I think we made reference to you guys going to the to Arkansas. Were you having issues with your legs at that time?
Yes.
All right, and I wanted to ask you specifically about the trip to Arkansas. How'd y'all end up going to Arkansas?
The trip to Arkansas was unplanned. Whenever I had this procedure initially done, Dr. Armijo had told me that the surgery would be, my legs would be the best they were going to be at 3 weeks. So this was exactly 3 weeks post this surgery, right?
Okay.
So Nina and I had planned to go to California. We had tickets to fly to Los Angeles for that weekend, for October 4th.
Were you able to fly to Los Angeles?
No, I
not?
had a doctor's appointment with Dr. Armijo that Friday before this weekend. He told me absolutely under no circumstance should I fly. So they were that bad that I couldn't really travel by plane with them, because plane and the pressure in the plane itself was going to cause that to be a lot worse. It would increase bleeding. It would increase the difficulties that I was having with it and worsen them.
Okay. But as far as the incisions, what is this photo I'm looking at right here?
That's actually open fat tissue because there was no skin. I had none. Like the skin there wasn't enough to cover the wound. So the actual incision started to open in the beginning on the first day, and there's actually pictures of that too.
Okay, so this reflects what?
This is what it was like, and there's still, you can see on the edge a few of the sutures that were left. Those actually were completely gone.
Commissioner Published Judge.
All right, so they're show us the wounds. I guess they're trying to say she couldn't have killed Marisela because her injuries were so bad.
Ms. Dykes, you're not saying that on October 1st your leg was opened up like this, right?
Oh, it was.
Okay. It was?
It was.
Open
yes.
Okay.
Like I had started to use, I had to use special bandaging for this and special like treatment, wound treatment. So there's a particular chemical called hydroferrous blue that's on like a sponge bandage that I had to order through my plastic surgeon for it to be applied to grow skin. So I still had no skin at that time.
Okay, so but you had bandages over them
I did. I had to change them frequently, but I had them.
because they were bleeding.
They would bleed, and they would also weep serous fluid, so it would weep white blood cells.
All right. Now, as far as, I mean, can you explain to the members, with the court's permission, can she explain to the members of the jury where your injuries were?
They're exactly in the groin. Like, it's right at the top. Like, they make a Y incision at the top of your groin, and then it goes all the way down the inside of your leg to a couple of inches above your knee. The place where I had no skin was right in the crotch. Right
in this area?
Right there, yep.
And would you have to have that bandage?
There were 4 layers that had to go on.
All right, all the way down?
Yep, to cover it to about 2 inches, 3 inches above your knee.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But again, if they want to see the extent of what this surgery, the damage, what is this I'm looking at here?
That's actually the wound as it's starting to grow some skin.
Okay. So, but when would this be? That's what it looks like without the bandage?
Yeah, that's what it looks like without the bandage after it started to actually smooth out just a little, and this is all brand new skin and serous fluid.
Okay, so in the beginning of October, do these pictures actually reflect what your wound would have looked like post-surgery?
They do.
Permission to publish, young.
Right.
They're gonna show. Oh no, it's a minute. I don't think they're gonna show it to us. I guess they're trying to say that she was in such a state of injury that her to stab Marisela.
These are open wounds. That's why you were taking the hydrocodone for the pain.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I used to think having a baby was 10, right? With this particular injury, where this was, and the pain factor involved, this is a 10, and having a baby is 5.
Okay.
So that gives you an idea of what that was in dealing with it.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, because of this surgery, what about the face?
The face was still an issue. Like, I wasn't supposed to bend over. Like, you can't really bend over like this whenever you've got, like, surgery to the lower part of your face. The pain from it was not as bad. I was a little surprised that my ear wasn't attached on my right side whenever I came home. So I had a few things going on with that, and the wounds were still raw and open. But
you remember the October picture that the have one moment, Charm. I'm gonna keep these in order so you don't kill me.
It's gonna be the focus right now is her injuries. I don't mind. Lisa. So she said Chuck is the abuser. And she was in love with Nina. Married Nina. A special type of marriage like sisters that have sex. But it's not focused around sex. Why didn't the defense call a plastic surgeon to the stand? Do that. Yeah. Good point. It's Chuck coming for Chuck. Turn on us. Broke the bond. It's on the bond. Payback time. Beltran? Oh, that's beautiful.
Why was your hair pink like that?
You know,
recall?
I do kind of recall that. Like, I was looking for something fairly lively, and Kat actually picked that color out for me.
And when you say Kat, you're referring to the hairdresser, right?
Catherine DeLeon.
Kat. You know that happened with Kat. Kat had more.
On the photo that she put that they were using, when she was testifying, with you in the pink hair.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
That photo actually shows the injuries that you're referring to, doesn't it?
It does.
That's true, blood. Jamie, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 20. Mel, her attorney just said I got.
Once more to state's exhibit number.
I'll read it in a second.
86.
I did hear that.
Yes.
Okay. Where do you see the? I guess.
It's right at the hairline right here.
And this is what you're referring to here.
The scar that went right there, and also there's a scar back here you can see.
Right. Okay.
And then I had another one under my chin, and I think you can see a little bit of that.
Okay. I'm just going to publish.
You may.
Oh. Content warning. Content warning. Oh, that's part of the surgery?
So you're talking here?
Here. Right here. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And then in the back here?
Right there. Yep. And then under my chin, there's a stitch. You can see it.
And you can see that if you really look closer, you can see the stitches in your chin, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you're not only dealing with the facelift surgery, you're dealing with your thighs as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that affected your work performance, correct?
It did.
I mean, it affected your activity, period.
It affected everything.
Well, the doctor told me it might do that, right?
He did.
And so, as far as a lot of the restrictions you had, you definitely had restrictions, or you should have been watching what you lift.
You couldn't lift anything at all.
And why is that?
Because it could cause, on a normal surgery, even lifting was prohibited because it could cause all of this to come loose again as far as the facelift goes, and it would also cause strain in your thighs and cause them to open too. That's not the reason mine did, but it could cause that complication.
Before we start talking more about Charles Beltran, I did want to, these people talk about you basically look like you had a midlife crisis or something like that. Remember Jimmy, your brother Jimmy?
Yes.
Saying that?
Yes.
All right. Can you talk about the blood clot problems you had before you met Charles Beltran?
Yes, sir, I can. In my 40s, I had an unusual medical condition that popped up. Like, I'm really driven to work. Like, I've raised 3 kids by myself. So me working is just always been who I am. It's how I relate to life, I guess. So I work more than I should. But I had been working a lot, so I ended up having a very unusual aortic blood clot.
Now, aortic blood clots, what are those?
The aorta sits right underneath the heart, right? So it's under here. So this means that a blood clot had to pass literally through my heart and lodge in this particular area of the body, which is what it did. So I had some very unusual symptoms in like stomach pain as opposed to what you would think. Whenever I went to the hospital, the blood clot had shattered. So it blocked almost every major like organ in my body. My kidneys, my liver, my large intestines, and both of my legs.
So how long were you in the hospital as a result of this blood clot?
30 days. Right at 30 days.
were these life-threatening injuries?
Absolutely. They told my children and me that I had about a 25% chance of living. If I did live through it, it was anticipated that I would be a double amputee because they knew they were going to have to cut off my legs from at least the knee down, if not more.
Why?
Because of the damage from no blood flow. I basically had zero blood flow. So that was a problem.
But somehow they rectified the situation. You didn't lose your legs.
They didn't rectify anything. Actually, my body pretty much dissolved blood clot for the most part, and thank God, like I managed to come out and I was okay for 10 years. Then here in Texas, that first one happened when I was living in Florida. 10 years later, I am also in a position where I'm under a lot of pressure. And I was working, trying to settle another case of quadriplegic.
So just so the members of the jury clear, that's the first time you had a blood.
It's the first time.
10 years later, you had another blood.
Yeah, approximately 6 years ago, I had another one. So the second one was also an aortic blood clot, did the same thing. Like it was shattered. I had blood clots everywhere, all through my body. So they airlifted me from Mesquite to Dallas to Baylor Scott White, where it was the same situation again. Like I was in risk of dying from that point. Obviously, I was airlifted, so like it wasn't a good situation, but I'm here.
You survived.
I am.
After you survived that death scare, I mean, how does that affect your life?
I think it affects everything. Like, whenever you come that close, not once, I mean, once is enough, but twice, I think you have to reevaluate your life, like what you're looking for in life, if you're where you need to be in life, and you know, you think about what's going to happen to your children and your future at that point.
So at that time, did you reevaluate what you were doing and what things you wanted to do in life?
Absolutely.
So what happened after that?
I've raised children, I feel like, from the time I was born. Like, you know, my kids are older, but they've always been with me, and I've always been spending money on them. There's never enough money. It's gone before you get it.
Not your brothers.
So my retirement wasn't right. It wasn't where it needed to be. I obviously needed to start putting money back for retirement and get my life straight for that. And plus, I don't want to work all the time. Like, I didn't want to work all the time.
So did you heard Jimmy say you kicked everybody out? What's your version of that?
That's not correct. Like, I wanted to go back home to Florida. Like, Texas is great, I'm sure, but I'm from Florida. Primarily, I wanted to go back home. So the whole goal was for me to move the family back to Florida while I was waiting on some larger cases to settle so that I would have more cash flow. So we invested. I gave them the money for a down payment on a house. They bought the house. I helped to get them there, paid off my son's car so that he would be able to help pay that payment and put them in the house in Florida.
So your plan was always to go back to Florida?
Absolutely.
And at some point, you and Nina wanted to go back to Florida.
It was always our intent to go back to Florida.
In fact, did you have a business?
We did. We opened a business during COVID, a law firm together that was doing personal injury, and it was doing well.
Okay. Tell us how you met Charles Beltran.
He was working for my son, Kyle, as a bouncer at a bar in Deep Ellum. I was actually looking for workers to work a poll, an election poll, for a local judge here in the civil divisions. And I needed, I think, 15 people under a certain age and demographic bracket to work this poll. So Kyle introduced me to several of the young men that are in the area and young women, and I got their phone numbers. They got my phone number to work this situation.
How did you end up investing in rap?
I'm sorry?
How did you end up investing in Chuck's rap career?
I met him in April. He reached out to me at some point and he reached out to me to make connection. And it was primarily for someone to fund him in his career choices. He actually talked to me from April on through the time whenever I moved the children out of the house in August. But he presented himself well. He also had had a fairly successful career in Austin, not like what you heard here that was played. It was actually something where he was invited to a couple of locations and he was working with other people in his career, so perhaps they were the more talented aspect, but he had a more successful kind of career choice.
But were you initially, again, was it a love interest thing?
No. Chuck was and continued to always be a business interest that went sideways.
Bullshit.
In fact, why did you buy the car?
I bought the car as an investment and a tax deduction, basically, for him in his career. I set up a company for him called Math Class. That was his company for him to be able to do this music and to record.
We got to get into that later.
I mean, y'all helped him with a lot of legal stuff, right?
We did.
And before I forgot, he had paternity issues.
He did. He had paternity issues with Jasmine, and he had visitation issues with Emerald out of Austin.
And were y'all helping him with that?
Yes, at his request.
At his request?
Yes.
Charles said, all right.
Any notion about you trying to steal Jasmine's baby?
I raised 3. I don't want any more babies. I would never.
How about Nina?
I want to move forward, and let's just get to the point. This trip to Arkansas. First, I think you indicated it wasn't even a scheduled trip.
Not for me and Nina.
How'd you end up going on the trip?
We had paid for them to go. We had paid for the hotel. We had paid for all of it for them to actually perform. It was a performance. When we couldn't fly to California, Chuck had 2 tickets that were his, that were comp tickets. And he said, well, who would I take but you two? Like, you've, funded this, you're part of it, so will you go? It was like about a 4-hour ride, I think. So that's something that I could tolerate. As long as I'm sitting down or laying down, that's okay. I could do that.
Now, you heard Dax and everybody say you were driving. Is that true?
No, I was in the passenger seat and it was reclined.
So they all lied.
Nina was driving.
When y'all are down in Arkansas, you heard, I think it was Freddie, they were joking about Chuck having to come to your room to have sex with y'all. Did he ever come to your room and have sex with y'all?
Absolutely not.
But did he come to the room and have a drink?
I think he might have. I think he did.
So she's going to say they never slept together?
Do you remember when y'all got back to Dallas?
I don't remember exactly what time it was, but we checked out at about 11-ish, so I think it's a 4-hour drive, which would put us mid-afternoon.
Okay. As far as when y'all get back, who takes the van back?
Nina and I took the van back.
You didn't trust Chuck to take the van back?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so y'all take the van back.
Yes.
Once you take the van back, do you recall what y'all did over there?
I don't specifically. I think we stopped and got food and went home and watched TV. Pretty much.
And that would be October the 4th, right?
Yes, sir.
Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, and I forgot. We had to go pick up the dog because we had boarded him. So we went and got the dog.
And tell us about this dog.
Chuck had brought home a dog.
What type of dog?
He was a pit bull mix. And the dog's name was uniquely Charles. So,
who took care of that dog?
I did.
Did Chuck take care of the dog at all?
The dog hated Chuck. Absolutely. When he brought the dog home, he said that he wanted it for some protection in the house, extra protection in the house. And the dog was okay with him for a while, but Chuck used to beat the dog. So the dog started to get to a point where he was growling every time Chuck was around. He was not having Chuck around.
And where did that dog stay?
He slept in my bed. He stayed.
When Nina was there, did she sleep in the bed with you?
Yes.
Was he almost like a service dog to you?
He was like a comfort animal, more than a service dog. So he stayed with us all the time.
But you took care of him?
I took care of him.
And so when y'all went to Arkansas, y'all boarded him?
We boarded him for that day.
And when you got the dog?
We went and got the dog.
Anything else uneventful happened on that, I guess, Sunday?
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay. Now, during that time period, was Nina working on a big case?
Yes, just as I had said, she had a particularly large case with a building that was in the city where the elevators were failing off and on. So all of the tenants and tenant association was really upset with it.
Was she receiving and sending packages back and forth?
Yes, in particular discovery. So she was in a process of discovery on this with maintenance records and dealing with the maintenance people that work for the city of New York with this building.
On that weekend, she's working on her case. Was she anticipating some documents?
She was.
I guess that Monday, was she still looking for the documents?
Yes, they were supposed to come in, I think, Monday morning in early delivery, but they didn't show.
Okay, because the documents didn't show. What did y'all do?
Well, we were kind of in dire straits because Nina really needed them because when she flew back, she had a hearing, I think. So it was something that we had to have. So she started to look for where the documents were.
In short, later that evening, did y'all go to a FedEx?
We did.
And you seen we talked about the FedEx that you went to. It wasn't in Wilmer, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, it was more toward the Hutchins area, maybe.
Okay. They did say, tell members of the jury a little bit about the FedEx location y'all ended up going to.
It was one of the larger distribution centers in the area. Like it's like a major kind of hub area. So it's one of the bigger ones.
And is it all 45 though?
I believe it is, yes.
And again, it's not in Hutchins, right? I mean, it's not in Wilmer, but it's in Hutchins.
I think so.
And is it in that same vicinity that they're saying that your phone's pinged?
I believe it is.
So they're trying to say there's another location by where they were at when the phone's pinged? That's close to where the body was found?
One moment, please.
So, like I said, I think it's a good time to take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen. We will be at recess for 5 minutes.
Lisa!
All right.
She's smiling too. She pretty. Look at her. She got a little. And she got the stuff hanging out too, bro. What she got? She loosened up. It's a little bit see-through. Southern drawl. Southern drawl. Their head up, too. So is she claiming her and Chuck never had sex? It was a business proposition. Whoa, whoa, don't let it fall out. Jeez. It was a business proposition. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Have they even gotten to the... I'm kind of like... Oh, let me hear real quick. What are they trying to say? Let me just rewind for a second.
Nina, well, when Nina was there, did she sleep in the bed?
Yes.
Was he almost like a service dog to you?
No, just as I had said, she had a particularly large case with a building that was in the city where the elevators were failing off and on. So all of the tenants and the tenant association was really upset with it.
Was she receiving and sending packages back and forth?
Yes, in particular discovery. So she was in a process of discovery on this with maintenance records and dealing with the maintenance people that work for the city of New York with this building. On
that weekend, she's working on her case. Was she anticipating some documents?
She was.
I guess that Monday, was she still looking for the documents?
Yes, they were supposed to come in, I think, Monday morning in early delivery, but they didn't show.
Okay, because the documents didn't show. What did y'all do?
Well, we were kind of in dire straits because Nina really needed them because when she flew back, she had a hearing, I think. So it was something that we had to have. So she started to look for where the documents were.
In short, later that evening, did y'all go to a FedEx?
We did.
And you seen we talked about the FedEx that you went to. It wasn't in Wilmer, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, it was more toward the Hutchins area, maybe.
Okay. They
so they said they were delivering what?
Went to. It wasn't in Wilmer, was it?
Had to have. So she started to look for where the documents were.
In short, later that evening, did y'all go to a FedEx?
We did.
FedEx.
And you seen we talked about the FedEx that you went to. It wasn't in Wilmer, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, it was more toward the Hutchins area, maybe.
Okay. They and it.
Sorry, I shouldn't have ordered. Oh.
Again, it's not in Hutchins, right? I mean, it's not in Wilmer, but it's in Hutchins.
I think so.
And is it in that same vicinity that they're saying that your phone's pinged?
I believe it is.
So what are they going to try to say? That the phone ping there because they delivered a package or something? To this other area? Alright. We'll just fast forward so we're caught up now. I don't know. But what about the night of? Is she going to try to say that she wasn't there at all? Or is she going to give a story of what happened that night? That Chuck did the killing? What do y'all think? And H Girl says she's very conniving. So tell me, why did they travel to Hutchins? Where's the receipt for the FedEx, St. Lisa? I don't know, that Kentucky talk, that Southern talk. Lisa was actually born in Kentucky. That Southern drawl, Southern talk. I was just out there. I ain't do nothing. I can't do a Southern accent, I don't think. Yeah, I think they probably are going to try to. Hoke said I would drag it out and start the story tomorrow. They might try to drag this out because I'm very curious what the prosecution is going to do. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. They better come in hard. I don't buy her story at all about, oh, it was just investing. It was just a business relationship with Chuck. Bullshit. Bullshit. I do like the Southern talk. Gotta be careful with that. JD. Say one more cleavage. Chuck. Oh, he did it. Mr. Chuck. I wonder if Chuck's watching in jail from like the tablets or whatever that they got. Oh, you got a really Southern voice? I forgot Southern Gal said if you heard my voice, you'd be like, whoa. There was a lady I forgot who used to call in sometimes. She had a really Southern voice. Gotta be careful. Get sucked in. Do a poll. I mean, I don't know. Did Chuck beat the dog? Did Chuck? I think it's possible, but I don't know. I still don't see how that brings in the story of, or as far as like, well, that means he killed Marisela. Or I guess they're just trying to paint him as angry, raging. And Lisa's denying and saying that they were trying to help him out with custody with his permission. Chuck denies that. Baby mamas deny that too. His friends say that this guy wasn't even in his kid's life. All of a sudden he wants to get custody of these kids. He was barely in their life. You know, just show up here and there. But Chuck, all of a sudden he wants full custody of his kids? Come on, man. Come on, man. Chuck was in the streets. Start calling Chuck Trump. Trump. Or taking all kinds of hits and shit. That's what they're paying for, that D. She's smooth. I believe the mothers too. I had a conversation with one of them a long time ago. Chuck, full custody? What? Him? Custody? The poll just says yes and no. I guess apparently the poll still is glitching. I guess they're back. Let me get a chicken stick. Yeah, I think Lisa got diamonds in her teeth.
Yeah.
All right. What? Just stick made out of chicken. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Dykes, this FedEx distribution center. Well, you heard this Turntree address, what is it, 274 Turntree?
Yes, sir.
In Wilmer. You did live there at one point.
We did, yes.
Like back in 2016, right?
Yes.
Is that how you know about this FedEx distribution center over in Hutchins?
It is. I used to work in downtown Dallas for another law firm, obviously, and I pay attention to where these FedEx centers are because I use them a lot. So it's part of what I do. And a lot of times you have to drop off and you need a place that's a bigger facility that has longer hours or you know that it'll ship quicker. So I always pay attention to those things.
As far as this facility was concerned, y'all were picking up.
Yes.
Or Nina was picking up.
Nina was picking up from work. Yes, they had sent her the package that she needed.
Okay. And she had been trying to locate that package.
She did try, but it's so hard and she needed it really quick. So like tracking it electronically wasn't working like it needed to. So it just made sense to go someplace and get some help with it.
All right. Now, when y'all go down to this distribution center, well, if I told you that the address was 1101 East Cleveland Road in Hutchins, Texas, would that be about right?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And how far would you say that's from your house?
I think it's probably a 20, 25-minute drive, maybe.
From Mesquite?
Yes.
635, 21, you're there?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
All right. Madam Prosecutor?
You may.
Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 11 and 12.
Last I have defense exhibit 10.
Yes, ma'am. Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 11 and 12. Does this look like it's just a map quest where we pulled up that location in relation to your home and where that FedEx distribution center is?
Yes, sir.
Will this assist you in testifying to the members of the jury the route that you recall y'all taking that day?
It does, yes.
All right. Judge, all off what's marked as defense exhibit number 11 and defense 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
Commission published.
Well, defense exhibits 11 and 12 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your
You may.
Now, just so members of the jury know, we're saying your house would have been somewhere up in here, right?
Yes, sir.
And then y'all travel to Hutchins here.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, do you recall when y'all got on 45, what exit were y'all supposed to take?
I don't know the number, but it's like Dowdy Ferry.
Check with Martez Defense 13. Defense 12, I'm sorry. And is this Dowdy Ferry here?
Yes, sir.
And just so the members of the jury know, when you come out 45, you loop and come in this area here, that's where the distribution center is.
Yes, it's someplace back in there. It's sort of like off.
So at some point when y'all are trying to get to the distribution center, do y'all miss the turn at Dowdy Ferry?
Yes, we did.
And where did y'all end up having to turn around at?
I think it was like Wintergreen.
Okay, so would Wintergreen be in this area here, or is it East Wintergreen?
Yes.
So you come further down 45 South, exit is 273, and then y'all would loop back around, right?
Yes, sir.
And go back up till you get to the distribution center, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is basically what we see here, right? Going back up to the distribution center in this area.
Yes, sir.
All As far as the towers that they showed, that you saw the state show, if you were in that area, would that explain why your phones were pinging in that area?
I would assume so.
Did you go to Winwood that day?
No.
Other than going to that Wintergreen 45 and looping back up and go to the distribution center, did you ever go to, what is it, I think it was 3600 Post Oak and drop a body off?
No, sir.
I do want to talk to you a little bit more about the distribution center so the members of the jury will understand. Again, this is a huge distribution center, right?
Yes, it's extremely large.
When y'all get there, do you have trouble finding somewhere to park?
Nina did have trouble finding some place to park. There's a lot of folks that come and go from there.
All right. And as far as that, was she trying to find somewhere to park up close at first?
She was, because obviously, like, we generally do things together, but like, I'm not walking any distance at all, so that's not happening.
So at some point she parked, tried to go in, or went in, right? Because you didn't go in.
No.
Okay. At some point, is she able to pick up the package?
She went in, but I think we might have been late. I'm not sure, but she didn't get the package.
Okay. After y'all leave that distribution center, what do y'all do?
We went back home.
Did she subsequently find a way to get her package?
I'm assuming she did. Like, I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming she did, or managed to get the documents another way.
At any time while y'all were in that Hutchins area, did you have Marisela with you?
No.
Let's get to talk about Charles Beltran some more. I think when we left off, we were talking about Charles the dog.
Charles the dog.
Okay. I want to talk to you about
Charles the dog.
Mr. Beltran working. Did he actually work for your son?
As I understand it, yes. He was a bouncer at the club.
And at some point he got fired, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
For his activities there at the club, right?
Yes, he did.
Not just being aggressive with the women.
No, not just that.
Issues he was having with other patrons.
He was fighting every night, and he was a bouncer. So he was getting into altercations and fights every night.
And is this something he would brag to you and Nina about?
Yes.
They might have to bring Chuck back. Let him fight it out.
When you met him, did you know he had a felony conviction?
No, I didn't, actually. I didn't know what kind of convictions he had. He said that he had just gotten out of a halfway house.
What about the Santa Muerte? Where did he say he got Santa Muerte?
He did talk to me about Santa Muerte and said that he had learned about it while he was in jail, and then he practiced. So he practiced the religion.
So the altar that we see in your home in Mesquite belonged to him, correct?
It did.
In fact, it's in the same, was that in his room or in the one of the other rooms?
It's in the closet in his room from the picture.
And while we're on it, let's talk about Pennsylvania and this altar that's supposed to be in Pennsylvania. Can you explain to the members of the jury what that was all about?
Yes, be happy to. We listed this house for sale. Nina, being an attorney, had documents from private clients that she had that we had in a hall closet. It's a locked entryway closet, and there was a lock on it for a reason. The paperwork and things that we had there were client attorney privileged. We didn't want that information out while the house was being shown. Her husband, Bill, had kind of a weird sense of humor. So in this closet, there was like a Halloween skeleton that's full size, like human sized. and he had put, because they were Mormon, a Mormon religious like piece of clothing on it. It's like a long white robe, but it was bundled up in like on the floor of the closet. It's not anything else. So it was just a bunch of stuff and storage that we had in there that we kept locked, including paperwork that we didn't want shown to people coming to look at the house.
Well, you heard the neighbor from Pennsylvania said y'all were kneeling to it, praying to it. Remember that?
I remember her saying that, and I also have no concept why she would have said it. We never did that.
Wow.
Did that skeleton have anything to do with Santa Muerte?
Absolutely not.
Wow.
Okay, back to Mr. Beltran. Now, you don't have any felony convictions, right?
No.
What you had some theft check or something like that?
There was 2 return checks to Costco that I didn't know anything about until I came here to Dallas on these charges, and they served me with those. So those return checks happened while I was in Pennsylvania.
Those checks out of Rockwall?
They're out of Rockwall.
Oh, and wasn't there something about a gun? What?
Yes.
A gun at the airport?
Yes. I had a very, very, very small antique handgun that was completely jammed. A bullet was jammed in the chamber. So wouldn't fire, wouldn't shoot. I took it to a gun shop that was really close to the house, but the gunsmith wasn't there. And I did it right before I was flying to see the kids that weekend. Forgot I had it. When I got to the airport, I realized the minute I was going through security, I was like, no, I have a gun in this purse. So I told them at the spot that I did. I was never actually arrested on that charge. Like, it was a situation where they told me if I had, like, the concealed carry permit, the gun wouldn't have been an issue. I could have taken it back out and put it in the locker or in the car and gone on the trip. But I was never actually arrested with that. I was stayed at the airport facility, and it was dismissed, and I left and went home.
Chuck did carry a gun, didn't he?
All the time, every day, any place that he went.
Damn. So everybody lying. Whew.
I want to talk to him. When did he actually move in with you?
He moved in August whenever the children moved out to the house in Florida.
And I say moved in with you. I mean, you're not the only person he lived with, right?
No.
I mean, you knew he had an apartment.
Absolutely.
Or an apartment that he also stayed with some other women.
Absolutely. He stayed in a couple of different locations with women, I believe.
Particularly one woman, this Carmen, right?
As I understood it, yes.
It wasn't just Carmen, there was other women at that place too.
Yes, from what I understood.
So he moves in, you buy him all that studio equipment.
Yes.
That's true.
Absolutely.
He sets up a studio in your house.
He does.
And is he working at first?
He did. He was extremely devoted to it. He kept a whiteboard on the wall. He had scheduled songs that he was doing, scheduled recording times. He had someone coming over to help him produce. So he was actually doing what he was supposed to do. He was trying to create music to actually put on iTunes and make money off of it.
And were you investing in that?
Yes.
The video that I forced the jury to watch, did you pay for that?
Yes, I did.
That video and the way he's acting on that video, is that Chuck?
Yes, it is. All the time.
That's not a show, right? That's who he really is, isn't it?
That really is him.
As far as that studio and as far as him bringing women, were you jealous about him bringing women?
Absolutely not.
As far as him bringing people to the house, did you ever have an argument with him about having some man that you ran into in your own house?
I did. I came home one night from work at 7 o'clock, and I didn't know anybody was there. So I went to my room, changed clothes, came in, and got surprised in the kitchen by a strange man who walked out. And Chuck wasn't there.
Did that upset you?
Very much so.
And did you let him know that?
I did. I told him that I really didn't want anybody in the house unless he was there, particularly men, whenever I wouldn't know there was anybody in the house with me. So,
as far as these women, you heard him say, hey, he brought women over there all the time. Is that true?
He did. He would bring not one, sometimes two, three.
And did guys sometimes come with them too?
Absolutely.
They'd be packed up in that studio, right?
Absolutely.
They were doing their thing, you were doing your thing.
Yes.
Oh, did he brag about pulling trains on people?
He did.
Now, what is pulling the train?
He particularly seemed to like having a friend of his, a male friend of his, come over to be with the girls that he brought home. So that's basically two guys and a girl.
And he would brag about it.
Absolutely.
But did that make you jealous?
No.
I want to fast forward to the early morning hours of October 5th of 2020.
Thank you. That's what I've been waiting for. All aboard.
Was Nina there?
Yes.
Were you and Nina there in your room asleep?
Yes, with the dog.
On that day, did you ever come in contact with Marisela?
No.
When Chuck arrived there with her, according to the phone records, in the early morning hours, did you ever know he was there?
No.
Anything unusual about him arriving at your house in the early morning hours?
No.
You heard him say that at some point you came into that room and you stabbed Marisela. Did you go into that room and stab Marisela?
No.
Did you struggle with Marisela?
No, absolutely not. No.
Did you argue with Chuck about Marisela?
No.
Had you ever met Marisela?
No.
In reference to this whole Chuck Marisela ordeal, how did you find out about it?
I found out about it whenever the FBI agent showed up and called me on the phone.
Okay, now before that, had you gone into Chuck's room and cleaned his room up?
No.
So as far as whatever blood was in there, who cleaned that blood up, you have no idea.
I have no idea.
You just know it wasn't you.
I know I wasn't. No, I didn't go in the room. No.
Somebody
wasn't
did
me.
it. Three of y'all home.
Wasn't Nina.
Wasn't Nina.
On that night, you don't know how many people he had in that room, do you?
I have no idea.
The next morning, did you ever come in contact with Marisela?
No.
Did you come in contact with Chuck?
No.
At some point, he leaves or at some point you started on the out, right?
Yes.
Because on the night of October the 5th, or the early morning hours of October the 5th, who's in the out?
Chuck.
That next day, who was in the out?
Chuck.
All right, you heard the FBI agents say that they came to talk to you.
Right.
All right. You tell the members of the jury what you remember.
They apparently came to my house. I was at work. I was working. So I got a phone call from an agent that claimed he was an FBI agent while I was on the clock at work. So I talked to him there. His conversation with me was basically, do you know Chuck Beltran? Or Charles Beltran, I think was what he said. And I was like, yes, I do. How do you know? He lives at the residence with me. So he lives there.
Now, let me stop you there. Up to this point, do you know anything about some missing girl from Seattle?
No.
You know anything about Charles Beltran being the last person seen with Marisela?
No. I had no clue.
All right, then what happened?
So I told him who he was, that he lived there. The agent didn't go into a whole lot of detail. He said something to the effect that he was the last person seen with a girl who was missing. And that was pretty much the gist of it. He asked me the last time I had seen him, which I think I told him it had been about 2 weeks, because at that point it kind of had been that long. So he asked me that. He told me when I spoke to him to let him know that he was looking for him, which I did promptly. I told him that.
So after you talked to the agent, you immediately called?
I called him. I said there was a FBI agent that showed up at the house who called me and said that he's looking for you. Here's who it is. That's pretty much what was said.
Okay. Did Charles go into detail about Marisela at that time?
No, he did not elaborate. He didn't say anything else about it. He was like, okay, he took the number, supposedly, and that was that.
Did he seem worried at all?
No, not even a little.
Not concerned in the world?
No.
That the FBI was looking for?
No.
I do want to kind of backtrack. At some point, we talked about Beltran, Charles being in the car on October the 5th. At some point, did you drop Nina off at the airport in that vehicle?
Yes.
How did that take place?
I think her flight left on that Wednesday. And whenever I got up to take her to the airport, and then I was going back to work that day, because I hadn't worked Monday or Tuesday. So when I went out to the garage, the Audi was there and my Hyundai was gone. So I took the Audi and drove to the airport and went to work.
All right, just so members of the jury know, that's really nothing unusual, right?
No, it wasn't.
Did he have keys to both vehicles?
Yes.
And you put gas in it, he'd run it out?
Bring it, drop it off, I'd have another one. And he would do that while I was at the office too. I would not see Chuck. I would just go out from the office and a different car would be parked in my spot. So.
And did that create problems for you at the office as far as your files and your documentation?
Yes, because.
Explain that to the members of the jury.
Yeah, whenever you go home and you work from the office, like sometimes I would need the actual hard physical file. I couldn't just access it by online application to the office file. So I would take the physical file with me. So they would typically be in the back of my Tucson. So I could get them or I would take them back to work and they would be in the car. So when he would change his vehicles or leave with my vehicle and I couldn't get to it and I had a file in the car, that's a real issue because they're active files and something that's being worked on every day. That can cause me to get fired. So him taking the vehicle and me not able to get a hold of him or him trade it back or me be able to get to that was a serious issue for me.
And you saw the phone records earlier showing that you kept trying to contact him?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that's what that was about?
I'm pretty sure that's what that was about.
Did Charles ever tell you what happened to Marisela?
No.
What did he even talk about?
No.
Even after y'all realized that he was wanted, you were wanted, what did he talk about?
No.
What? He's saying what? Oh, what?
And I didn't know I was wanted until.
Okay, we'll talk about that. As far as after you talked to this FBI agent, right?
Yes, sir.
Did somehow your address end up on the social media?
Immediately, that same day.
What problems did that create for you?
It was havoc. That very day that he called me, havoc. That very day that he called me, that night I was at home and I got a text message from someone claiming to be an FBI agent. It was very threatening. It was, I know you know where Chuck is. You need to have him here at such and such a time, such and such a day. Extremely aggressive. So, I mean, it really kind of throws you off. Like, I don't know who this person is. I actually texted this person back and I said, if you will send me a picture of your badge, like your badge number, then I will communicate with you. Never heard another thing.
What other issues did you have after your address went viral?
While I was stuck with the Audi and hadn't been able to get the Tucson back, somebody slashed the tires while I was driving it. So it was really kind of aggressive. Like, I was getting strange phone calls too. Like, it was out there. A full picture of the house was out there. It was not safe at all in any way, shape, or form. I had no idea who knew that, who Chuck even had around him that was going to be coming where I was.
And you felt like all this threatening attention was coming from who?
I felt like it was Chuck and Chuck's friends, Chuck's people, Chuck's surrounding people around him.
I thought you were going to say, is that
What
YouTuber?
about the people that were concerned with Marisela?
I'm sorry?
Was there a lot of social media stuff?
Absolutely. It was everywhere. As far as I know, it was everywhere.
So the fact that, I guess, your home, where you live, was on social media.
Absolutely.
And that gave you concern.
Very much so.
Safety concern.
Very much so.
At some point, will you tell the members of the jury why you quit your job and went to Florida?
We had intended to go to Florida, but I didn't go to Florida first. Like, we still had the house in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So, I mean, this was emotionally very, very, very stressful. Having my house out there, having people contacting me, the tires being slashed, I'm by myself in Texas. Like, I'm still, like, my legs are a nightmare and a disaster. Like, I'm still trying to recover. It was awful trying to be here by myself and deal with that.
So did you end up going to Pennsylvania with Nina?
I did. Nina and I had already planned that in January of that next year that we were going to move to the same location anyway. Like, it depended on how the house sold as to whether we would go into Pennsylvania or to Florida.
Well,
but
you saw the state had documents saying you had just signed a lease.
I did sign a lease because I wasn't leaving until January, and the lease was up on October the 1st. I didn't want to move furniture or do any of that, so signing the lease was the best solution. Nina and I talked about it, and I went ahead and signed it just so that we would have those 3 months from October until January for me to be able to, finish out, because there were a couple of larger cases that I was trying to resolve for the bonus before I left.
As far as when did y'all actually put the house up for sale in Pennsylvania, if you remember?
I don't remember exactly when we signed the listing because the house had so much repair to have done. Like, we borrowed the money around,
How much money did y'all borrow?
$100,000
That was for repairs on the house.
for repairs on the house. It needed a new roof, it needed a new foundation, and it needed a whole new deck on the back.
Did y'all do all that?
We did. We did affect all those repairs. Oh, and we had to tear down like a small barn outbuilding too, so we had to pay for that.
Did that increase the value of the house?
Yes, it surely did.
Here, I guess everyone's saying y'all were in a rush to sell the house.
We wanted to sell it, and we wanted that income because we wanted to buy a place in Miami, because that's where we wanted to live, and that's why we needed the money. That was the goal.
Y'all needed the money to have anything to do with y'all being on the run?
Absolutely not.
At some point, did y'all sell the house in Pennsylvania?
We did.
Then what happened?
Well, we had already moved and relocated to Florida, so I was working in Hollywood, which is like a little outside area of Miami. So we started to look for a house or property, and we also considered the concept of opening a bar in the Miami area, and Kyle actually managing it for us. So we were looking at a couple of different thoughts.
Let's backtrack. How did Charles Beltran end up in Pennsylvania?
He knew about the property. He knew that we had the house in Pennsylvania. He knew that we had listed it on the market. So he knew where this house was. So we're in Pennsylvania. We had not actually talked to him He ended up in Bethlehem, which is just outside of East Stroudsburg where the house was. He called us and told us that he was there.
So y'all didn't send for him?
No.
He just showed up?
He just showed up.
When he showed up, was he asking questions about the house?
He wanted to know if the house had sold. Obviously, he was after the money. He wanted to know if the house had sold. He wanted to know where we were in the house sale.
Okay, but why are you putting up with Charles Beltran?
Charles was a lot more aggressive than what you have been told. He was really bad as far as aggression goes. One night in particular, he was trying to get a hold of me for money. Whenever I woke up in the morning, I had 99 missed phone calls from this man. 99. And he also, at one point, I had locked the door. His access into the house was through the garage door because he would come in through the garage. There's a door that went between the kitchen and the garage. So I locked that door. He didn't have a key to it. It really made him mad. When I got home that night, the door was broken. The actual door itself was split, the door. And he broke the frame to the point where you couldn't fix the latch on the door. So that was how mad and aggressive he was.
Okay, so you hear all these women talking about how sweet he was. Is that the 50-50 he's referring to?
Well, it's not the 50 I got most of the time in the later days, but he could definitely appear to be. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Okay, let me ask you this. As far as, even after y'all found out he was a person of interest, why did you keep...
I'm sorry, he was a what?
After you found out, when did you find out he was a person of interest that the police wanted to talk to you?
On that 13th, a phone call from the FBI.
Okay, all right. Okay, at some point y'all go to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Does he end up in Miami?
He did end up in Miami.
Just coincidence.
Yes. He pretty much, we had to go get him in Mexico. So when we came back from Mexico, Nina and I were already in between the move because we were in a contract on the house in Pennsylvania.
Okay, let's talk about Mexico. Why did y'all go to Mexico? Was that y'all's idea or his?
His.
Just a vacation.
Totally go to Mexico.
Sheriff wants something, y'all make it happen.
We made it happen because I didn't trust that I would not end up like Miss Botello and Nina, both of us.
Y'all go together.
Or our families, for that matter.
So you did what Chuck asked you to do?
Absolutely.
Oh, bro, who's buying this crap? Come on.
At some point, I want to go ahead and talk about when y'all find out, when Nina gets arrested. Y'all already set up in Florida, right?
Yes.
You already got your business plan, trying to relocate.
Yes.
You heard the agent say that you were there the day she got arrested. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell them to the jury what happened.
Nina had sent me a text that led me to believe that she was either in the process of being arrested or arrested. My concern was us being able to have enough time for me to get an attorneys lined up for us to be able to get something prepared before both of us were arrested, and likely not to be able to do that.
And is that what you did?
That's exactly what I did.
You got out of there?
Yes.
And eventually you got arrested?
I did.
When you got arrested, you saw the video, right?
I did.
Were you on the phone with a lawyer?
At that time, it sure was.
In fact, this lawyer right here.
Yes.
Again, trying to make arrangements for you and Nina.
Yes.
I think you indicated that you actually even sent a lawyer in Florida to try to help her.
I did. I was extremely concerned about Nina's mental health from this.
Okay, let me ask you, why were you concerned with Nina's mental health?
Nina's an attorney. Nina has spent an incredible amount of her time to be an attorney. She is actually a Cambridge scholar. So Nina really has invested everything into this. This case, in and of itself, has destroyed us. The fact that they have brought this charge against me and Nina has ruined our lives.
But ma'am, what I'm asking you about when Nina was jailed in Florida, did she try to commit suicide?
She was
on suicide watch.
She was on suicide watch because of these things, because of this. So yes.
And so when you see the text messages and you saying you hope Nina keep her shit together, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I did not want her to have a meltdown and try to commit suicide or effectively be able to do that. And I wanted her to have the knowledge that, you know, it's okay. I've got defense lined up for us. I've got things started. It's, you know, it'll be okay.
I just don't want to make sure I don't forget, because these girls that were at the apartment that Chuck also resided at, did you tell me, or what did you say anything about him potentially being involved in trafficking?
I had suspicion that Chuck was involved with trafficking.
Why?
Because on a couple of occasions, like 2 separate ones that I can think of in particular, I found a suitcase at the house that was like in the living room area. It was just like a carry-on. And I looked to see what it was, and it was full of young girls' clothing. It was small sizes, young girls' clothing.
Okay.
But she's not trying to say underage.
All right. After you got arrested, when did you first find out about that you were being charged with capital murder?
At the arrest in Florida, the arresting officer told me it was capital murder of a police officer and terroristic threatening.
Huh? Okay, did you know what any of that means?
No.
At some point, were you transferred back here to Dallas?
Yes.
Nina as well?
Yes.
All right. You're being held on a capital murder warrant?
Yes.
At that time, as far as Mrs. Botello's disappearance, did you know that they were alleging that you stabbed her?
No. Not until I got here to Texas.
That's the first time you found out that they were alleging, that Charles was alleging that you stabbed Mrs. Botello?
Yes.
Did you stab Marisela?
Absolutely not.
Did you have any reason to stab Marisela?
Absolutely not.
Did you have some anger-crazed breakdown because you were so obsessed with Charles?
Absolutely not.
So you find out that you're being charged with, that they're alleging that you stabbed Marisela and Nina helped, right?
That's what
that
I
was the
heard.
allegation, correct?
Yes,
So
that's
both of y'all are
allegation.
charged.
Yep.
Start going through the process.
Yes.
Eventually bond out.
Yes.
You get the leg monitors.
Yes.
While you're on bond and you have the leg monitors, are you and Nina still living together?
Yes.
Got an apartment?
We got a house.
Got a house. All right. Once you're in this house, does any suspicious activities start taking place?
Yes. Actually, it was the entire time that we were out on house arrest. People were People were posting things about us that they saw us in the actual location. Like people were following us. People were paying attention to where we're going. So we were constantly underneath some kind of scrutiny by social media, by people who were following the case. Like we never had any rest from that. They were always.
In fact, it got so bad, did y'all actually try to do a cease and desist?
We did. We absolutely did.
I'm not sure what that means.
A cease and desist is whenever you send a notification that they must cease and desist from publishing or doing anything against you or in your name, because it was absolutely not correct or true. It was just made up things that were so derogatory it was affecting everything. So we did do a cease and desist on it.
And did you feel as though it was putting you in danger?
Absolutely.
Bullshit.
No question. Yes.
And then as far as the well, what I'm getting at is at some point y'all cut those monitors off.
We did.
So it's my fault they went to Cambodia?
We cut the monitors off because we both felt very much persecuted in this case.
Oh my God.
I do, as I'm sitting here in front of you today. I feel very much like Nina and I have been completely singled out in this case in a way that should not have been. Like, you consider I was 57 years old when this incident happened.
Bruh.
I did nothing but work and raise children all my life. Why would I even be suspicious in this? I've never been arrested. I had no criminal record. Nina's an attorney. She had never had any kind of criminal record. Like, we lived a life that was pretty much upstanding. We hadn't ever done anything like this.
But let me ask you. Okay, you say you felt persecuted.
Yeah.
Is that why Cambodia?
Cambodia was a good place for asylum. Cambodia was a good place for us to find a new life, for us to live, for us not to have these situations. We looked at it. We looked at citizenship. We entered Cambodia legally. We didn't do anything illegal. We did everything you were supposed to do to come into a new country and try to nationalize or to get asylum there.
Okay, and you were trying to get asylum because you felt persecuted.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, this persecuted bullshit.
Yes, absolutely, both.
For your safety.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, at the time, right before we left and flew out, there was a black pickup truck that had started to park right outside of our house. And it would move on the street, but it was always there. One day, I went to the window, me and Nina were cooking in the kitchen, and this black truck is parked right outside our kitchen window. Whenever he saw us, he left. But it was definitely a man, and it was nobody we knew personally, and somebody that shouldn't have been there.
And did that give you concern?
Absolutely.
So when you went to Cambodia, did you do so out of necessity?
Yes. In our feelings, absolutely.
So the cease and desist was real, I guess. Well, I don't know. I still think they did it themselves. I don't think their attorneys did it, but bro, if they would have said iCkEdMeL. Oh my God.
Oh, and while you were on the leg monitor, you were trying to work, weren't you?
Absolutely. Like, I've always worked.
God.
Okay. In fact, did you get a job offer?
I did.
While you were on the leg monitor?
I did.
It was going to help pay for your legal expenses.
I did, yes.
And what happened with the job?
I got the job fairly quickly whenever we got out. My resume is really clean. So I got this position with the law firm. He tendered an offer to me, which I accepted. With this leg monitor program, you have to get approval for everything you do. And you heard.
When you say approval, you got to get approval from the judge, right?
I do, yes. Anything you do. So I let my attorneys know that I had a job offer. They had to file a motion with a hearing before this judge to get this approved. There's a limited period of time, of course, because I had to start within a certain time range. I had given enough time for my start date to give me like a week or about that for the judge to give approval for me to do this the right way. The minute the motion was filed and it was, known by the prosecution, by the court system, that I had a job and that it was with this firm, the offer was rescinded before the hearing could even take place.
Okay. So it was affecting your ability to work.
It would have been, it was an impossibility. Every time I would get an interview or try to get an interview, the time frame or me being able to get to that interview was impossible.
And you didn't think that was a coincidence, did you?
No, I definitely did not.
Is that why you kind of felt like y'all were being persecuted?
Yes, one of the reasons.
I don't feel like people were stalking him. The story was so small too, then. I'm ready for the prosecution. Come on, prosecution. I hope we get it today. I don't drive a black truck, guys. Jesus Christ.
As far as, I did want
I feel like, so they're going to try to use that to paint her, like they've been doing this entire time, as like the victim. And she's being persecuted.
Thank you.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I would have never thought this day would come.
Is that Charles Beltran?
It is.
And is that the Santa Marta case that he had?
Yes.
And does this photo have significance to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much an indicator that he and his people are watching.
Judge Alford, what's marked as
Let me see it.
Defense 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
Permission to publish.
Defendant's Exhibit 13 is admitted for all purposes, and yes.
Oh my God. Yo, they took that from my thumbnail. They took that from my thumbnail because I put the yellow highlight.
Again, this is
I can't believe
Santa Marta emblem, correct?
Yes.
And this is Charles Beltran, right?
Yes.
They might mention the channel. I don't know.
Telling you that we're always watching.
Yes.
Where's that thumbnail?
Was that threatening to you?
Very.
Oh my God.
Do you believe that he and his people were always watching?
Yes.
Is that why you went to Cambodia?
Yes.
They extract that from my
why
picture.
You continue to send in money?
Yes.
Where do you think that yellow outline came from?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Let's go. Prosecution. Come on, baby. Bring it in.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Dykes, you said you've been a paralegal for how long?
33 years.
33 years, and all in negotiations, right?
No, not all in negotiation. I've done personal injury. I'm primarily a litigation paralegal, so negotiation is not something I've always done.
Well, you did negotiations here in Dallas, didn't you?
I did for part of the time that I was with that firm.
And you're no stranger to the courtroom. I mean, you know how things work. You've been in the courtroom in your job for a long time. Is that right?
Yes.
And the soft-spoken Ms. Dykes that you are today, I mean, as far as negotiations, you're negotiating big cases. These aren't like little baby cases. I mean, these are important things, right?
Technically, I didn't negotiate the big cases. I worked the big cases as far as the litigation aspects go.
Okay, but you're talking to attorneys, you're talking to other negotiators, you're talking to companies about, their money and things like that. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have to be fairly strong in your negotiations to get the job done. And you did get the job done, didn't you?
You have to know the files.
You have to be strong in your negotiations to get the job done, right? You can't just fall over at the first offer and say, okay, I give up, right? You have to know what you're doing and you have to be strong.
I think you have to be clear and concise.
Okay. And as far as, again, you know enough about the legal field, you know enough about, what goes on in a courtroom to kind of understand some of the procedures, right?
I do.
Okay. So, just a minute. I mean, you mentioned all these threatening things, and you were advised if there was anything that went wrong or anything else like that, you could either talk to Julian LaPere, your ELM person, and you could talk to the judge about what was going on, and you never did that, did you?
No.
Okay, so you never told him about any of these issues
That's bullshit.
that you had going on,
It's complete bullshit.
during your time on ELM, right? You're a smart enough woman to know you could have told them any of that, and they would have done whatever they could to make you feel better, right?
Which issues are you speaking of?
I'm talking about this truck that's outside. I'm talking about the people supposedly harassing you. You could have talked to the judge about that, right?
I feel that would have probably been ineffective.
But you didn't try, did you?
No.
And you didn't tell Miss LaPere about any of that, did you?
No. She knew about the work problems.
Okay. And that was it, right? That was the only problem that you really talked to her about, right?
Yes.
And you're making this jury believe, I think, that you think the prosecution had something to do with you not getting the job, right?
I do believe that.
Okay, you understand, Ms. Dykes, we don't have that kind of time. I mean, if you don't know that, we don't have that kind of time.
I don't know what kind of time you have and you don't, ma'am, honestly.
Now, as far as
Go.
Ms. LaPere is concerned, she was here earlier. Your counsel had a opportunity to ask her questions about that situation, didn't he?
He did.
Okay. And Ms. LaPere, she didn't say anything about notifying or having to notify the prosecution or the court at every request that you make, right?
She did go over what you can and can't do while you're on ELM. She also did, I believe, testify to the fact that you had to have approval to work.
Okay. Now, I'm looking through all this stuff here, and you were talking about all these people that are harassing you and causing problems, and even before, back in 2020, before this incident happened, you know, all these terrible things that happened to you, and I can't seem to find a police report where you reported this stuff. You didn't do that, did you?
Where I reported what?
These problems that you were having, these people that are harassing you, these calls that you're getting. You didn't report any of that to the police, did you?
To be frank, ma'am, I don't trust police at this point in my life.
Well, at that time you had no reason to, did you?
In 20?
Before you even knew that there was that people were, that the police were looking for you and trying to contact you, you had no reason to distrust police at that time.
The incidents that we're speaking of started to happen when the FBI agent showed up at the door on 10/13.
And there was nothing about that contact that would make you distrust police at that time, was it?
At the time that they were there?
At the time that the FBI contacted you on October 15th, you had no reason to distrust police, did you?
The text that night that I got from the gentleman claiming to be an FBI officer is pretty alarming. If he was an FBI officer, which I have no idea of knowing whether he was or not, that makes you start to distrust.
Well, he's just stated on direct that you asked for a picture of his badge and he didn't send you one.
He didn't.
And so at that point, I mean, you knew he wasn't legit, right?
Not really. Like the fact that
Taylor Page rang your doorbell, stood in front of the Ring camera. You've seen that. That's how Ring cameras work. When the doorbell rings, you have an app on your phone and you can see that video, right?
No, I never saw the app. I'm
asking you, is that how the Ring camera works?
I didn't have the app, and it was Chuck's Ring camera, so I didn't have any of that.
So, speaking of Chuck, you mentioned, you made it a point right off the bat to talk about how violent he was. Again, I'm looking through all of this stuff, and I don't see one police report that you called in on Chuck the entire time that you all lived together. You didn't do that, did you?
I would not have. I would not dare to have done that. He is not the kind of man you make a police report on and have anything come of that that's good.
Okay, so he's not the kind of man, if he does something in your home that you invited him into, that you put him up in, that you bought him all that equipment, that you bought him that car, that you paid for all his shoes and his clothing and things like that, he's not the kind of man that you could call and report him to the police and he get arrested and be out of your life. That's how simple it was, right?
It was not that simple. Chuck was not the kind of guy
Now, you talk about Chuck's friends. Dax, Freddie, you know them, right?
I do know them through the club.
They've been to your house plenty of times, right?
They have.
Okay, and they talked about how everybody knew that you were in a relationship with Chuck, right? They talked about that.
They said that, yes.
Okay.
Must be all
and so
liars.
It was common knowledge that this arrangement between you and Chuck really didn't have much at all to do with this rap career, if anything, because we saw Defense Exhibit 7, and any woman that is trying to save her retirement and save up and make smart financial decisions is not going to feed money into that man and that kind of rap and that kind of video after she saw what was produced. That doesn't make any sense, does it?
His first productions out of Austin, as I had said, were
Ma'am, I'm asking about this production.
She be allowed to answer the question.
She go hard though. Prosecutors go hard, but she gotta be careful though.
I mean, I understand it on cross, but
Sustained, please allow the witness to answer the question.
And my question to you is, after seeing what he produced on Defendant's Exhibit 7, Picture Me This, where the lyrics are dickety-dick and lickety-lick, no woman trying to save her retirement is going to continue to invest in that, correct? That's my question to you.
They may, if there's a potential for improvement, if there's a potential for it to change to reflect what the actual work that was done before is produced, then yes, they might stay in.
You're trying to save for retirement, aren't you?
I'm trying to build an income stream that would sustain me through later years.
Now, as far as the court proceedings go, I mean, you bonded out in, I believe, May of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and Nina got out first, and you got out, and then you all were able to get a nice little house together and live together on ELM. And it wasn't great, but it wasn't that bad, was it?
No, it's pretty bad.
Okay, and looking at the pass slips,
James, thank you. This is so crazy to see this years later.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
And then like to even have the cease and desist come up. Incomplete denial though. Like I mean the whole relationship thing, it's just there's so many people that saw that. There's even more people that testify that could say the similar things. And she just really wants people to believe that it was just straight up a business venture, that they weren't like having sex or whatever. It wasn't more than that.
And I'll put these in order, Ms. Dykes, but looking at the pass slips, the very first time, Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Just to refresh your recollection of that, I'm showing what's been marked states 398 through 402, and it starts with 402. That's your signature right there, is that correct?
Yes.
If you'll just look through each of those, and do those look like the pass slips in your case from the time you bought it out to the time it became bogus?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, state offer states 398 through 402 for all purposes.
no objection, Judge.
Starting in September.
Hold on, okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
398 through 402
Yes, Your Honor.
are admitted for all purposes.
Okay, permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at states 402, this is September 21st. You signed that pass slip, and it just says discovery needed, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were here for.
I'm sorry. Yes.
You didn't talk to anybody, any prosecutors. You didn't have to go to the courtroom. You just talked to your attorney and you left. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. States 398, October 1st, 2021. Your signature's not even there, is it?
No.
You didn't have to even show up in court, right?
I don't think so. I don't recall exactly, but I don't think so.
Okay, but you would have signed it if you had to show up, right?
Possibly.
Okay. October 29th, 2021. Again, your signature's not there, right?
Right. Yes.
So you didn't sign that pass slip either. November 29th, 2021, you didn't sign that pass slip, and that's in states 400.
Yes.
And then on December 29th, 2021, you're actually in Cambodia at this time, right?
No, that's November 29th, 2021.
Okay, but it's reset to December 29th, 2021. Is that correct?
It was reset to that day, but the day of that signature was November 29th, 2021.
Okay, and you didn't have to sign that day either, right?
No.
So you're not having to spend any time up here?
No.
Okay.
So now she alluding to child trafficker?
Chuck has a lot of tattoos, doesn't he?
Yes.
In fact, the one that's right there on your wrist, if you'll show that to the jury, please.
Let's check it out.
Your Honor, may Ms. Dykes stand up?
Please.
And present her tattoo to the jury.
Well, she may stand up where she is. Okay, show her tattoo.
Yeah. I gotta see this shit. What we got there?
And we're talking about the one right there on your wrist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Open that shit.
This one right there.
Unbutton it. Unbutton that thing.
Right.
You're aware that Chuck has that same tattoo, doesn't he?
He does. Yes, he does.
Oh, that's
Okay.
just a business
So you
tattoo?
are a 57-year-old woman investing in a rapper's career. You don't have any personal relationship at all, but you get a matching tattoo.
The tattoo is actually the logo for the business that I started for him, that I'm invested in, math class. That's what the tattoo is. And it's the logo for that.
Math class.
Now, you and Nina are really close, aren't you?
Yes.
You know pretty much everything about each other, right?
Yes, I would think.
She talked to you while she was in Pennsylvania?
We've consistently kept a relationship for 16 years.
Okay, so she talks. You guys talk all the time?
We do.
Now, you mentioned that Bill didn't live there, but if Bill didn't live in Pennsylvania, why is he keeping Halloween decorations there? That doesn't make any sense, does it?
No, that's not exactly what I said. They had a house together in Staten Island where they actually resided. This house is a house where they were repairing the house to sell it as a couple or to live in it as they chose to do. They did have personal property there from both of them.
This Miss Scarpa just made up this fact that you guys knelt there, right?
Miss Scarpa had said what she said for whatever reason
That's
she
bullshit,
did, but
yo.
it was not true.
Okay.
That is still
And Olivia Martinez,
Coworker.
I'll say Rodriguez again. Olivia Martinez, she was somebody that you were training, right?
She was someone I trained, yes.
And you guys kept the same office, didn't you?
She was put into my office so that I could train her.
Okay, so you guys shared an office, didn't you?
Yes.
And as anybody that shares an office, you guys get in personal conversations, right?
Olivia liked to listen to my phone calls. As far as personal conversations go,
Objection,
no.
non-responsive, Your Honor.
She was kind of responding though.
You could sustain, you need to listen to the specific question and answer that specific question if you can. If you don't know, then just say you don't know.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Dykes, being in the same office with someone, you get in some personal conversations, don't you?
Not always, no.
Okay, but you did have some personal conversations with Olivia, didn't you?
About certain things.
And you talked to her about Chuck sometimes, right?
Honestly, no. I didn't talk to Olivia about Chuck.
You never talked to her about Chuck?
No.
Okay, you never talked to her about Nina either, did you?
No, actually, Nina, she met coming into the office. Nina used to come and sit with me in the office.
Okay, and you know that she testified that you all had several personal conversations at work. You recall that conversation, right?
I remember her testimony.
Okay, so there's a person number 2 that's lying, right?
Right.
Seems to be Olivia had some thoughts that weren't exactly correct.
Okay. And Kat De Leon, she's a hairdresser. You went to her for years, didn't you?
I did.
And you guys were close, weren't you?
No, she was my hairdresser.
That's bull.
And as a hairdresser,
Very close.
You know the gig. I mean, you stick with the same hairdresser for a while. They know your styles. They know your fashions. They know the things you like, right?
Should, yes.
Okay, and she was a good hairdresser, wasn't she?
She was good with color, yes.
Okay. And she was good with cuts too, wasn't she?
Not so much.
Then why'd she keep going?
Because she was good with color.
Okay, but she still cut her hair too, didn't she?
She did, yes.
Okay, and she was so good that you took Chelsea there too, didn't you?
Yes.
Or so bad, you say, or whatever, mediocre. What's your claim?
You didn't have any personal conversations with Kat either, did you?
We did have personal conversations.
So you told her about Chuck?
I did tell her that Chuck was there in the house, yes.
Okay, and you told her about you talked about him all the time, didn't you?
No, not all the time.
You talked about him frequently to her, didn't you?
When she asked, I answered her.
And of course, if he was this mean, awful, violent person, you could have told her that. You would have told her that.
Not necessarily.
But you told her about the sex, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
I heard
You didn't tell her anything about you guys having any kind of sexual relationship?
No, I didn't, because that wouldn't be true.
So she's claiming her and Chuck never had
He
sex.
spent quite a bit of time after Bill died in Pennsylvania by herself, right?
I don't remember exactly how long she was there. She first, when Bill died, she was in Pennsylvania, yes.
Okay, so that was November. You guys actually started taking trips and things together on a fairly regular basis in maybe the summer of 2019. Does that sound about right?
No, I think that's too soon.
October 2019?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, and then he passes in, and that's when you guys really kind of started going from being best friends to taking this to a different level, right?
Nina and I still to this day are best friends, so the commitment to actually marry didn't come until April or May.
I'm not talking about marriage, Ms. Dykes. I'm talking about where you all start discussing and making a decision that this isn't just a best friend buddy situation, that we're going to be in a different type of relationship. That happened around October 2019. Is that right?
I think that's way too soon.
Okay.
It wasn't.
But if you told Kat De Leon that it was October 2019, that's mistaken?
I think Kat's probably off on that, because we really didn't start even remotely thinking about anything like that until 20.
Bill passes in 2019, is that correct?
I really don't remember. I think so.
November 2019, right?
I believe so.
And you and you and Nina, y'all start getting closer and closer. Is that fair to say?
Yes, she was going through a lot of things. I mean, we were already extremely, extremely close, but her suffering from Bill dying was pretty extraordinary, so yes.
Okay, and you knew about some of her relationships too, is that right?
I did.
You knew that she was having a relationship with a guy in Pennsylvania. I can't recall his name, but you remember that she was having a relationship with a guy in Pennsylvania.
No, she didn't really have a relationship with anybody in Pennsylvania. She saw somebody maybe in Pennsylvania, but not a relationship.
Okay, relationship might be a little more than what it was, but she was texting a guy and she saw a guy and they had sex while she was in Pennsylvania. Is that?
I think so. Yes.
Maybe somebody else.
You know that she texted this guy and she told that guy all about you, her fiance, and all about Chuck the third.
I don't know. I never saw anything like that.
It was clear that you guys were open about what the deal was. You and Nina were married, and Chuck was your guy.
No, he wasn't.
Wow. Deny. Wow.
Now, as far as Kyle's concerned, Kyle lives here in Dallas, doesn't he?
Yes.
And he was the, I guess, manager of the bar. Is that right?
Yes.
On premise?
Yes.
And he actually hired Chuck, is that right?
Yes.
And Dax also worked there, is that correct?
Dax was working as a bouncer at that time.
And Chuck was a doorman?
Yeah, well, he was a bouncer too. They were both working the same position.
That's how you met Chuck, through your son Kyle. Is that correct?
Yes.
You mentioned to the jury that Chuck got, and Kyle cares a whole lot about you, doesn't he?
I believe so, yes. He's my
you
son.
guys still to this day, you all talk all the time, right?
We do.
And he'll pretty much do anything for you. Is that correct?
I don't know. I haven't got any new clothes for court yet, so I can't really say that. No.
Well, that's because he'd have to appear here in the court building to get you those clothes, right?
That's not true.
I mean, you told him to stay away, didn't you?
No.
You didn't tell him to stay away?
No.
I'm surprised you aren't showing up.
Well, I have not wanted him to be up here because of the risk for him and the danger of being around all these people.
The people in the truck from years ago.
Your Honor, may we approach? You may.
Damn, man, what are you guys thinking? Where you leaning? Do you think has the prosecution done enough with Lisa? I feel like a lot's kind of just up in the air. It's crazy that they mentioned the cease and desist. I really think they watched that video this weekend. Because before then, I had a members video about the cease and desist, but I hadn't really kind of put it out too public. I mentioned it, but then I dropped the video. I think it was Saturday. And you know how I know for sure that they're watching? Because they went and grabbed this picture from my thumbnail and imagery to use of Chuck. Because I think he took this picture down. Because you could even still see the yellow highlighting that I did for the image. I was like, bruh. Bruh. Oh, I got to show you something funny too that I was thinking about. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Bruh, I never thought this day would come like this. And they're trying to, so they're basically, from what I'm absorbing, they're trying to say that I guess these ladies were on the run, but also running with Chuck until they split. Of course, split from Chuck got arrested, and then but they were with Chuck because they were afraid of what he could do to them. But then they go on the run because they're afraid of their safety. Because there's some guy or somebody in a black truck outside of the house, and somebody that called and pretended to be FBI or something when she asked for a badge didn't get nothing. And so they were in fear for their lives. I don't even think anybody really cared about them like that. Back then when I was covering this story, the people were like, it's nothing compared to these bigger, crazier stories that we've covered now. But they want to be like they were on the run and in fear. And then insinuating or just saying that she had thoughts that Chuck was a trafficker. And even said I don't know if she said young ladies or young girls clothes. Did you guys in the chat, you remember what she said? Young ladies or young girls? I almost was like, damn, are they trying to say he's a child trafficker? I got to find this, see, because I can watch this real quick. Because what Bill's son said about Lisa was just so funny at the time. Let me see if I can skip to it. There was some message correspondence that was just. There was something when he talked about her hair and everything when he first met. Is it here? I have to probably look up the transcript of this video. Let me look up the transcript. Small girls clothes. Yeah, I was like, damn, bro. Damn. Had what? What did they have? I thought I heard death or something. They left out quick too, right? They dipped. I found it. I think I found a timestamp. 22:17. All right, I'll wait to see what happened now, and then I'll show you what I was doing. Who's the attorney? The guy Heath, right? He looked like something was up with him and he left. And so they're gonna be done for today, maybe.
Well, Val, I guess it heard the noise. It was kind of starting to blow up around when Stella heard. And then Worsley's like, confirmed by DPD. So I was thinking I would, like I should tell them. Yeah. I was hoping to get her testimony, but. Well, he was over there. He's just.
What? It's just like one of the only trials that I've known of where they just like abruptly, they don't even say anything, just click. All right, let me rewind it back.
You didn't tell me.
Because of the risk for him and the danger of being around all these people.
Girl, may we approach? You may.
Okay, at some point they came. Court is done for today. Fox 4 can confirm former Dallas County District Attorney Craig Watkins has died. He was 56 years old. Okay, Dallas County District Attorney. So I don't know. I guess is that person related to somebody that's doing the DA? Wow, that is crazy. All right, so we're gonna have to come back tomorrow morning then. Damn, things are getting so hot too. I wonder what happened to the. Was it just like a normal death? Or he's 56 years old though. I'm gonna set the trial for tomorrow morning, 10:15 p.m. Eastern. We'll be back another day. The timing for that is crazy. The timing, oh my gosh. 10:15 Eastern. He's a Dallas DA. Oh, no, don't say that. Somebody said maybe it's the defense's wife, Cara, baby. I wouldn't wish death on anybody like that.
I'm gonna let the jury know that you had a death in our community.
I guess somehow it's related. It's like this person knows the person or something. Because it looked like Lisa was consoling him. And then he just dips out. I don't know. I mean, I could be interpreting it wrong. I don't know. It could be, maybe he was affected somehow. Maybe he knows that person. Go back over today. Why? Been here all day. You did miss your testimony. I'm gonna time stamp this live stream. They mentioned the cease and desist letter that they sent me. That was incredible. So I have to clip that. I'm kind of like, but let's do a poll before we head out for the day. And again, please, if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button, please. If you're new to the story and you want to know what the hell is going on and you're confused, in the description of this video, there's a thing it says recap video, everything you need to know. If you watch that video, it's 17 minutes long. It'll give you a lot of the details that you need to know. I'll put the link in the chat. And then there's also a deep dive playlist. The deep dive playlist, I recommend you watch the Bill video, the Lisa video, and then there's one about Chuck. And then there's the trial playlist that's in the description as well. I timestamp all the trials so you can skip around. I also, at the bottom of the timestamps, I put the recommended watches. I don't think, especially if you're trying to catch up, that you need to watch every single testimony. So I just put the key witness testimonies that I think you should watch. I put it under the timestamps. And if you want to just skip through certain days and stuff, you can do that. And I think you can catch up fairly easy. What I wanted to do in the poll is I'm just kind of curious. Trying to think. I don't even know how to word it. I'm just wondering if the prosecution has done enough to prove the case. I thought what Hoke said earlier was interesting. That he said he thinks it relies solely on the jury if they believe Chuck's story or if they believe Lisa's story on the stand. Yeah, it's on my channel. Yep. And the cease and desist, and I got to show you something funny. The cease and desist is right on my front page. I did a full breakdown the other day. I spent a lot of hours. They mentioned it today. I really believe they watched that cease and desist that dropped over the weekend. But if you go type in iCkEdMeL, go to my page, and you scroll down to the timeline deep dive, which I still keep forgetting to add this one video. Everything you need to know, watch that. Watch the Lisa Dykes video. And then there's a Bill video right here. Watch the Bill video. Watch the Charles Beltran video. And if you want to know about the cease and desist, I posted this a couple days ago. And I broke down the cease and desist. Which, you know, back then and even more so now, I had reasonable reasons to believe the things that I said, and multiple people reached out to me. I didn't make anything up or, you know, whatever. And you can even see throughout the trial, that's what people are saying. I almost wish, you know what I wish? I wish more people testified for Marisela Botello. You know what I saw the other day, which I thought was kind of like, they were saying, somebody had made a Facebook post, somebody that worked at one of the co-workers that had testified, one of the co-workers of Lisa, they had said they know who not to talk to anymore or who not to tell things to. And they were taking a jab at the co-worker that took the stand on behalf of the prosecution. And I just thought that was kind of shitty because it's helping somebody, it's helping the case of a murdered woman. And so you're basically saying, oh, she's a snitch. You know, so you guys rather just stay shut about the things that Nina told you guys. Okay, this other thing that I thought was kind of funny. 2217. Not this. This is from the Deep Dive Bill story. I couldn't go through with it, and enters her friend, Lisa Dykes. So this, I'm reading a message that I got from Bill's son, and he was telling me how he met Lisa Dykes. Yeah, half-shaved, bald, freakazoid, which I agree, looking lady, come to our place, tell me it wasn't working out. Lisa Dykes, yeah, half-bald, freakazoid looking lady comes to our place and tells me it's not working out. And then he says, now remember, I heard these two on the phone for hours conversing, Nina telling me how she's her soulmate. And she said this has been going on for years. They met at some law firm, Nina a lawyer and Lisa a paralegal, which is things that we've covered. So yeah, that's just that. But I just thought it was kind of funny. And I was late night reading his message. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, so far, do you think Lisa is, should I say guilty, or the person that stabbed Lisa? So far, do you think Lisa is guilty of murder? So there's a yes and a no as the options. Maybe I should have worded it differently or better. Is this the video you got the cease and desist over? They reference multiple things. That was one of them, I think. Yeah, that was one of them. And honestly, I don't know who it came from, the cease and desist. I really thought that it was from either Lisa or Nina, but I think they might have to bring Charles back. They left them open to be recalled. 92% say yes, 8% say no. And if you're the 8% that say no, maybe type in the chat, what do you feel? Like maybe the prosecution hasn't proven enough or shown enough evidence. You know, there's no murder weapon that I know of that they presented. You know, there's a GPS thing where they try to put into question. The three of them are home that night. You know what I'm saying? How does Chuck lied multiple times, right? But now he's saying he woke up with, I feel like his story is the most plausible one. But Lisa is claiming that they were in the rooms and they didn't hear nothing. Nothing at all that night. I don't think so, Uber Vader. I think they would have had to. Uber Vader said I could get called. I don't know that I could really provide anything relevant. Like I don't know. Like I just feel like people directly that knew these people could probably do more for testimony, you know. I'd be up there probably just giving my opinion, I guess. Craig Watkins was the first black district attorney in the county. Oh. Oak says he offers no decision until the defense rests. I think that the prosecution can call rebuttal witnesses. I feel like so you know how like I like that like the prosecution when they were cross-examining Lisa. I mean I like that they were going hard and barking, but at the same time too, I was thinking like she should be a little bit careful, you know, because the jury's there watching. But I really like how she went down by like, oh, so this person lied. So this person lied. So this person lied. I wish they would have had some more witnesses, and I feel like they probably could have gotten some more, but I don't know, maybe time and stuff like that to corroborate more of this relationship. I mean, I feel like they had more. Maybe they did have more than enough, but I feel like they could have had more because I want to go all the way down to 10. So this person's lying. This person's lying. This person's lying. This person's lying. You know, I mean, Lisa has nobody testifying on her behalf besides some detective that did a wellness check, and I forgot who the other person was. Melissa, I was reading your thing and not reading your message. I mean, the name, and I said, I can't vote. F this. I'm unsubscribing, canceling my membership. I'm reporting iCkEdMeL for being too cute. At first, I was reading this shit. I'm like, this person's really pissed off. And then I read the last part. Amanda says Lisa's story is plausible too to someone who doesn't know the case. I agree. That's a good point. I don't buy her story, and it's just because I've been kind of in and out of the story for years. You know, I mean, even the part where she's just kind of like, you know, kind of denying the hairdresser. I don't know how close they were, but I know I heard that she's told her quite a bit. And then like Lisa even denying that they've ever had sex. I think that's just such bullshit. You know, I had even heard that supposedly Lisa had shown the hairstylist a picture of Chuck's phallus. Gotta use the technical term. Phallus. Rachel said, you mean type in the chat when you're smoking. What a day, man. What a day. How many tattoos do you have of the company you work at? Right, the whole tattoo thing. Oh, no, it's just, you know, just for the business. We have matching tattoos for the business. Come on. Come on. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if she's convincing the jury because you got to think about it too. The jury doesn't have the Lisa deep dive story, the Bills deep dive, Nina deep dive. They have just what's being presented during court. I heard Murky. Courtroom is live. Let me see. I doubt that, but let's see. Fox already said it's over for the day. Yeah, it's already over. It's ending. They're done for today. Fox confirmed that it's over for today. I had a pretty good day. It's a slow start, but the whole watching Lisa testify was so worth it. Why didn't they ask her about trying to take Chuck's kids? Yeah, they could have. Yeah, the defense brought it up, and she just said that they had Chuck's permission, which I don't believe. Chuck said he didn't know, or that he said he didn't know, but then also at the time, the person that sent me documentation. I mean, if you just hear about like some of the witness testimonies, and I even read some of my DMs from people back then, they're just like, Chuck's not somebody that's like in his kid's life like that. You know, to take full custody or start requesting custody, like demanding whatever. No. And you can see that Lisa and Nina are sticking it out and sticking together. For sure. They're sticking it out. Tomorrow morning, we're doing the next day. Oh, wait. Did I do the wrong day for... I put day 6 tomorrow. My bad. Tomorrow's day 7. Gotta fix the title for tomorrow morning. And we'll be here early, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. And we'll continue off with... I'm assuming by tomorrow... Well, I don't know. I would think that tomorrow they'll be able to be done. The defense rest their case, I guess. It's just Lisa left. And I don't know if they'll bring rebuttal witnesses. And then we still got to do closing arguments. I forgot about that. Closing arguments. And I didn't like, too, that, like, she was in... So her address, Lisa's address, I know back then it was put out publicly by some media outlet or some outlet. I forgot who put it out. It was public. I know I did my best to avoid. I don't remember years back then, but I remember I avoided trying to whatever. Except that the music videos, they literally did it on their property, and that's like all over in public. I have a hard time believing that people were coming for them. I just don't, because it was just like so small back then. I don't believe that. But it also goes to show why it's important to make a police report, right? When things start happening, because you never know when you're going to need it. Type in Lisa Dykes' birthday in your Photoshop. I don't believe Charles was dismissed. When he left, I thought they said he could be called back. They let it open. They did a music video in front, or I think it was the back of the house. They showed it during the trial. And the math class has a thing too. One of my friends sent me. They have like a webpage somewhere where they have their music on there. Let's see if I can find it. Math class. We're in math class. Where's that link? Oh, she sent me the link. Dallas DA candidate says case dismissal had nothing to do with bribery. We'll cover that tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's from the witness from yesterday. I can't find it anymore. Okay, I'll have to find it for tomorrow, then the math class stuff. Yeah, I had it sent to me. Let me see. Can you send me? I should be able to find it under my links too, right? Wait, is it this? Reverb Nation? Oh, shit. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. Tomorrow is going to be interesting. I'm not going to say nothing. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Okay. All right, so let me show you this math class stuff. Uy, va a ser caliente mañana. Hoy va a ser caliente. Tomorrow, make sure you come tomorrow. Shit, you need to go have a beer or something, or a glass of wine or a shot. Oh my God. All right. Why isn't this loading up? I want to show everybody math class. doesn't want to load up for some reason. Loads up on my phone, doesn't want to load up on. Okay, let me try to find this is a YouTube page. Oh, I think I see the tattoo thing they're talking about. For some reason, it does not want to look. Oh, there we go. Finally, it took a very long time. Oops. I don't know if there's any copyright in this. Excuse me. I think it might actually have copyright on it. I don't want to play it. Excuse me.
I ran with then the beginning got sent away, and that's when I started the MKA.
Math class. Don't F with us, math class. Hey, maybe that's the tattoo right there. Math class. Math class. All right. I'm going to head out, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. If there's a chase tonight, I'll be back, hopefully, if I'm not sleeping. But thank you guys so much for coming through today. Oh, let me just give real quick thanks to all the super chats. Mandy, thank you for the super chat. Says lies. Nothing's bored. Says, oh, she's going after your job on YouTube. Has to be something. Look at her pinned pupils. Moonstone, thank you for the membership. Moonstone, thank you for the super chat. Says she is something else. Wow. Jamie, thank you for the 12 months. Says this woman is disgusting. Her lies and poor me acting. Hashtag murdering psycho, allegedly. Thank you. Mitch Mojo Rising, thank you for the 10. Says we got Mel's back. All right. Always right on. Nuts and bored. Dude, you're powerful, Mel 2024. The neighborhood, thank you for the 23 months and resubscribing. Send them a cease and desist letter for using your content without asking Mel. Nuts and bored, thank you for the super chat. Blue, thank you for the 13 months. Says Mel, you single-handedly ran them out of the country. Oh, I know. That's a bullshit, bro. I mean, come on. Right? Krista, thank you for the 26 months. Resubscribing, long-time membership. Really appreciate that. I can't believe this testimony. What a day so far. Jacqueline, thank you for the 7 months. Says, how does it feel? Mel, how does it feel to come full circle? It's interesting. It's good. When the verdict is in, I'll definitely feel that full circle. Familia Kim, thank you for the super chat. Mama 4 Rose, thank you for the 5. Please hit the like button and ring that bell. Thank you. Miss Mojo Rising, thank you for the super chat. Edward Moskowitz, thank you for the 10 months and resubbing. Jenna Bobby, thank you so much for the super chat. Says if she had blood clot issue, she would be on blood thinners and would probably not be operated on for elective plastic surgery. Just saying. Jamie, thank you for the 20. Says Mel, her attorney just said I gotta keep these in order so you don't kill me. Yeah, I know. So you don't kill me. Oh my God, such dumbassery. Chat, who heard that? And Joe, thank you for the 9 months resubscribing, and thank you for the 50 earlier. I really appreciate that. Thanks. All right, we had a great day today. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. We'll see what tomorrow brings. Good night. Love you. Bye. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. No, she's a Gemini? Uh-oh. Lisa's Gemini? Oh, hell no. Hell to the no. Oh, and BL, tomorrow we'll talk about that back tattoo thing.